Sleepy town settled for the night, where every lawn is tailored just right, and it's about time that the back porch light comes on. At that house down the street, at that house on Magnolia Street. My little baby do, my little baby do, my little baby do, my little baby do, little baby do. That's the baby do song. Welcome to the baby do show. That's it. Coraline owns the podcast now.
Starring Coraline Corubia.
Hello. Remember Mr. Hanky, the Christmas poo?
Yes. Oh my
South
God.
Park. Dude, I remember when it first came out, I was like 13, and it was like, that was groundbreaking material.
I was not allowed to watch that show.
Oh man, good times. Dude, my hair, I have bedhead so hard right now. Look at this.
You look great.
I tried running a hairbrush through it real quick.
Your complexion is perfect.
Okie dokie.
Are you recording?
Yes.
Happy summer solstice, Justina.
Happy solstice. What do you have some fun plans this weekend, right?
I'm running away to the woods again.
You are? That seems to be your theme this month.
I'm going to have a big old pagan time up in the mountains. And I did a card pull this morning. Did you see what I pulled?
I did, but I don't know how you would interpret it. So how did you interpret it?
I feel like they're all good things. All right. The death card, rebirth. We're starting new. This is the time to transform, little butterflies, death and rebirth.
Ooh, that's a cool death card.
It is. This is the Light Seers Tarot deck. It's very, very, very beautiful.
Very bright. I like it.
And then I pulled the High Priestess, which is like, oh, you are coming in to that power.
Ascending. Yeah.
And finally the Ace of Wands, which to me is like inspiration, like you are on the creative route you're supposed to be on.
Yes.
In a nutshell.
Oh, I love those cards.
They're so, you would love this deck. This might be your birthday gift.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All beautiful things.
So what are you going to do?
Well, we were going to go to LBI this weekend.
Which is?
LBI, Long Beach Island in the tri-state area. It's kind of like the southern, I don't know if it's the southern tip of New Jersey, but it's pretty far south.
Okay. It's a drive.
But it's, it's a bit of a drive. But we were going to go down, and some plans changed due to unfortunate circumstances. But me and Avi are going to try to figure out some day trips that we can do. Not sure what those are going to be yet, but we're thinking maybe grounds for sculpture maybe later on if it's not too hot out. Because it does get very hot because it's all outside. You walk around to different like life-size sculptures, and it's kind of like in an open field, so it gets hot. There's some little parts where there's like overhangs and coverings, and like you can stand in some shade, but there are some also sections that it's like gets very hot because it's like.
Did you take the wisteria vine for a little walk around?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely. You guys, if you ever come to Jersey, you would freaking love it.
You have been in your garden a lot.
Yeah, well, I dug up the phlox like I was telling you, right? Because I know you said that the first year it sleeps, the second year it creeps, and it's only been in there for a year, but I was getting impatient, and I was like, I don't know if these things are ever going to come back because they looked in pretty rough shape. They didn't look like they wanted to be there. So I dug them up, but when I was digging them up, I noticed that the root systems were already taking over the whole garden. Just like the plants weren't doing well, so maybe they just needed some fertilizer. I don't know, but I was like, I want instant gratification right now. I want to plant some color here. I need some color in my life. So I remedied my impatience for the phlox not growing with some impatience flowers. And I didn't even realize that I did that until after. I was like, I really am impatient. I planted impatience because I was so impatient that my phlox wasn't growing. So
what you've done, it looks so beautiful. It looks
did look beautiful. It did look beautiful for about one night because I woke up the next morning and the deer already ate the heads off of my impatience.
Oh, Lordy. Those deer are rampant.
But hopefully, like, the roots at least take, and then they multiply, and then, I won't have as much of that problem. They left, like, 2 flowers on, like, the other side of the tree. I was like, why didn't you just frickin' take them all at that point?
That's like leaving fucking crumbs in the bottom of the chip bag and putting it back.
Yeah.
Asshole.
Yeah. With, like, the little bit of milk at the end of the container, leaving it in the fridge.
Why wouldn't you just use this?
Right, exactly.
Erin does that shit.
I was so annoyed, but it is what it is, and that's just, what happens when you have no fenced in yard, and
I know.
The deer come and go as they please, and I like the deer. I like watching them outside my window. The cats love watching them, but don't eat my shit. Don't eat my shit.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, well, welcome to Magnolia Street. Hey, witch, hey.
Hey, witch, hey. Welcome to Magnolia Street, your one and only musically inspired practical magic fandom podcast.
I'm Christina.
I'm Justina, and every week we deep dive on different aspects of the movie and the books, as well as treat your ears to our very own practical magic, or original inspired. Did I say that right? Practical magic inspired original music. Yeah. So, real quick, before we dive into today's topic, we are coming right off the heels of last week's mind blowing, and should I mention surreal
But it wasn't
episode?
last week.
Was it 2 weeks ago?
It'll be two when this comes out, right?
Wait, what came out last week?
Practical Magic, but then it's Lavender, isn't it? And then this one.
You're right. Yes. You're right, because all the episodes got discombobulated, right?
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
this
What a month.
entire month has been bananas.
Yes.
So we can't even keep track of like what episode are we recording, what episode is getting released when. So it's
Yes.
been a bit crazy.
Yes.
So 2 weeks ago. That's crazy that that was 2 weeks already. It was very surreal though, because we spotlighted and picked apart that WB announcement that has had the practical magic fandom all hot and bothered, and we are indeed getting a practical magic too.
I still can't believe it. But all the
Right?
stuff Alice is sharing and all the
Uh-huh.
stuff, like we had the Nicole Kidman in some interview being like, yes, the Owens sisters are back. I'm like, oh my God. I'm
Yeah,
losing my mind.
I am too.
But we're not just going to act like that didn't happen. We're going to keep on talking about it. And we really want to be your source for all things practical magic, not just our deep dives and analyses of the first movie and books, but all of the news and the buzz surrounding the upcoming films as well.
Yeah, and there are a couple new bits of news that came out since our latest episode dropped 2 Fridays ago. And since then, People magazine has released an article titled Practical Magic 2: Everything to Know About the Sequel, starring Nicole Kidman and Sandra Bullock. And the subtitle read, Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman are set to reprise their roles in the sequel to 1998's Practical Magic by Rebecca Alzen. And this was published on June 15th, 2024. And, you know, we're, well, like maybe a week late to the party at this point, not by the time you're hearing this. But it said that Nicole Kidman and Sandra Bullock both confirmed that they were returning to star in Practical Magic 2 as Jillian and Sally, respectively. And Nicole, this is a quote from Nicole Kidman. She says, "Yes, I will be in it, and Sandy will be in it, and that's that," she told People magazine. And there's a lot more to tell, which is why we go, okay, this is kind of interesting now to be able to do this. And she added, "We found a way in."
Oh my God.
Yeah, and both actresses will also produce the movie alongside Denise Denovi, while A Beautiful Mind's Akiva Goldsman has been tapped to write the screenplay. Though there is no release date yet, People magazine learned that deals are in the process for the film as production begins. And in their announcement, Warner Brothers teased the sequel as in development and coming soon. So it is official.
Life-changing.
Yeah, it is. And I also want to mention a clip that I saw from an interview that Nicole Kidman did with Extra TV, which I wrote this whole little script last
You can
night.
take my bullshit out then.
No, I was going to say this morning, Alice reposted the clip that I'm talking about right now, which is so weird that I was like, oh my God, I was just writing about this and now Alice just reposted it. But this came out like, I don't know, maybe like a week or two ago too. So Nicole Kidman did an interview with Extra TV and she was there to actually promote a new film called A Family Affair, which had nothing to do with practical magic, right? But the interviewer asked her about Practical Magic 2, and she didn't deny it. She said, and I quote, "Yes, Sandy and I, the Owen sisters, are back. We've been circling it for a while, but we wanted to make sure we had a good story. And also, I just love Sandy, so the idea of working with her again, we were both saying, oh my God, we're both here, still working, and really sort of enthusiastic about life and bringing that into what we're going to do now." So I just wanted to highlight that one line that she said. Quote, "We wanted to make sure we had a good story." So does that mean they have a script? Do we have a synopsis? Because in our last episode, we were kind of speculating maybe they didn't have a script yet because the IMDb Pro page still said pitch phase. So we thought maybe that they were currently pitching different storylines for scripts. So I don't know. What do you think? Do you think they have a story now?
I think they have the bones for a story, but like we saw with Practical Magic and Kim from I Heart Practical Magic, there were multiple variations and versions of the first script. It takes a few
Right.
run-throughs.
Yes.
So I'm curious how many run-throughs they've gone already, because since the news has just dropped, how detailed can it be? You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
does Nicole know like the beginning, middle, end, or does she know more.
Right. Yeah. Is it, like you said, is it just the bones?
Hmm.
Like an outline, or do they actually have a fleshed out script? And is it the finalized script? Are we gonna get, maybe once the movie comes out, like that happened with Practical Magic 1? It feels weird saying that now because it's just been Practical Magic for so long. A couple other additional, like, alternate versions of the script had leaked, and it isn't what we know on the screen. It's been a couple different versions. So I'm wondering if the same thing's gonna happen with this movie. Like, are we gonna get a couple different versions of a script leaking at some point?
And they
So,
also do the what is it called? Like they bring in viewers to give their
like a
insight on the
test
movie.
audience.
A test audience. I want to
Yeah.
be there.
Yes.
Let us be
Yes.
there.
Let's
Yeah, a test
manifest it.
audience that I think even in the first one, Griffin Dunn was saying like the final cuts or in some Jimmy cuts were like way too scary and like confusing to the audience. So that's why they changed them.
Yeah.
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 But yeah, I don't know. But it's very clear that this movie and story has meant so much to so many different people. And we just hope that whatever storyline they come up with, that they just do it justice. So
Yeah.
we wanted to take a moment just to read some of the comments on our most recent Instagram post surrounding the news of the upcoming second Practical Magic movie.
I know, it's so crazy and surreal. So, at Little Enith and Sons says, I wish they would do a prequel about Maria Owens. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, that would be amazing,
They
right?
have
That's
so
like,
much content with
I
her four
know.
books.
I know, they really do. At Ty Heaton says, this movie got me through my breast cancer diagnosis when I was 28 years old. I had seen it in the theater and then I got sick right as it came out on VHS. So I got it and watched it every single night while I was going through a mastectomy, chemotherapy, and reconstruction surgery. This movie helped me so much and I love it. And I am beyond excited for part 2. And by the way, I just turned 55 in April and I'm an aunt now. Isn't that beautiful?
Congratulations.
That brings like tears to my eyes because it's crazy. Like, this movie has meant so much to so many people and gotten so many people through such hard times in their lives.
You're
So I
not
just think it's
easily
so,
brought to like a glassy-eyed
I I know, but
state.
that's just beautiful.
It
That's
is, it
love it.
makes me think back. Oh, it's okay. It makes me think back to our first episode when we're like, this is how we came to find this. And so many
Yeah.
people have found it in so many different ways at different points in their life that have been a deviation from maybe where they thought their life was going to be headed.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
over the summer, we're going to get to talk to our patrons about how they came to Practical Magic. And if you would like to be interviewed and heard on our show on Magnolia Street, go over to our Patreon under our $8 tier, join up for the month, and we will set up an interview with you to be played over the summer while Justina and I take a little break. Another comment we got from Lynn Pagni Alves says that my question is, how are they doing a Practical Magic 2? Because it isn't one based off the books. The last book is completely different than the third book.
I think what they're saying is that since the first movie was totally different than the book, like, yeah, they took
Mm,
some elements from it, like the characters, but
mhm.
like, a lot of it was different. Like
It
the
was.
arc, the movie had more movement, I think, than the books did.
Yes.
As far as like getting from point A to point B and making it all make sense and intertwining the curse, because the curse really didn't really have too much weight or bearing on the first book, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
So I think a lot was different between the movie and the book the first time around. So I think what they're saying is that because the first film and the book were different, how are they going to do a sequel because
And
the
make it
books
make
are all
sense.
yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
My
Yeah.
concern is, guys, stop if you haven't read that fourth book, pause, or just skip ahead like 20 seconds. They better not fucking kill off Gary. I'm going to be pissed if some motherfucking guy named Ian shows up with tattoos and long hair.
Oh my
That
God.
does not fit
Well, I
well for
mean,
me.
that does follow the books though, really
I
closely.
know.
And if they want to follow the books more closely this second time around, then they're gonna have to kill poor Gary off. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So at the Cerulean Mermaid says, all have to return, saying the cast. They just must. I had a dream where Stalker Channing was telling the story of the curse, like in the opening of the first film, while someone with black nail polish was searching for something throughout drawers with all sorts of magical things in it. And Stalker then said, should I read it? And she goes, however, the curse was broken when your grandmother Sally and great aunt Jillian joined hands in a sisterly bond so unbreakable that even an evil spirit was turned to ashes. From that moment on, there were no more throwing sticks and stones, no names being called. The town accepted us.
Can you imagine if Cerulean
Ooh.
Mermaid just wrote the first scene of this
They just
Mexican movie?
they just had a prophetic dream right there.
Yeah. Oh, I
Who's
hope.
wearing this black nail polish though?
Granddaughter. Which
Is it Kat Dennings from Sudbury?
oh my
I,
God. She was a
by the
good
way,
Antonia.
I re-listened to our Sudbury episode yesterday.
Are we
And
unhinged?
dude, okay, first of all, it was so friggin' unhinged. And also because we had to take a little portion of that episode
Mhm.
out because it was an interview which the interviewee no longer wanted to be involved. And that's fine. The episode standing alone on its own without that interview, perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. It's great.
I gotta
And
go
like
listen to it. Those are
we
fun.
had a little segment where, we recorded our reactions to watching Sudbury, the pilot episode for the first time, and that was hysterical.
Yeah.
And it's just like the whole thing was just like I pat ourselves on the back for that episode. That episode was great. Um and also all the history surrounding Sudbury and getting to know it, and
Yes.
it was just a very well done episode, I
That
must
episode
say.
took a lot of work over a long period of time. So yeah,
Yes.
absolutely we deserve a pat on the back.
Yeah, so
Also
yeah,
fun.
guys, go listen to our Sudbury episode. Really awesome.
Episode 39.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. And at Derica Jade says, like that it's the original people, but I'm hesitant. Are they going to make their own brand new quote after plotline or continue with Rules of Magic or more sensibly Book of Magic? The Hocus Pocus sequel turned out okay, but doing these sequels 20 plus years later to the movies that are so dear to my heart makes me nervous. Us
Yeah.
too.
I
Us
think
too.
we're all in the same boat there for sure. Yeah. Did you see the second Hocus Pocus?
I did not.
It was cute, but you could tell that it was geared toward the newer, up and coming younger generation that didn't grow up with Hocus Pocus.
Um,
And they didn't include the original cast except the Sanderson sisters.
oh,
So,
not okay. The kiddos
no,
weren't in it.
no Max and what's the little
Danny.
girl's name? Dennison, the Dennisons. They didn't include them, and they didn't include Allison.
Allison.
Allison. Allison, oh kiss me, I'm Allison. They didn't include any of those I mean, I know they're older now, so maybe they wanted to appeal to a younger audience, but I think it would have been nice to bring back the older cast as like 20, 30 something years later, we're all grown up and the Sanders sisters are back in town and they're gonna steal our kids. That would have been a cooler plot line.
Sure. Yeah, because it was
Right.
our generation that they
Right.
needed to appeal to. Like we grew up with it.
Yes.
This younger kids like couldn't give a fuck.
Right, exactly. I mean, they know Sanderson sisters from Disney because I'm sure it's, splattered all throughout the Disney parks and, wherever they sell the Disney stuff. That's how the younger kids know Hocus Pocus. But you're
Yeah.
right. Like, they should have appealed to our generation because we're the ones that really grew up with it, who really give a shit.
Right. And that's what they are hopefully going to do with this new movie.
Yes.
Like we don't need to see, we talked about all of this. Go listen to our Practical Magic 2 thing. We don't need to see technology unless it's like a dire circumstance. And we don't need
Yeah.
to see like trendy ass clothing or any modern amenities in the house. I
Right?
wanted to say real quick that like, dude, I don't know what Salem did to my heart. But like I said, I keep having dreams about it. And yesterday, the Black Hat Society on Instagram was live in the morning and they were just taking a walk in the bright early morning glow of
Oh.
Salem. And I just played it while I was doing shit on the computer. And I was so happy.
I love that.
It was life
So
changing.
the Black Hat Society, that's the Green Witch, right?
Yes.
What was her name? I forget her
Goma?
name.
Helma? Holma?
I
The hell's her
forget her
name?
Bora. She's got a voice you can't miss, right? Yeah, but oh my God. Yeah, Salem has a piece in my heart like forever and always. I'll always want to just go back.
It was, I don't know what it shifts inside a person. I mean, it might just be me, but it was wonderful
Really,
as a first
really
timer.
does. So Marie Lodi Andriaco says, "Oh my God, I love that Akiva and Denise are back for this. Imagine if they got Griffin." And I wrote back, "Ooh, let's manifest it, Griffin Dunn." And I tagged Griffin Dunn. I was like, "At Griffin Dunn, come back. We need you. Practical Magic 2 needs you."
Yeah, dude. Yeah, Marie
Yeah.
Lodi was the lovely woman who wrote our piece in the L Online magazine. So thank you
right.
again for doing that. We felt like were undeserving, but it was wonderful to see.
We did feel a little rock star having our
Yeah.
name in Elle magazine, right?
Who's a rock star? I am. So yeah, thanks, Marie. So Ella Durange says, I'm listening to your podcast and I have a theory. I'm a graphic designer and I think that maybe the fake poster we saw was actually a proposition ordered by the WB to one or several artists to make the announcement. But maybe this artist was not picked for the project and still put it out there as a sample of his work, or maybe someone else had leaked it. That's maybe why they made the announcement on TikTok instead of a traditional announcement with a visual, so that their communications team could organize it on their own with no risk of another leak. That would also explain the 3 candles. It might have been one of the things that they had asked to be included on the poster. I think it might represent the 3 generations of witches, or maybe something we don't know that appears in the story. That's my guess. That is a really cool theory.
Yeah,
Because everybody
that's
kind of goes to rules of magic because there's 3 siblings, but yeah, the 3 generations also makes
mhm.
sense.
Right, yeah. And we were kind of like talking about that theory a little bit, like how we thought maybe that the poster hoax of February 2023 wasn't actually a hoax. I can get on board with this theory because I really do think it was an inside leak that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it was a graphic designer that just wanted to showcase their work. I don't know what the case is, but like we were saying in our most recent episode on the part 2 announcement, the consistencies across the leaked poster and the announcement that the WB made this past month, they're very consistent. The 3 candles, calling it practical magic 2, not really given much else to go on. I think everything is consistent across the board. So who knows? Maybe that synopsis on the RuPaul Drag Family page was the real synopsis that
Could
we're
be.
gonna be getting. So Ella Derange, I think you're onto something there.
Yeah.
Claire SB says, I just listened to this. I think she's talking about our Practical Magic 2 episode we dropped a couple weeks ago. And I want to say, I love you ladies and your podcast. Thank you so much. You cheer me up every episode. Number 1, thanks for including me in the bit where you were reading out the comments on the reaction live post. My heart is full. Number 2, when you were talking about if and when they rebuild the Owens house, they should rebuild it and make it a museum. 100%. We are on board with that. Yes. She goes on to say, my first thought was that if they really build it, that Barbara Streisand would buy it. For sure. Number 3, when talking about whether it's a prequel or sequel, what if it's a sequel but with flashbacks to memories the aunts have that could be snatches of the rules of magic story?
Oh, shut up,
Yeah.
Claire.
So it ties in both the rules and the book of magic. That way, Diane Wiest and Stalker Channing could be in it. And then through the flashbacks, it could explain more so about Vincent, and Vincent would be present in the sequel too. And side note, if he was, what older male actor would be the perfect fit for him? So much possible outcomes and things that they can do with this. It's so exciting. XX. So
David
Claire,
Lynch. David Lynch. David
yeah,
Lynch.
Christina's been seeing David Lynch in her mind for Vincent. And the whole thing about incorporating Rules of Magic and Book of Magic together in a series of mainly like flashbacks and flash forwards so they can do both. I think, weren't we talking about that theory a little bit when with Mallory when we did her we interviewed her for the July Patreon special? I think we toyed around with that theory a little bit. I totally agree that doing flashbacks and flash forwards would enable them to combine both the Rules of Magic and magic lessons in a more seamless way and to follow the books more closely, right?
My heart is full.
Yeah. So, in conclusion, we just really love how this movie has enabled us to build this beautiful budding community of practical magic fans from all over the world, and it's been so heartwarming to read through some of these comments that you guys have been leaving on our posts amidst all the crazy buzz in the past couple weeks.
Yeah, we really got some sweet messages from some of our listeners, including some regulars and some brand new neighbors here on Magnolia Street. So our pal Laura at Peace Love Dog says, great episode. So nice to hear the excitement in your voices, but please still be sure to take time for you. Take the time you need for yourself. It is so easy to burn out on something you love, and this will be a long time in the making. Love you both. She is
Yeah.
so right. I know.
Yeah.
We're like, okay, we're gonna take a break, and then this news dropped, and we're like, we can't now, can we? But we kind of really need to get organized, maybe do a little more social outreach, and get to know you guys a little better because there's so much content. Our episodes are 2+ hours long. We know there's a lot to get through. So it also gives you guys a chance to catch up a little bit.
100%. And I think it's very sweet to know that our listeners have our backs and they're looking out for our best interests and our personal well-being. And we totally agree about the burnout. We're feeling it pretty hard at this point in time. So that is why we are going to take things a little bit easier and slower for the summer. But you guys will get get 2 episodes, right?
They'll have this one and then our song episode, and that will be the beginning of our break. But we're also going to be working on figuring out our release for the music
Right.
that Justina and I
That's right.
recorded at Plaid Dog Studio. We're going to organize it this summer, so be on the lookout for the fall. So we're not really taking a break at
Not
all.
really. Not really, no. We're just not releasing episodes until what, September?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll release 2 patron specials, one in July, one in August. But for the most part,
We might even throw in a bullshit. So just to catch you up on how we're doing,
yeah.
maybe where the music is. I think that might be nice.
Yeah, something that doesn't require a lot of research, right, on our parts. Because that's really what takes the most time is just researching everything and compiling our notes and organizing it. So yeah,
That's a good little way to give a shout out. We have some people on board now, and we can't thank them enough. Do you want to introduce? Because they're your people you've known for a long time.
Right. So our good friend Krista Rimmer, she's going to be helping us with some of the research, and Heather Johnson is going to be helping us with some of the admin, but like back office kind of tasks. So we really appreciate you guys jumping on board and helping us here. And they're solely volunteer right now, but we wish we could pay you guys. But
Someday.
someday.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. We really appreciate the help. So
we have a few more comments. So our friend Alice over at Which Way Official said, this will take the podcast on one hell of a ride. And I agree.
We're already kind of feeling that, right?
Totally.
Who knows where this is going to take us over the next couple years when this movie comes out? Like maybe we'll get to go to the premiere. Maybe we'll get to that.
We're already there.
We will be there at E Entertainment with our little microphones saying, "We're here live from Magnolia Street Podcast for the coverage of Practical Magic 2.
Who are you wearing?
Who are you wearing? Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman."
Dude, I'm already picturing myself carrying my little suitcase moving into that Owens house, to be honest.
Well, first they got to build it, and second, they got to not tear it down again. So
that's the thing. If they're going to put it in the same location, how are they going to? Because Griffin said he's really good at finding Native American burial sites that cannot be disturbed. It was the third bluff that he landed on that was like perfect, right? So if they pick that same place, they're going to have to tear it down all over again. So I'm wondering what they're going to do.
Well, here's my theory about that. We are in 2024. AI exists. People can artificially generate anything with green screen. My worry is this. My worry is that they're not going to want to spend their budget constructing a physical apparatus. My worry is that they're actually going to artificially generate this house.
Yeah, mine too.
And that really worries me because I mean, there was just something so charming and special about the build of that shell, right? Even though we know it was a shell, it was just a facade for the movie. They just used the outside of it. It was still a character in and of itself. So
it was something that the characters touched and interacted with, and it was like tactile. All those little millwork details played a huge role in the movie.
Right. So I don't know. Are they going to dig out those architectural plans, or are they just going to generate that on a screen and, put them on a soundstage behind a green screen and then just generate the house behind them and around them? I don't know. Like, that's very possible. So that's also something we have to kind of, think about.
Anticipate.
Yeah, exactly. Also, here are some kind words from some brand new listeners. We have at Nicholas Avalon, who says, "Just found out about y'all from the announcement in Alice's comments. The first 3 episodes have been great so far."
Oh God, that's nice.
Yeah, I think I commented back like, "Oh my God, we're sorry about the sound. We get better after like episode 4." And he was like, "Oh, I'm not even listening. I'm not even worrying about that.
Wow,
it's fine."
That's kind.
Like, okay, you're our peoples then. You're here for the long haul. If you can get through the first like 3 or 4 episodes, then you'll be good here on Magnolia Street. This one really warmed my heart. At Little Goldust Woman, Alice reposted this girl to her Instagram stories, and she looks just like Jillian. And her video reel was a little bit about her auditioning for the role of Jillian's daughter for Practical Magic 2. She's like, "I'm just sitting here waiting for them to see my audition for Jillian's daughter for Practical Magic 2. It was really cute.
Oh, yes. Yes.
She really does look like Jillian. So I commented on her reel and I told her about our podcast, and she posted a video to her stories with just the most heartwarming response. So I actually asked her for permission if we could play this on the air. She said yes. So listen to what she had to say about Magnolia Street Podcast.
It has been such a wildly eventful evening. I'm so grateful for Alice Hoffman existing and writing, and for watching and liking my reel. And I also made 2 new friends tonight. The Stinas. I'm so late to the podcast game, but there is a Practical Magic podcast called the Magnolia Street Podcast. How did I not know that this exists? But they also shared my reel, and had some sweet back and forths with me, and were super complimentary and just wonderful. So I know what I'm going to be listening to every week from now on, and you guys should too. So I just thought I would shout them out since they shouted me out. Practical Magic just brings everybody together. Anyway, I'm going to go to bed now. Ah, what a crazy day. I love it. Good night, guys.
I'm crying. What a sweetheart.
Isn't that amazing?
Wow. My heart is, oh man.
Christina's crying. Christina is crying, and she's absolutely right. Practical magic just brings everybody together. Yeah.
Again, it comes back to like finally not feeling like a freak, like on your own for loving this thing so very much. You're not alone. There's this whole neighborhood of people with us.
We are validated in our obsession.
Yes, ma'am.
This little community that we built here just gives me all the feels, and it just makes me a little warm and fuzzy, you know? And that's really hard to do to a Sagittarius.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for all your comments, and keep weighing in every time we post about, you know, the upcoming movie. Keep weighing in. We want to hear your theories. We want to form a conversation. And, you know, if you comment, you might get a chance for your comment to be read on the show, because we want to spotlight more of what you guys have to say about this upcoming movie. So aside from all that buzz, which just has us all high on life right now, we do have a couple new interactions on our Spotify Q&A.
Sorry, hold on. Do that again. Practical magic. Go ahead.
We do have some new interactions on our Spotify Q&A. We have 2 interactions on our episode 74, Daffodil Magic and Lore, and we asked, what is your favorite spring flower? And Alex Clark said, the snowdrop, and Rose Snadden said, roses. In episode 73, March and the Spring Equinox episode, we asked, what did you think of this episode? And Alex Clark had a little nugget of information for us. Alex says, 1536, Spanish brought the potato to Europe. Sir Walter Raleigh then took the potato to Ireland in 1589. The Irish potato famine, aka the Great Hunger, began in 1845 when a plant disease hit.
I remember I was like yelling at you. I was like, potatoes aren't even Irish. I don't even know how that happened. How we got on the subject.
We had a revelation in this episode that potatoes are not even Irish. And I think Lori, our patron on the Wisteria Vine, she gave us like the same like bit of information. I don't know if like she gave us those exact details, but she was like, yeah, the potatoes came over. The Spanish brought the potatoes over. Yeah. They're not Irish, girls. And we're like,
that is so funny. So funny.
Yeah. So thank you guys. Like we said, we don't know everything. So thank you guys for educating us on these things that we are not so clear on. So we really appreciate you. And then on episode 72, Natural Cleaning from our Witch's Garden series, we asked, what did you think of this episode? And Alex Clark weighed in again and said, loved it as usual. I am no domestic goddess, so I now feel a little more inclined to get that broom out. I think Scott Cunningham may be a few years on the other side, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're glad that we could let you guys know about some things that you guys might not be so up on the knowledge about. So, you know, we're just trading knowledge here on Magnolia Street. Right?
I love that. But that about wraps up our Practical Magic 2 news and our listener comments for right now. Today, we have a very special episode planned for you guys in celebration of the turning of another spoke of the Wheel of the Year.
Yeah. Happy Summer Solstice and Merry Litha to all who are part of our little neighborhood right here on Magnolia Street. We apologize that this episode is about a week late by the time you're hearing this, but with the Practical Magic 2 emergency episode and Christina and I picking up some summer work hours, things have been a little bit crazy with the scheduling for our recording sessions, but it's better late than never here on Magnolia Street. So just a word to all our fellow busy witches out there, or as our patron Lori coined it, a hit or miss witch, right? Just celebrate whenever you have the time to celebrate. And there is no celebration too big or too small. Just get it in when you can, if you can.
If you can, I know. And that could look like when you're enjoying your cup of coffee, just give a little Leonardo DiCaprio, Great Gatsby cheers to the sun that day.
Sun salutation. Love that.
And again, if it's a week late, who cares? Who cares? You're celebrating the height of the summer, and whatever that looks like to you is perfect, right?
Exactly. Yeah, my belief is that you have from the time that Sabbath hits up until the next Sabbath.
I like
and
that.
then it's time to move on.
Yeah, I like that.
Right, yeah. So you got a good window till what? August 1st, which is Lammas or Lunasa? Yeah, Lunasa is the next one. So yeah, you have like a little window of time before you have to move on to the next spoke on the wheel, right? The wheel's ever turning, but you know, you have the time.
But whether you're a practicing witch or just a fan of practical magic, the movie, or the book series in general, we wanted to take you down the rabbit hole and explore the ancient traditions throughout different cultures and history.
But first, we must remind everyone where the summer solstice has its place in the practical magic world. Most notably, the movie, because there is no such mention of the summer solstice in the first book, right?
Yeah, I scanned through the books. I, however, did find one mention in Rules of Magic, and that was on page 19. And this says they, talking about the siblings, they arrived on Midsummer's Eve, the summer solstice, when the day is so long it seems for once there is all the time in the world. The roses were in bloom, and a green blur of pollen drifted through the darkening air. So that's when they show up to town, right?
Right.
But that's the only such mention throughout all 4 books. So I guess we're going to focus more on the film today.
Real quick, before we get into the film, I just had a thought. Wasn't there a sparrow that flew through the house on every summer solstice?
Yes, there was a sparrow. I don't know why it didn't pop up when I was typing it in. You want to
Yeah.
look
Okay,
that up
hold
real
on.
quick? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that just now.
You know what? I didn't type in Midsummers. I only typed in
Oh,
Solstice.
oh,
That's why it didn't pop up.
got it. All right, yeah, let's go through those book mentions then.
Okay. All right.
So that whole thing, the whole sparrow thing actually started with Maria's time, right? Oh, that's so weird. I just opened Magic Lessons and I didn't even type any keyword in, and the first thing that pops up, every Midsummer's Eve, a sparrow came into the parlor of the house on Magnolia Street. If it completed a circle around the room 3 times, bad luck was sure to come. Because of this, Faith never forgot the bird whose life she had taken for her own benefit when she made the revenge pie for John Hathorne.
Is that 392?
That is, yes, 392.
Okay.
Is
All
that
right.
the only one in that book?
There's a few. So I
Okay.
fucked up.
All
Page
right.
10, it says Maria grew up watching such traditions. Always after night fell, for no one wished to be seen at the witch's door. Hanging on the wall was the lucky hand, an amulet shaped into 5 fingers made from moss preserved on Midsummer's Eve, with the smoke of a bonfire, which would protect the house from bad luck and ill fortune. And then on 18, when presented with the book on Midsummer Night in the year she turned 10, Maria cried hot tears, the first time she could recall doing so, for although witches were said to be unable to cry, rare occasions caused them to do so.
That was Magic Lessons, Maria's story. So
So-
yeah, so the Midsummer's Eve thing with the sparrow, that whole thing originated in 1696, I guess, Maria's time
And-
period.
And do you think that was because of Faith's left-handed magic with the pie and John Hathorne?
That's what it's saying. Yeah, it said that yeah, because of this, Faith never forgot the bird whose life she, yeah, maybe it was just a reminder to her because she did take that bird's life for her own benefit. So maybe the sparrow was just a reminder to her, like the whole threefold law, what you put
Yes.
out, you get back,
Yes.
right? And maybe that's why it circled 3 times.
Yes. So
Yeah.
that was Magic Lessons. In the Rules of Magic, again, I should have done Midsummer. I don't ever call it Midsummer. So I apologize.
I don't think many people call it Midsummer, except what, like Swedish people, right? Because isn't Midsummer like a
yeah.
huge thing in Sweden? Did you see that movie, by the way?
No, it sounds bonkers.
It's bananas. Oh, I have a story later about the Midsummer movie that I could tell.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
It's bananas.
I would like to see it, but you have to be in like the right mind frame.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know if I'm there. But we'll just do these book mentions real quick because we have a lot to talk about. So
Yeah.
page 23 in Rules of Magic, it says the dining room was dim, the damask curtains drawn. As it turned out, there was no spirit to dispel, only a small brown bird that had managed to slip in through the half-open window. Every year on Midsummer's Eve, a sparrow found its way in and had to be chased out with a broom, for any bad luck would follow it when it flew away. 135, the grass had recently been mowed and the scent was midsummer sweet. The Reverend was looking down and therefore saw their shadow before he saw them. I'm guessing he's at the grave and noticing Isabel and Jack come to visit. 257, it says a sparrow darted inside the house and flew around the room. Franny fetched a stepped ladder from the linen closet, climbed up and held out her hand. Don't come back here on Midsummer's Eve, she told the bird. There won't be anyone here to rescue you. Oh, my heart. And then lastly on 406, this is just a repeat of the one I read earlier. I don't think Practical Magic had any midsummer shit.
Yeah, there's only 2 mentions in Practical Magic. Page 24, Once a year on Midsummer's Eve, a sparrow would find its way into the Owens house. No matter how anyone tried to prevent it, the bird always managed to get inside. They could set out saucers of salt on the window sills and hire a handyman to fix the gutters and the roof, and still the bird would appear. It would enter the house at twilight, the hour of sorrow, and it always came in silence, yet with a strange resolve, which defied both salt and bricks, as though the poor thing had no choice but to perch on the drapes and the dusty chandelier from which glass drops spilled down like tears. The aunts kept their brooms ready in order to chase the bird out the window, but the sparrow flew too high to be trapped. As it circled the dining room, the sisters counted, for they knew that 3 times around signified trouble, and 3 times around it always was. Trouble, of course, was nothing new to the Owen sisters, especially as they grew up. And then it goes into, like, you know, the next paragraph is all about all the trouble, I guess, that followed them. But I think that's really interesting that, like, isn't a sparrow a sign of, like, unrequited love or, like, loss and sorrow and stuff like
Oh, I
that?
didn't know that.
Yeah, I know a lot of, like, sailors get those, like, sparrow tattoos.
Yes.
And the sparrow tattoos were really popular in, like, emo culture back in, like, the early 2000s for
Yeah, like
some
Ed
reason.
Hardy.
Sparrows were huge back in the day, and, like, yeah, it is a symbol of, like, that sorrow and sadness, but
Sorrow,
having to
okay.
do with love. But also, I think it's interesting how Alice incorporated the circling of the 3 times, and I didn't even put 2 and 2 together till, like, 5 minutes ago when we read the passage about faith and it reminding her of the bird's life that she took for her own personal gain.
Yeah.
So that to me just says this is about the threefold law. This is
Yeah.
to remind you about, like, don't be doing magic for the wrong reasons.
Yeah. Do unto
So-
others, lady. Do unto others.
Exactly. Yeah, so very interesting how Alice was able to incorporate this bird, but I wonder, like, why on Midsummer? Why Midsummer's Eve, right?
I don't know. Even with the windows closed, how's this bird coming in? And is it?
Right.
Well, Caden was a crow, but
Yes.
I'm wondering if it was a spectral bird and not a real bird.
Ooh, because they thought back in, like, Maria's time that they thought Maria was actually Caden, right? And
Mhm,
Caden was
mhm.
Maria, because a witch would turn into her familiar or, like, shapeshift or whatever like that, right? So that makes sense.
My brain
Did
went to if it was a
Oh, go
white
ahead.
winged dove, they could put this in Practical Magic too, and it could be Stevie Nicks just popped into the room.
Oh my God.
That'd be sweet.
Full circle.
All right, let me do Book of Magic. We have on page 8. The curse had ruined Sally's life, and she had decided not to reveal the Owens' fate to her daughters. They knew bits, of course, and there was a scrim of magic over the house on Magnolia Street. The famous garden, the dangerous plants locked away in the greenhouse, the sparrow that arrived at midsummer. Still, the word witchery was never spoken out loud. Page 53. The postman stood up to confide that Miss Owens always tipped him $100 on Midsummer's Eve, reciting an incantation that she vowed would ensure he would be safe in every storm. 56. Chasing a sparrow from the house every Midsummer's Eve instead of simply checking earlier in that day to make certain that the windows were closed, concocting soap in the dark of the moon, where there was perfectly good bars of the stuff to buy at the pharmacy, brewing Aunt Frances's special courage tea at family get-togethers, when store-bought tea bags were so much more practical, using the greenhouse to grow poisonous seedlings, such as belladonna, hemlock, nightshade, and henbane, plants so toxic that Antonia didn't think that they should be grown anywhere at all. That was all one sentence, by the way.
Oh, okay.
With a lot of semicolons. And then 65, but it's not Midsummer's Eve, Raphael heard a tall young woman say. It was Kylie, who on this day realized there was a good deal she didn't know about her own family. And again on 65, husbands and wives often didn't live together. Mirrors were covered with white cloths, and a sparrow came through the window every Midsummer's Eve and had to be chased out with a broom, or bad luck would follow them. 251, this is the last one. It said Hannah Owens hadn't been forgotten, though she had become as nameless as the art she had practiced. All the same, on Midsummer's Eve, when the light trumps over darkness, women came together in Devotion Field and danced until midnight.
I love that.
That's so pretty.
I was just looking to see, like, what sparrows had to do with Midsummer, and, like, did Alice pull that from somewhere, or is this something that she just, like, kind of, like, fabricated for the sake of the story? So real quick, I just, like, had to know what sparrows had to do with Midsummer's Eve. I don't know if Alice, this article was, let's see, this article was from 2018. Okay, so she wrote Magic Lessons. What year was that?
Oh Lord, I don't know.
Oh, well, and I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because she included the bit about the sparrow in the first book, Practical Magic. So
Yes.
this was years ago.
Yeah.
So she must have done her own research on these sparrows. So there's this article on blog.aba.org, and this is the American Birding Association, and they also have a podcast. So there's this article called Happening Now, the Midsummer Nocturnal Molt Migration of Eastbound Chipping Sparrows. And this article was written by Ted Floyd and posted on July 17th, 2018. I'm not going to read the article, and it's not that long, but I like looking at it, I was like, I couldn't really tell from a glance like what this article was about, so I told ChatGPT to summarize it for me. So basically the article is about this. So the author recounts hearing a chipping sparrow's distinctive flight call on July 16, 2018, marking their, quote, first of season sighting of the species, which is notable for its midsummer nocturnal migration in Colorado. Although chipping sparrows don't breed in the area, they pass through during a molt migration starting in mid-July. Despite knowing about this phenomenon for over a decade, the author, originally from the East Coast where these birds migrate in October, remains fascinated by the earlier migration in the western high plains. And the author attributes their awareness to the influence of North American Birds, a journal focused on avian status and distribution, which encourages readers to observe and question bird population behaviors. They suggest that the journal could more formally report on such phenomena through timely short communications with the potential for rapid review and electronic preprints. The post invites the readers to share what's happening in their own regions. So isn't that fascinating? Like that is the connection. These chipping sparrows migrate on the midsummer solstice.
Mid-June through July.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I wonder if Alice like found that bit of information and was up on these aviation studies before these scientists. I don't know
so much. She's predicting this shit.
That might be far-fetched, but yeah, maybe she is predicting this shit because
So
oh my God.
Yeah.
But crazy.
That's
how
cool. Good find.
everything's all connected. Yeah.
So those were the mentions in the 4 books. So we're going to focus now on the film.
Yeah. And we've talked about this before. So the summer solstice was a very quick mention in the film. But despite the quick mention, it sent us spiraling, and we had some theories about it when we did our March and Spring Equinox episode back on episode 73. So go listen to that if you haven't had a chance to yet. And in that episode, we explored that infamously inaccurate date from the movie that had us all scratching our heads, the date of Sally's testimony, March 8th, 1998. How could that testimony have possibly taken place after the summer solstice, which was seemingly just a few days or weeks before, right? Weird. So in that episode, we tried to piece together a timeline to make sense of what the writers of the film could have possibly been thinking.
Yeah, but you also had a theory about why Anchette would have ever even mentioned the summer solstice before Sally goes to save Jillian. So let's take you back to that theory a little bit.
Yeah, take it away, Pixie Dust. If March 6th was the Midnight Margarita scene.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st. That's only 5 more days that they had of the beginning of March.
Mm-hmm.
So that could have been the end of February when they were setting up the shop. I didn't go that far back. I only went as far back as to when we know was March, because anything before that was the summer solstice.
Yes.
I can't
Okay.
even say that with a straight face.
That's some good sleuthing there, detective.
We can move on from this.
Okay.
I just wanted to take you through March. It's just like I hate how the spring equinox got no love. They're just like, oh, summer solstice. I bet maybe they wanted to say equinox, but solstice sounded cooler. Or like,
yeah, I think
I don't know. I can bet you that Aunt Jet, I can almost bet you that she was ad-libbing. And I bet you, because since that isn't in the script, I bet you she was ad-libbing, and I bet you she was just saying the first thing that came to her mind when she thinks of what witches do. Oh, the solstice.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, oh, that's cute. Let's just leave it in.
Yeah, leave that in there. Okay.
Leave that in there. I kind of almost want to assume that that was an ad-lib that was not in the script, and they just kept it in because it sounded witchy. But ultimately, it did not do the timeline any justice.
No.
But I mean, at least if they were going to leave that in, then they at least should have changed the date that Gary said into the tape recorder.
They should have.
You know? I'm going to just go out on a limb and say that Diane Weiss ad-libbed that shit, and they kept it in because it sounded cool and witchy.
Mm-hmm.
And they fucked with the timeline.
Yeah. Gary's seems more specific. That seems intentional, that date, but maybe not so much Diane's.
Do you think that he just said the date that they were filming?
Filming?
Like, what if they
Maybe.
were just filming on March 8th, 1998, and he was like, "Oh, that sounds good. I'll just go with what today is." So, yeah, if you guys want to weigh in on the speculation and the theories, hit us up at Magnolia Street Podcast at gmail.com. We'd love to hear your outlooks on all of these theories and stuff. We're going to get into the books now. So, I was convinced that the Summer Solstice line was just an ad lib, perhaps by actress Diane Wiest, who plays Aunt Jet, and that was until I took a peek at the scripts that Kim of I Heart Practical Magic has sent to us. Because
Okay.
I was curious, did they write this in? Was this an ad lib? Like, where did this Summer Solstice line come from? So Kim sent us 2 scripts. The first one was the third draft from February 1997, written by Robin Swicord, and the second one, I guess, was the most recent script that was dated November 19th, 1997. But this one was rewritten by Akiva Goldsman. I don't know if there was a final script after this one, but I flipped through it and there was still a lot in this script that did not even make it into the actual film. So I'm
Right.
guessing there's another draft, a more recent draft than this one. I wasn't trying to read the whole thing. I really just wanted, because we want to do like our own script read through together, right? So I didn't want to read the whole thing. I wanted to be surprised, but I really just wanted to cherry pick this one bit about the summer solstice. And I did see a few things while flipping through the script that made me go, what?
What?
But like those are conversations for a different day. We're going to talk about the script at some point, but I digress. I checked both of these scripts to see if there was any mention of the summer solstice, just to rule out whether or not that the line by Aunt Jet was in fact ad-libbed. And here's what I found. So the summer solstice was in fact written into both of those scripts.
Okay, so
Yeah.
was March 8th, 1998 written into? Okay, well, fuck off. Okay.
We'll get there. Okay, so in the third draft, Robin writes during the scene where Sally is getting ready to go save Jillian, and that Jet is excited for their girl to be home during the summer solstice, talking about Jillian, because Sally's going to bring her back, right? Frances doesn't seem she doesn't seem like she's there for this conversation. And they don't mention taking the little girls, Kylie and Antonia, with them to celebrate in Sally's absence. So that's not even like a thing. In the November 19th draft that I guess was revised by Akiva Goldsman, Aunt Frances talks about the Owens women attending the summer solstice celebration for hundreds of years, and Aunt Jet thinks that the children should be aware of their lineage.
Very good.
And then Sally then says she doesn't want her children going to the Berkshires and staying up all night to worship the moon goddess. And it doesn't say what moon goddess, but it could be possible that she's talking about Selene, which
Mhm.
we were actually having an interesting conversation about that goddess triad that we just talked about in our lavender episode a couple weeks, or like last week. As we learned while recording that episode, Selene is also connected with Hecate and Artemis, the goddess that rules Mugwort, right? And Hecate, mighty Hecate, make it right. And also, the mention of the Berkshires sent me down a whole other rabbit hole, which
God.
we'll get into in a
Oh,
second.
God.
But anyway, this proves that the summer solstice bit was in fact written into the script, so it was not an ad lib or a mistake that was just left in by the editors. So I don't think that's where they went wrong, because you know what wasn't written into the script?
The March 8th, 1998.
Uh-huh.
Oh, shit.
I checked both scripts for the scene where Sally goes to confess to Gary, and neither script had Gary saying the date into the tape recorder. So that date, March 8th, 1998, must have been an ad lib by the actor Aidan Quinn, who played Gary. So I think that's where the movie timeline kind of derails.
And what about when he shows up and he's like, a little early for Rosa, isn't it? Like, what does he mean? Does Gary not know what month it is?
Gary's just in Gary's world, and it's life according to Gary, apparently.
Yeah, Gary time.
Yeah, I think it's very possible that actor Aidan Quinn just said the date that they were filming that scene, because according to movies.fandom.com, the movie was partially filmed on an artificial set in California. The filming dates took place from February 2nd to May 9th, 1998.
Right in the middle.
In that window, right, exactly. We know a lot of the Owens house interior was filmed on the soundstage in California, but we don't know about any of the other miscellaneous interior scenes, such as Gary's bed and breakfast scene, right? We don't know where that was filmed. But if that was in fact filmed on the sound stages in California as well, it does fall within the window of those dates.
Yeah.
And according to this article on historylink.org, they apparently didn't start filming on Whidbey Island until April 6th, 1998, which from my understanding, they only filmed the exterior street scenes there. So who knows?
Right. They wouldn't have had to be there if they were inside a
Right.
B&B room.
Right. Yeah, that could have been the soundstage in California. So that definitely falls in that window of time. Just saying.
That's
I'm,
amazing.
I'm just trying to pinpoint whether or not actor Aidan Quinn would have ad-libbed the date that they were just filming. And since it was definitely not in either of those scripts, right?
Mhm.
Again, there is a lot, even in the most recent script from November 19th, 1997, that didn't make it into the film. So perhaps it was reworked once more, or maybe even a couple times before production actually started in the beginning of the year, winter and spring of 1998.
Amazing.
Makes perfect sense. So I think that might be the ad-lib line. That might be the culprit here.
It was Aiden the whole time.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So now let's talk about the Berkshires, because I'm like, that was in one of the scripts. The one that Akiva redrafted in the November one.
Very specific.
Yeah, very, very specific. So I was like, what's the Berkshires? Back when we recorded our Skyclad episode, that was in season 1, episode number 33, we AI generated some fan fiction on JetPT. And we were kind of speculating where the aunts would have taken the girls to celebrate this solstice celebration, right?
That's right.
And in that AI generated story, it mentioned that they went to the celebration on a beach, and it also referenced a sandy seaside. But now that we actually have a point of reference in the script for where the aunts were going, right? Even though it didn't make it into the film, we kind of know where the writers' heads were at here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Okay. I'm with you.
Yeah. So I wanted to explore that a bit more. So what are the Berkshires? Where are they? Who is their daddy? What do they do?
What do they do?
So the Berkshires is a rural region in the mountains of western Massachusetts, dotted with villages and towns. A popular vacation destination, it's known for outdoor activities, fall foliage, viewing, a farm-to-table food scene, thriving arts institutions. It's located approximately 140 miles north of New York City and 120 miles west of Boston. And Berkshire County is internationally renowned for its natural beauty, rich history, and picturesque New England towns. Its largest city and traditional county seat is Pittsfield, and the county was founded in 1761.
So not near the ocean at all.
No, it's like
in the mountains.
Yeah. There are like a couple lakes and stuff that I saw, but I was trying to like search beaches in Pittsfield, beaches in the Berkshires, and I wasn't really finding anything. But just for some context, if the aunts were in fact traveling to the Berkshires for this solstice celebration, I was just wondering like how far is this from Maria's Island, which we know now is actually Martha's Vineyard because they use the same zip code, right? We did a whole deep dive on the geography of Maria's Island, guys, so go listen to that on episode 42 if you want to hear that whole rabbit hole. But according to Rome2Rio.com, the fastest way to get from Berkshires to Martha's Vineyard Island is to drive, and there's a car ferry, which takes about 4 hours and 51 minutes and costs between $45 and $190, I guess, depending on whether or not you want to bring a car.
The ferry is a 4-hour ferry ride?
Yeah.
Oh, that's too long.
That is long. So the aunts were, I guess, schlepping it to the Berkshires from Maria's Island because that's kind of far.
Are they saying the drive plus the ferry ride is almost 5 hours, maybe?
I took it as the actual ferry was 4.5 hours or almost 5 hours.
I'm gonna Google Maps real quick and check.
Okay.
I want to know.
So that is kind of far. So the distance between the Berkshires and Martha's Vineyard is 263 miles. So that is far. That is kind of far. Because if you figure like Maria's Island is its own island and like you have to get across a body of water to get to the upper part of Massachusetts to the mountains, I guess that kind of makes sense.
Okay. So the total time is 4 hours. The drive plus the ferry. I'm not sure how long the ferry ride is. It can't be that far. Let me do another search. So 4 hours and 14 minutes. I just typed in Berkshires to Martha's Vineyard.
Okay.
4 hours 14. We'll say between 4 and 5 hours.
Yeah.
So let me do Woods Hole to Martha's Vineyard. Woods Hole, Falmouth, Massachusetts to Martha's Vineyard. And that is like the center of Martha's Vineyard. How about I do Oak Bluffs? Sorry.
Yeah, because they're on the coast, right?
Woods Hole to Oak Bluffs is a 54-minute ferry ride. So an hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's mostly probably driving from the ferry to the actual Berkshires once they get in, I guess, off the ferry.
Yeah. Yes, the
All
drive is
right,
the longest part. Yeah.
that makes sense. Yeah, that could also explain why, if the aunts didn't drive, they took a cab back to the Owens mansion on Magnolia Street in that scene when they get
Right.
back
Right.
with the
Right.
girls that morning.
They're not driving themselves. They're taking a cab. Absolutely. They have a
No,
driver.
they took a cab to the ferry,
Hmm.
and then from the ferry, I don't know, another. That's an expensive cab for a 4 hour drive. How'd they get?
Oh, yeah, that's true. So we're thinking,
Maybe they took a bus from the ferry to the Berkshires.
so you're saying that they, from their house to the ferry, they took a cab,
Yes.
ferry ride across.
Yes.
And then, yeah, how would they have gotten to the Berkshires from
I'm gonna say either a bus or a
Falmouth?
train. I don't know if any trains go from that ferry, but maybe a bus is public transportation, because I would imagine if they took a cab from the ferry to the Berkshires, that would be a very expensive cab ride.
I wonder if ChatGPT knows the math.
ChatGPT is gonna give us some fucked up equation.
Yeah.
We're gonna be like, yeah, that's fact, guys.
Yeah.
Christina's doing the calculations right. No, wait. She's asking
1998.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT from, what did I say? Falmouth?
Oak Bluff. Oh yeah, Falmouth.
Falmouth, MA to the Berkshires.
Dude, can I just say, like, I live for this shit. I love going down these wormholes with you.
Yeah.
This is so fascinating. And the Berkshires, like, if we didn't peek at those scripts, we wouldn't even have found this little nugget. So
Okay.
that's fascinating.
This says the distance between Falmouth and the Berkshires is approximately 200 miles. A taxi fare structure in 1998, the base fare was typically around $1.50 to $2. Per mile rate was $1.50 to $2 approximately. This is what ChatGPT is saying. So estimating the fare calculation, base fare $2, distance fare 200 miles, you're looking at a $350+ taxi cab ride.
Holy shit.
So it says around $352.
Okay, that's pretty expensive.
It's expensive. They don't care.
Right.
They have Maria's money.
Yeah, they do have that Maria money, but I don't know. I'm thinking like maybe they took a public bus transportation. But I don't know, would a bus ticket be the same amount? So who the fuck knows?
I'm not looking that up.
Yeah, who the fuck knows?
Also, this is just like fun stuff for our brains.
Yeah.
It probably is not accurate. It's just fun to think about and put like a specific number to our imaginations.
Right, because like we only know so much from the information that the directors and the writers gave us on the screen. But if you can like think past that and like if that was legitimate real life, what would the aunts like what would they have been expected to pay
Right.
for that trip?
I'm wondering if they could have carpooled with family, like the main relatives maybe are going that way too. And they're like, we'll meet up in the middle and we'll take you and the girls. Who
Because
knows?
we do know there's other people because they're on the committee. So we do know they're the head of a lot of other people,
Right.
right? So
don't know.
through context clues, there's a lot more we could probably figure out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I just thought that was so fascinating to go down that little rabbit hole. So let's just speculate though, like why do we think the writers of the script would have had the aunts going to the Berkshires? That is so
Yeah, it's kind of out of the way. When I
Right.
hear Berkshires, I think of high class.
uh-huh.
It's kind of
like
like
the-
a ritzy.
Like the Hamptons of New York.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
what I think of. So I
It's
don't
like-
know.
Is it like the Hamptons for witchcraft?
I'm putting them very upscale. Like they're very fashionable, very upscale ladies of witchcraft.
Yeah, we're gonna have to put the Berkshires on the map here and make a t-shirt that says Berkshires, the Hamptons of witchcraft. Christina, get on it.
Let me write it down.
They're gonna get so much tourism booming from our podcast.
Like, how'd you hear about us?
Magnolia Street podcast, guys. You don't
Yeah.
know. All right, we're gonna get get off of our little soapbox here.
Okay.
Stop it with the ego. It's just so fun to think about, though, right?
The Berkshires, the Hamptons of witchcraft.
No, but seriously, the next question is there really a solstice celebration in the Berkshires? Are they really doing witchcraft all up in the Berkshires?
Okay.
And yes, it seems like there's a bunch of fucking witchcraft up in the Berkshires.
No
And they
shit.
do a lot of these different solstice celebrations. I found a bunch. You guys can
Oh,
go to these
damn.
websites if you guys want to check it out, if you're planning to be up in that area around the summer solstice. The first one is Clark Arts, Summer Solstice Festivities. That is on June 20th. That's happening today as we record this.
Whoa.
And so by the time you guys hear this, unfortunately, that will have already passed, but mark it on your calendar for next year if you want to check it out. And that's from between 5 p.m. and 10 p.m. at the Clark Art Institute at 225 South Street in Williamstown, Massachusetts. You could check that this website out, berkshires.org/events/Clark Art Summer Solstice festivities. We will post all of these links to these different festivals in our show notes, so you could check out our hero page. If you're listening to us on Spotify and you go in the episode description down below, there's a link that says sources. That'll take you right to our source page, and then we will post a festivals link over there if you want to check any of these out and mark them on your calendars for next year. So the Clark Art Institute celebrates the 2024 summer solstice on Thursday, June 20th, with earth-based rituals led by Wild Soul River. Enjoy small plates served by Cricket Creek Farm and a selection of performances and activities including flower crown making, an indigo dyeing workshop, a drum circle. Weren't you just saying you want to do a drum circle, Christina?
Sounds incredible.
And fire spinning.
Hell yeah.
This sounds awesome. And this event takes place at Clark's Lunder Center at Stonehill. And this event is free. It's free to attend.
No way. Cool.
So check this out next year, you guys, if you want. The next one is the Summer Solstice Meditation Celebration on today, again, Thursday, June 20th, 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. And this is in Naumkeag at 5 Prospect Hill Road, Stockbridge, Massachusetts.
I've been to Stockbridge.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Do you have
that's-
family there?
My family's in Springfield, but Stockbridge is where Norman Rockwell worked and painted. That's his famous front main street.
Yes, I was reading a little bit more about the Berkshires, and it did mention Norman Rockwell, and the Berkshires is very well renowned for all of its art history.
Have I been to the Berkshires?
You might have.
Look.
Christina might have very well been to the Berkshires and not have realized it.
That's so funny. Look, I'm gonna look right now.
So this summer solstice celebration at Stockbridge says celebrate summer's vitality with a meditation walk and guided sunset practice with our mindfulness in nature facilitator, Sandrine Harris. Bring a mat, blanket, or chair to get cozy on the grass for a sumptuous summery evening to delight in the beauty of Naumkeag's views while welcoming the beginning of the season. No experience with mindfulness or meditation is needed. All adults 18 plus are welcome. The class begins at 5:30 p.m. Please plan on arriving a few minutes early in order to park and walk to the gardens. The entrance gates will close at 5:30 p.m. Inclement weather will cancel with a chance for a refund or rebook. And that you can find on thetrustees.org/event/410337.
I have been through the Berkshires, so Stockbridge is just outside of where it says this range is, and it goes from the very north Massachusetts line near Vermont or whatever is above it. Sorry guys, to the middle of Connecticut. So it must be like a mountain range or something. It is fucking beautiful.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I would do witchcraft out there.
Yeah, let's all go out there and do witchcraft again.
Yeah.
Berkshires. It's the
yeah.
Hamptons for witchcraft.
Awesome.
The next one is a summer solstice full moon walk, and this is on June 21st. So that's tomorrow at the time we're recording this, from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. at Mount Greylock Visitor Center at 30 Rockwell Road in Lanesboro, Massachusetts. And this says it's for ages 8 and up. Join us this June 21st for a special summer solstice full moon walk in the meadows of Mount Greylock to celebrate the longest day of the year. Please dress for variable weather, wear comfortable walking shoes, and bring a water and a snack. Please call the visitor center for meeting location directions and to register at 413-499-4262. And that is at theberkshires.org in the events page. And then this last one sounds really cute. This one already passed. This one was on the 15th of June. And this was the Berkshire Mountains Fairy Festival. And that was between 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. at Bow Field at 371 Old Columbia Street in Adams, Massachusetts. And that one was about $12 to attend. And this says it was a day of storytelling, music, dance, artisans, creative activities, and tasty, delectable treats. A time and place for all ages. Join the fun this summer when the Berkshire fairies come down from the mountain and celebrate the summer solstice. The veil shielding the fairy realm will fall away, revealing a family-oriented experience celebrating creativity, learning, and stewardship of the earth. Come in costume, help build the fairy village, decorate wings, and meet the queen and court. A time and place for all ages. Tickets sold day of only at the gate. $12 for kids, 6 through 12, and $5 for kids 5 and under are free. So check that out at berkshiresweek.com/events. And again, we'll post all of these to our source links page if you guys want to mark these on your calendars for next year, since we are releasing this Summer Solstice episode a little late. We apologize for that, but hopefully you can get in on this stuff next year. This all sounds so much fun.
It does.
So which of these do we think the aunts were taking Kylie and Antonia to?
Ooh, damn.
The Fairy Festival one sounds so cute.
That does sound like theirs because they come home with flowers in their hair and all that.
That's right.
But also there was another one that did a flower crown making event. So I don't know.
So that's where my mind went when I heard the Berkshires. I was like, oh, would the
That's
aunts be doing
awesome.
a solstice celebration up in the Berkshires?
Adorable.
Sounds like it's very possible in reality because there's all of these solstice events going on up there. So
Adorable.
So the writers were not too far off. So let's, Christina, I have a bit of fan fiction for you today. Since we did some fan fiction in our Skyclad episode the last time we talked about the summer solstice on this podcast. So before we get into all of the history, magic, and lore about the summer solstice, I wanted to do a little bit more fan fiction about the Owens family and their solstice traditions. But this time, instead of going back in time to see what a young Sally and Jillian's first celebration with the aunts would have been like we did in our Skyclad episode, I thought it would be fun to write the Stinas into this one.
Yes, main character vibes.
Yeah, and this one wasn't just like a one-shot prompt into ChatGPT. I molded this one a little bit. I did
Directed.
I let it give me the first little bit, and then I was like, okay, well, what if this happened? And then
built it.
Yes, I did build this one. So I'm really excited to read this to you.
I'm ready.
So unless you want to read it, do you want to read it?
No. I want to be read too.
No. Okay. So pull up a chair, pull up a little snack. You got your coffee, you got your tea.
Ready.
All right, we're ready. Maybe we'll play some fairy music through this little story.
Some lovely like Renaissance fair, like
Yeah.
harp or something twinkly in the background.
Or what do they call it? A lute?
Yeah, let's loot it up.
Let's loot it up right now. Okay, so this is titled, The Stinas Join the Owens Family for a Solstice Celebration. That's us!
It's us.
Yeah. So the Stinas, hosts of the renowned Magnolia Street Practical Magic Fandom podcast, couldn't believe their luck when they received a mysterious invitation in the mail. It was an elegant parchment adorned with intricate calligraphy inviting them to the Owens family summer solstice celebration.
Can you imagine?
Imagine getting that invitation in the mail?
Can we do this?
We're gonna manifest this shit right now.
Okay, we might be the hosts of this event.
Oh, I'm down. Let's do it.
People look out in your mailboxes.
I told you, my cousins have cabins down in North Carolina. That might not be a bad spot to do
That'd
something.
be so
like that.
fun. Okay.
Right?
Back into the story. Music.
With excitement coursing through their veins, the Stinas set off to the quaint town. The quaint town of Massachusetts!
Okay.
All right, we're going to change that to the quaint town of Maria's Island, Massachusetts, where the Owens sisters resided. As they arrived at the iconic Owens Manor, they were greeted by Aunt Jet and Aunt Frances, the warm embrace of family welcoming them into the fold. The summer solstice celebration was in full swing, with the garden adorned in fairy lights and the air tinged with the scent of magic. Sally, Jillian, Antonia, and Kylie Owens welcomed the Stinas with open arms, their laughter filling the night sky. Under the guidance of Aunt Jet and Aunt Frances, the Stinas were initiated into the Owens family traditions. They danced around the bonfire, their voices raised in joyful celebration as they honored the turning of the seasons. As the night deepened, the Owen sisters shared tales of their adventures, weaving a tapestry of magic and mystery. It's like our song, Magic and Mystery.
Yes. Would you go down to Magnolia Street?
We are on Magnolia Street celebrating the summer solstice with the Owenses.
Amazing.
Couldn't be more perfect. So magic and mystery that enthralled the Stinas. They spoke of the potions brewed under the light of the moon and spells whispered on the breeze, their words painting vivid images of a world where anything was possible. Sally Owens regaled the Stinas with stories of her garden spells, recounting the time when she brewed a potion to bring love into her life. She told us about her Amas Veritas love spell.
Where's Gary in all this?
I don't know.
At the bar.
He's at the what was it called? The Black Rabbit Inn? What
Yeah.
the fuck bar was that we talked about in
He's
Rabbit
lit the
Fest?
bonfire for them and then they said, please leave.
Yeah, he does like what Avi would do, right? He's like,
Yeah.
he's the maintenance man.
He's
and then
hanging
like,
out with Avi and Aaron at the
Yeah,
Black
and
Rabbit
he's like-
bar or whatever.
Yeah. And they're like, you girls have fun. We're going to go get lit at the Black Rabbit Inn, right?
Pick us up later.
Yeah, pick us up later. So Sally described how she carefully tended her garden, whispering incantations to the flowers as they bloomed under her loving care, like in our Meet Me in the Garden song.
Yeah.
Jillian Owens shared tales of her adventures by the sea, describing how she once summoned a storm to save sailors caught in the tempest.
Girl, powerful.
Yeah. And she spoke of the exhilarating feeling of harnessing the power of the ocean, her laughter mingling with the crashing waves. That is so interesting because to me, she seems more like a desert bunny, right?
Right.
Like a
Well, if
desert
she's a
hare.
Sag, she might try to balance that out with some water. And maybe
Maybe.
like, hey, that is the element that I don't practice with enough. So I'm going to get really, really good at it.
I like that. I like
Yay.
that outlook. Antonia Owens enchanted the Stinas with stories of her ability to communicate with animals. She recounted how she once calmed a wild wolf with her soothing voice, earning its trust and forging a deep bond that lasted a lifetime. And Kylie Owens wove tales of her dreams into intricate tapestries of magic. She described how she once ventured into the realm of dreams to confront her deepest fears, emerging stronger and more resilient than ever before. And the aunts had quite a tale of their own. So Aunt Jet and Aunt Frances shared a knowing look before Aunt Jet cleared her throat. Her expression both amused and enigmatic. "Well, dearies," she began, her voice tinged with mischief. "It's time we reveal the truth about where we really went."
Franny.
Oh, sorry. She's a sweeter voice. Like,
It's time we revealed the
There
truth
you go.
about where we really went when we left Jillian and Sally to clean up their own mess.
Right, because we've been wondering this whole time, where did they go?
Where did they go? Okay,
Where did they go?
here's the tea.
They're gonna spill it right now. So Aunt Frances nodded in agreement, her eyes twinkling with amusement. You see, she continued, "we embarked on a little adventure of our own, a journey through time and space to revisit some old friends."
Billy Zane?
The Stinas leaned in eagerly, captivated by the mystery of the aunts' whereabouts during their absence. "Old friends?" one of them prompted, curiosity brimming in their voice. Aunt Jet nodded sagely. "Yes, indeed. We paid a visit to none other than the Sanderson sisters."
Shut up! What is this?
They're OG. They go way back,
Wow.
right? What? So gasps of surprise filled the air as the Stinas realized the significance of Aunt Jet's words. The Sanderson sisters, immortalized in the cult classic film Hocus Pocus, were the legendary
In the town of Massachusetts.
They were legendary figures in the world of witchcraft and magic. Aunt Frances says, "We spent a delightful evening swapping stories and sharing spells." She adds with a smile, "It was a reunion of sorts, a gathering of kindred spirits who understand the true power of sisterhood." The Stinas marveled at the thought of Aunt Jet and Aunt Frances mingling with the iconic Sanderson sisters, their imaginations ablaze with visions of magical mischief and enchanting adventures.
Wait, pause.
And
You need
now-
to record.
Oh, wait, what?
You need to record.
I'm not recording?
No.
Oh, shit. Oh, wait, you were recording then.
Yes,
Oh,
I was.
Okay, all right, so send me
We're
the...
good. Punky! Here, come on, Punky, come on. Good boy.
Okay, where do we leave off?
And now, Aunt Jet concluded.
Okay. And now, Aunt Jet concluded, her eyes twinkling with amusement, "we return to our little corner of the world, ready to weave new tales and create new memories with our beloved family and friends." With a sense of wonder and excitement, the Stinas realized that the aunt's journey had been just as magical as their own, a testament to the enduring bonds of sisterhood and the infinite possibilities of the world they inhabited.
My eyes scrolled ahead a little bit and they should not have because I see something coming up. I'm gonna minimize. Go ahead.
Yeah, don't look at the rest. So, as the summer solstice celebration reached its peak, laughter and music filled the air, and the Owens sisters and their guests danced joyously around the bonfire. Suddenly, a hush fell over the gathering as a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows.
A malevolent spirit.
A malevolence! Is it Jimmy? Who could it be? A ripple of anticipation swept through the crowd as Billy Zane, with his trademark charm and charisma, stepped into the flickering light of the fire. His eyes sparkled mischievously as he surveyed the scene, his presence electrifying the atmosphere. It's been a while since Billy made his presence known on this podcast.
We just had somebody comment that they started at the beginning, and I was like, oh, so sorry. And they were like, no, I'm glad I did, because I would have been lost with the Billy Zane stuff. I'm glad I got it.
Nice.
Like the very first time he showed up.
Nice. Yeah, we kind of fell off with the Billy Zane stuff, but I felt like he needed to make a comeback. So
yeah, he's having a moment.
He needs his moment. So he says, "Sisters," he began, his voice smooth as velvet. Sisters? I couldn't resist crashing this magnificent party of yours. I gotta get the Cal voice on from Titanic.
Oh, yeah.
Aunt Jet and Aunt Frances exchanged knowing glances, their expressions of mix of amusement and curiosity. Sally, Jillian, Antonia, and Kylie Owens greeted him with a mixture of surprise and delight, intrigued by the unexpected arrival of the enigmatic stranger. With a flourish, Billy Zane produced a bouquet of roses. Again, he loves giving flowers.
And is this... Okay, so he dated Jillian and Sally.
And Sally.
In this world.
Yeah.
Awkward.
In our little fanfiction world, he has courted both of them. Yeah. Yeah. But he's always got flowers up his sleeve for some reason. So yeah, he produced a bouquet of roses, each bloom as vibrant and intoxicating as his smile. For the lovely ladies of the Owens family, he proclaimed, bowing gallantly as he presented the flowers. The Stinas, caught up in the excitement of the moment. Could you see us just standing there, like, just looking at Billy Zane, looking at the Owens sisters, looking at Billy Zane, looking at the Owens sisters? Like, what's going on? The Stinas were caught up in the excitement of the moment, watched in awe as Billy Zane charmed his... Oh, do you see what ChatGPT did right there? Billy Zane charmed his way. He was on Charmed. He was on Charmed.
Cute.
It probably wasn't intentional, but he was on Charmed too. So he charmed his way into the heart of the celebration. His presence added an unexpected twist to an already magical evening, leaving everyone wondering what other surprises the night might hold. Billy Zane's eyes gleamed with amusement as he listened to the Stinas excitedly discussing incorporating him into their podcast canon.
Get out.
He leaned back against a tree, a sly smile playing on his lips as he savored the attention.
I bet he did.
Well, 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 he mused, his voice tinged with intrigue. To think that I've become part of your magical world, I must say it's quite flattering. Oh my god. As the Stinas explained their plans to weave his unexpected appearance into their podcast episodes, Billy Zane's smile widened. His interest piqued. He had always been drawn to the stories of magic and mystery, and the idea of being immortalized in the lore of practical magic was a tantalizing prospect. I must admit, he chuckled, I've never been one to shy away from a bit of mischief. If you're going to include me in your tales, I suppose I'll have to play along.
What in the inception is happening?
Is this gonna really happen? Is Billy Zane gonna get cast in practical magic too?
I wasn't gonna say it out loud, but mark it.
We're manifesting that shit.
Yeah.
Guys, blow up Billy Zane and tell him he needs to audition for practical magic too.
He might be a good Vincent. I don't know if he's old enough though.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. He could be an Ian, but they'd have to give him some hair.
Yeah.
And tattoos.
Yeah,
anyway,
I mean, Hollywood, they could do that. All right, so with a wink and a nod, Billy Zane joined the Stinas as they brainstormed ideas for incorporating his character into their podcast episodes. Little did they know, his presence would add an unexpected twist to their storytelling, has it not?
Yeah.
Infusing their magical world with a hint of unpredictability and intrigue. This has been entertaining us for like 2 years now. As the Summer Solstice celebration reached its climax and Billy Zane, the enigmatic time traveler, regaled the gathering with tales of his adventures, the air crackled with anticipation. With a knowing smile, Billy Zane bid farewell to the Owens sisters, the Stinas, and their guests, his eyes alight with a hint of mystery.
Is he Santa?
Did he take off on a sleigh? With a flourish, Billy Zane reached into the depths of his pocket and produced a small, ornate pocket watch, a relic from another time. With a whispered incantation, he activated the watch's hidden powers, causing a shimmering portal to materialize before him. I love that he's still a time traveler.
Yes.
The Stinas and the Owens sisters watched in awe as Billy Zane stepped through the portal, his figure bathed in a soft ethereal light. With a wave of his hand and a final wink, he vanished from sight, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of his laughter.
He just became the main character of the story.
100%. Do you think he like time portaled to the past, or do we think he time portaled to the future because he was cast in Practical Magic 2 and he's late for his set
for
call?
his cast call? We got a fan fiction about that coming up, I guess.
Coming up, guys. We're gonna do it. So as the portal closed behind him, the Stinas and the Owens sister exchanged knowing glances, their hearts filled with a sense of wonder and intrigue. For in that moment, they knew that they had been touched by the magic of a true time traveler, a wanderer of the ages, destined to roam the realms of time and space in search of adventure and mystery. And as they returned to the warmth of the bonfire, their spirits lifted by the memory of Billy Zane's visit, they knew that their own journey was far from over. For in the world of practical magic, anything was possible, and the mysteries of time and space were but waiting to be unraveled. Which is kind of like where I feel like we're at a point in time right now where like this second movie coming out, we don't know like what that means for us. Like,
no, this is limbo for everything. Everything has been thrown into the air and is just kind of floating right now.
Right.
We don't know.
Right. So it's all waiting to be unraveled. That much is true.
Oof.
And I generated this before any of that stuff happened.
Yeah? Okay. Yeah,
So-
you did.
So this is a little weird. So in conclusion, as the first light of dawn broke across the horizon, the Stinas knew that they had experienced something truly extraordinary. In the company of the Owen sisters, they had discovered the true meaning of magic, not just spells and incantations, but the bonds of love and sisterhood that bound them together. With hearts full and spirits soaring, the Stinas bid farewell to their newfound friends, knowing that they would carry the memories of this night with them forever. As they journeyed home, they knew that they had been touched by the magic of the Owens family and that their lives would never be the same again.
The end.
Wow.
That's a great night.
Yeah. Epic.
Having to sit and just experience Billy Zane's ego would be amazing.
Oh my god. That's
Wow.
great. I hope we kind of were able to manifest something there with his involvement with the second film. Would that be nuts?
I don't know what I would do.
Uh-huh.
Because, like, I know we have little magical synchronicity moments, but that would be massive.
I
Like,
think
oh shit, what else can I do?
I think my head would just explode right
Yeah.
then and there, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Alice, don't mess with us, please.
Oh my
No.
god. We hope you guys enjoyed that.
That was great. I'm out of breath from laughing.
We will post that entire fan fiction piece to the Patreon if you guys want to go over there and read it in its entirety without us interrupting every 2 sentences because we just cannot fathom
The little town of Massachusetts.
the town of Massachusetts.
Oh shit. All right.
Yeah. It was amazing.
Are we ready to take a quick break? We're ready?
Yeah.
All right. When we return, we're going to read our Summer Solstice card from the Inner Witch Tarot deck by Grounded by the Moon. And when I really am all out of breath, it was amazing. And then we are going to get into all of the history, the lore, and the magic of Midsummer Solstice. So stay right there. We'll be right back.
Hey, little witches! The Stinas here. If you've been listening to our podcast for a while, you would know how much we love using the Practical Magic Inner Witch Oracle deck by Grounded by the Moon.
And now we want to share the magic of Grounded by the Moon with you, our listeners. Joseph Benitez Egerton, the creator behind Grounded by the Moon, would like to offer this very special 10% off discount to all who wish to experience the magic of his Practical Magic themed tarot and oracle decks.
But that's not all. He also creates other divination tools like tarot workbooks, deck bags and altar cloths, pendulum kits, oil blends, cleansing sprays, smoke wands, teas, and ritual kits.
And let's not forget about his custom handcrafted, all-natural soy candles, where every candle is hand-poured and personally infused and charged under the light of the moon. They even come with a crystal.
And did we mention all of the ingredients in the candles are ethically sourced?
All of Joseph's offerings are just so magical. So go visit groundedbythemoon.com and use the coupon code Magnolia Magick for 10% off your entire order at checkout.
That's MAGNOLIA MAGIC. So get your discount today. Hey, we're the Stinas, and you're listening to Magnolia Street Podcast. Okay, welcome back everybody. We're gonna get into our card pull right now. Today we are pulling from the Inner Witch Tarot because this deck actually includes cards for every Sabbath on the Wheel of the Year. So we are going to read what Joseph over at Grounded by the Moon has to say about our summer solstice. The intro page of all the Sabbath cards, very simple, very pretty.
Black and gold. It's very
Yeah.
regal.
Yeah, the whole book kind of has that vibe. It's very cool. So it says, using the Wheel of the Year helps us to root ourselves in the cycles and rhythms of the natural world at a distance to welcome and create harmony in our life so that magic can flow more freely. The symbols on this card are roses, the sun, and fire.
Roses.
The card right there, right? Yeah, roses. Jimmy.
Is that you?
Yeah, so the keywords on this card are love, defense, magical power, peace, passion, protection, growth, change, blessings, celebrations, fortune, and strength. And it says Litha is also known as the summer solstice or midsummer. This is the longest day and the shortest night, the mark of the beginning of the summer, and is a time of picnics, spending time outdoors, and grounding. And the correspondence tarot cards are the Sun, Strength, the Emperor, and the Empress. And we get a little more into the tarot keys a little later on what cards are good to represent the summer solstice. So very short and sweet. There are no like, you know how the Inner Witch Oracle has like little spell works and things you can do like at the end of each card? These don't have that, I don't think. Maybe some of them do, but the Sabbath cards do not.
Yeah, Sabbath rituals might be more personal, and there's so many options of stuff to do during that time. So maybe he wanted to leave it open for interpretation.
Right. Yeah. So use those cards if you would like. Put one on your altar space as you celebrate the Sabbath on the Wheel of the Year. So we actually started recording this, I think, on the summer solstice, right? We started the first part of this episode on the solstice.
Yeah.
But earlier in the day, so nothing really happened yet. So let's kind of talk about what we did on the actual solstice before we get into everything. But before we get into that, real quick, if you guys are following us over on the Instagram, on the solstice this past Thursday, we teased our newest song, Summer Solstice, which will be an all-new song-a-sode next week. And for anyone who is an $8 Rose Tier member over on the Patreon, has early access to the entire song stream, and everyone else will have to wait until next week to hear the entire song. So definitely get over on that Rose Tier for all the early access on that bonus content. And we also made a fun little collage of Jet and Franny via the Shuffles app that we also made available over there. So you can download that and use it as your phone lock screen if you would like. Let's get into our solstice weekends. You had an eventful weekend, right?
We stopped recording, what day was that? Thursday?
Thursday, yeah.
And I was like, I need to go ritual right now. It was a beautiful day and the energies were just stirring. So I was like, I need to go to the woods. I need to give an offering of some kind. I was like Marcoing you and the wisteria vibe. And I was like, what do I bring? Do I bring tobacco? Do I bring whiskey? Do I bring flowers? I didn't know what to bring. So I kind of bundled everything in a bag. And Diggity and I went out into the woods. I cut some flowers. I brought a little like Romeo and Julieta cigarillo or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
And a little thing of whiskey, little for them, little for me. I have a little box my husband made. And it's my like ritual on the go kit. So
that is so badass, by the way.
It's so cool.
Yeah, that's so cool.
It's got all these little cubbies for the elemental candles, and it fits like a tiny little square tarot deck and a few other odds and ends. And it's got a place where you can slide incense. And I actually took Joseph's Sabbath card out there with me and was able to put it in that box. So Diggity and I went out to the crossroads in the woods, and it's just two paths and all these pine trees. I put my flowers one in each direction. I won't go into too much detail.
Yeah.
And I called in my elements, and I let the deities know that the gifts, the offerings, the flowers, the tobacco, the whiskey was for them. And the wind was blowing and like all the trees were dancing. It was so beautiful.
Yeah.
And I have this little frog, I think I showed you on the Marco, but it has these like ridges on his back, and you're supposed to take like a wooden dowel and go brr, brr, brr.
Oh my
It's
God.
supposed to sound like a frog. And I was like, while I was calling in the elementals, I would do like 3 times out to north. And then I would do it 3 times back to me. It's like a sonar, like I'm throwing this out there. I need north to
Oh,
come back to me. So I'm
a
drawing it back.
boomerang.
So I did it for all of the directions. And then I don't know why, but I was like, I need to like bow. I need to take like a big ass bow. I didn't do any fire stuff out there because it's all pine needles and dry tinder.
Right. Yeah.
But I just called on who I was there to see, and I asked them for what I desired. I said, I'm going to be moving west, and whoever would like to join me can. I didn't close the circle just yet because a little farther down the west path is the pond, Tom's Black Waters. And it has a little floating dock that
Yeah.
we take out and we can fish on. So I went out there. Diggity was such a good boy. He just sat with me while I did all my fire stuff. So I opened my little ritual kit. I lit my incense. I had mugwort and I had dried snapdragon skulls.
Oh, that's
And
so
I put
badass.
those in my little abalone shell and I lit those up. So the incense is going, that stuff's going. A bay leaf is in there also with something written on it. And I had a little piece of paper. I just sat there and meditated for a minute, and I was writing down all, my intentions and my desires. And I just sat there with it, and I burnt it in with the mugwort and the snapdragons. And as that was burning, I had an old jar of dandelion puffs. So like the ones you make wishes on. So I kind of crumpled it in my hand, and I would make a wish and I would like blow it into the water, and you could see all the little seeds floating their way. So I did that 3 or 4 times. And then by the end, all the ashes had smoldered out. So I took what was in the abalone shell and I blew it into the water. And the weirdest thing, I'm wondering if it's like the heat's reaction to, I'll send you this video, the heat's reaction to the water. But some of the larger pieces of paper were like spiraling in the water and making this beautiful like what's that called?
Cyclone?
Yeah, like a cyclone. And I was trying to I didn't have my phone. I purposely left it not on the dock. And I was watching this thing go around and around and around and faster and faster.
Oh my
And I
God.
was like, I gotta go run and get my phone, but I know the minute I get off of here, it's gonna stop.
Yeah.
And the one I had been watching did stop, but there was one left that was like whirligigging.
Yeah.
I just felt very fucking witchy.
Yeah.
And the pond is so dark. It's almost like a black mirror. So I was like, I think I'm gonna gaze into this black water for a while and
Scried in the leech
disassociate
lake.
for a little bit. Yeah.
That's awesome.
That was the gist of what I did, and it
Yeah.
just felt like such a turning point. Everything, all the angel numbers we've been seeing, all of the synchronicities that have been happening, something was like, you know who you need to go talk to, right? You better go and talk to them and give them some thanks. So I did. So after all that, then I let the elements know that the circle was open now. Everybody's free to go. Stay if you will, go if you must, in perfect love and perfect trust.
Aw.
And then I wrote my little ass home. It was so hot.
Yeah. It was very hot that day here too, even in Jersey. I was gonna say, you know what that reminds me of? What you were saying, the cyclone in the water when Sally puts the belladonna in the bottle right
Yes.
before they kill Jimmy, right?
I'll have to
And
send you
all the
the
shit
video.
hits
It's
the
just
fan.
woo, 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 woo.
That's so crazy. Ooh,
What
maybe
about
that
you?
means it's like activated,
I think so. Yeah. I was like, these little fish are gonna like nibble on my intentions and then poop it out into the ether.
That's amazing. You went away that weekend too, right? You went out to the mountains. Like you did a whole trip that
Oh
weekend.
yeah, we did. So Friday we went up to Boone to see our neighbors who lived up there, and we played the Summer Solstice song that Justina and I wrote, and they had it on their big speakers and they were loving on it. And we just had a good night around the bonfire and drinking. The next morning was very difficult, but the next morning we went thrifting and I got so many cool things. I was like on a lucky girl kick. I was like, everything's working out. Everything, like we get the parking space, we get the half off, we get the front row. Like, it was just a good weekend.
Your shirt is so badass. I think you need to post a picture of yourself wearing that shirt in the Patreon and in the Discord because
Okay.
it is so Jimmy coded.
got this
It's
dope
great.
shirt. It says Death Valley on it with this big rattler snake. So I put that shirt on with my belt buckle, like my Daisy Dukes and cowboy boots. And I don't have a
That
hat,
is
but it's
amazing.
very Jimmy
Yeah, yeah.
laced.
Did you see in the Discord somebody posted, I can't forget if it was Christian. Somebody posted in the Discord they were just thrifting this weekend too, and they came across a whole bin of Louis L'Amour books.
Yeah, I saw that. I did see that. That is so
Yeah, and a
funny.
cassette tape, I think.
Louis L'Amour. I
So,
wonder who's reading that tape. Is it
right?
Jimmy?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if they ended up buying any of that stuff. I was like, you should get the whole bin. Get it all.
Oh no.
They were like, I've never even read Louis L'Amour, but I feel like I have to
I
now.
think we should read at least one. Find the
Yeah.
shortest one and at
Yeah.
least say we read it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Tell me about your solstice.
Yeah, so I think it was Thursday night. Avi made a big bonfire. We cooked burgers up on the grill, and then I made some solstice wine with some frozen fruit, some Pinot Grigio, some limoncello LaCroix. It was like so refreshing. It was so
That sounds
good.
delicious.
It was very good. Avi didn't have any drinks. He had like a headache that day. I think it was like the heat because it was really so hot that day.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he was not kind of feeling very great. But my witchy ass was like, sorry about that. Here's an Advil. I'm gonna get my witch on. Anyway.
Here's an Advil and to-do list.
Yeah. Yeah, please start my fire. Thank you. So I burned my old yarrow bushel that was on my besom sitting on my front porch for the past like 2-3 years. Since we had that besom episode, since we talked about that, I had the intention of burning my old yarrow and refreshing it with the new yarrow that I'm about to harvest. I did that while I was listening to our Summer Solstice song as well. And also, the strawberry full moon was like on the rise, and having that in the background with the crackling bonfire and sipping the wine and the song playing, it was just like so magical. Like you could just feel that summer's here and so much energy going on. And also, not to mention, I actually ended up opening up our package that from our dear friend Laura over at Peace Love Dogs. She just sent us. Did you open yours
I
yet?
did. Yes, I sent her
Okay.
a thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Adorable.
She sent over she hand sewed these beautiful little travel bags, like little cosmetic makeup bags
Hmm.
with this cool printed purple fabric. It had like cauldrons and crows, and it had a little moon charm on the zipper. And inside was a purple sachet of some loose lavender buds. My God, did it not smell amazing when you opened it?
It was the most adorable thing. I loved it. And I didn't message her this, but I was like, oh, I'm going to be going away this weekend. I used it over the weekend.
Nice.
Yeah, it was perfect timing.
Yeah. There's a book called Garden Spells where there's a character in the book. I think her name is Evanelle, and she knows when people need things at the right time. She gives people random things for no reason, and people are
Yeah.
like, "Oh, thanks for this random thing."
Like the Good Witch or
But
Good
then they
Witch.
end up needing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it like came at the perfect time. So, Laura, I think you have a
Thank
little bit of Evanelle in you. Like she just knew that you needed that at that time.
you. Hmm.
Yeah, I've been using it the past couple days to store my like electronics plugs because they're always usually scattered. So I've been keeping them both in there nice and
Nice.
compact. So I've been using
Good.
that as well. Yeah, but it just smelled so good when I opened that up. And then she sent a little note that said, "Hey, witch, hey! Been teaching myself to sew. When I saw this fabric, it screamed the Stinas. Happy summer solstice, Laura." But can I just say that I just love how when our neighbors on Magnolia Street, aka our most dedicated listeners, send us cool little gifts, I love that they all use the "Hey Witch Hey"
I
as a
know.
greeting.
So funny.
Isn't
Hmm.
it cute? So I guess our catchphrase has officially stuck, and I love it so much.
I do too.
So then on Saturday, we went to Rat's Restaurant at Grounds for Sculpture, and it's like one of my favorite places to go. It's based on the Wind and the Willows storybooks that I used to love as a child, and the food is really good, but it's a little expensive, but it's worth the splurge once a year, and it was mine and Avi's kind of staycation weekend, so we kind of treated it as such, and we were in like vacation mode all weekend. So we had some burrata over a nice summer salad, some grilled octopus with some pineapple and I think like little bacon bits or something like that. And I had halibut over a bed of couscous, and Avi had grilled duck and some summer vegetables. And it was like the perfect summer meal. It was so refreshing, so good. And then for dessert, we had this like deconstructed lemon pie, which is like all the ingredients of a lemon pie, but in like a little glass. So more like a pudding, I guess. So it was really good. And I had a huge limoncello spritzer. Like this thing was like
Oh,
probably
that sounds so good.
bigger than my head, and I was feeling that by the end of the meal.
That's
Say.
when you texted me, I'm drunk.
Yeah. Yeah, and I put all those I give the wisteria vine over on the Marco Polo a nice little tour of like you come to Jersey, you got to visit Grounds for Sculpture. It's the most beautiful place. It's one of my favorite places. It's so magical. And we were only able to kind of like explore the restaurant gardens. We weren't able to go past like the I guess the ticket gate to get into
Gotcha.
the actual park. So like
Mhm.
I didn't even show you guys half of like what's in
Wow.
that park. Like the park is very cool. It was very hot this weekend. So I think most of the weekend we tried to stay inside. It sounds like we both had a great solstice weekend, and what an amazing kickoff to the summertime.
I think, like I said, I think it's like something's flipped. New
Mm.
cycle, new us. Somebody else that was like, you jumped timelines at some point.
Who said that?
I'll send you the video. I gotta find it again. It's on TikTok.
Oh, okay. Yeah, send me that. You know I save all that shit because
You
like
know,
it just feeds my Delulu.
I know. I was
So I'm
like,
like,
yes,
tell
I
me
did.
more.
Yes, I did. Cool. All right, before diving in, I think we should answer the question of what is a solstice? Because we've discovered not everyone who listens to our podcast is a practicing witch or Wiccan or even knows what the Wheel of the Year is. I don't think we're going to discuss all 8 points of the Wheel of the Year today, but at some point we are going to hit all of them. But just to give you some context, the summer solstice is also known as Midsummer or Litha in neo-pagan communities, and it shows up in the Practical Magic movie very briefly. And although it seems like such an insignificant plot point, we would like to believe that this is such a big deal for the aunts. They clearly wait all year for this weekend to worship the sun, and they're even in charge. They're representing this year. Even if you are a practicing witch listening in, you may not even agree that this is one of the big ones, quote unquote. We realize that not every witch acknowledges every single Sabbath on the wheel, and I think we all agree that this one is very special. So, with that being said, let's jump in and learn a little bit about the summer solstice. So, we are going to take a little trip on the Wheel of the Year. So the 8 Sabbats each mark an important point in nature's annual cycle. They're depicted as 8 evenly spaced spokes on a wheel representing the year as a whole. The dates on which they fall are nearly evenly spaced on a calendar as well. The wheel is comprised of 2 groups of 4 holidays each. There are 4 solar festivals relating to the sun's position in the sky, dividing the year into quarters: the spring equinox, the summer solstice, the fall equinox, and the winter solstice, all of which are dated astronomically, and those vary slightly from year to year. So falling between these quarter days are cross-quarter holidays or fire festivals: Imbolc, Beltane, Lunasaw, and Samhain. The quarters are sometimes called the lesser Sabbats, and the cross quarters are the greater Sabbats. Although neither cycle is like quote superior to the other, in the southern hemisphere, seasons are the opposite of those in the northern, and the Sabbats are consequently celebrated at different times. So, for example, right now in our northern hemisphere, we are celebrating Midsummer. However, our friends in the southern hemisphere are celebrating the winter solstice. Tash is from Australia, Sam is from Australia, so they're celebrating Yule or midwinter, which occurs when the nighttime has reached its maximum length. And in December, as we celebrate Yule, aka midwinter, the southern hemisphere is celebrating their midsummer. It's almost easier to remember what an equinox is first. So equinoxes are 2 points during the year in which the night and the day are equal. There is one in the spring and one in the fall. And the term equinox, like solstice, finds its origin in Latin with the roots equus, meaning, quote, equal, and nox, meaning night. But because the Earth's rotation and its tilt towards or away from the sun, we also have a time during the year in which the day is much longer than the night, and vice versa. These are called the solstices. The solstice is a time when the sun reaches its most northern or most southern excursion relative to the celestial equator on the celestial sphere. Thinking of our calendar year, our first solstice occurs in the middle of the summer, right now, a time in which the sun is at its height and power, and it stays there for what seems to us much longer, giving us the longest day of the year. And it marks the end of Gemini season and the beginning of Cancer season. On the opposite of this is also the winter solstice, which is the longest night of the year, and this falls in December, and it's the celebration of Yule.
Yeah, so speaking of opposing forces and how the summer and winter solstice are opposite each other on the wheel of the year, let's talk about the Holly King and the Oak King, because these two chest-puffing chads are a very part of the lore that make up these two Sabbats. So in Celtic traditions, June was the month of the oak, an important and much valued tree that was seen as the symbol of strength and vitality. In the modern pagan mythos, the year is split between the old and wise Oak King, who rules from the winter solstice to the summer solstice, and the young, energetic Holly King, who is supreme from midsummer to Yule. The Holly King and Oak King are personifications of the winter and summer in various neo-pagan traditions. The two kings engage in endless battle, quote, battle, reflecting the seasonal cycles of the year. Not only solar light and dark, but also crop renewal and growth. During warm days of midsummer, the Oak King is at the height of his strength. The Holly King regains power at the autumn equinox. Then his strength peaks during midwinter, at which point the Oak King is reborn, regaining power at the spring equinox and perpetuating the succession. The battle of light with dark is commonly played out in traditional folk dance and mummers plays across Britain, such as Calan Mai in Wales, Maisie Day in Cornwall, and Jack in the Green traditions in England that typically include a ritual battle in some form. Some adherents of modern paganism consider the two counterparts as dual aspects of the horned god waging for the favor of the goddess. In some neo-pagan traditions, the summer solstice is when the Holly King once again battles his lighter aspect, this time vanquishing the Oak King, so it's generally a time of great merriment and celebration. And the winter solstice is a time when the Holly King is destined to lose the battle to his lighter aspect, the Oak King. So, I don't know if you saw the story that I reposted on the solstice to our Mag Street account, but I reposted someone else's meme of the Holly King and the Oak King's battle, and in my mind, I was kind of like envisioning them doing like, have you ever seen that YouTube channel Epic Rap Battles?
No,
it's like,
but I've seen like a rap battle.
Okay, it's so funny. So they basically take like opposing figures like throughout history, art, literature, etc., like you name it, and they have these two characters verbally roast each other in these rap battles, and it's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Okay. So in my mind, I was seeing this rap battle happen in my head between the Holly King and the Oak King. So Christina already knows what's coming. So I thought it would be fun to create one. And we've talked about Suno.com before, that incredible AI music generating app. And this is not sponsored, by the way. I just wanted to have fun with this scenario that I was seeing in my head that I needed to like hear how this would play out. So I have a rap battle song for you today between the Holly King and the Oak King. My prompt was generate a rap battle between the Holly King that represents winter and the Oak King summer, who represent the light and dark parts of the year. And here is what the app has bestowed upon me.
Okay.
Yeah. Frozen breath, spitting ice. Holly King arrives, colder than a snowstorm. I see vengeance in my eyes. Call me winter's ruler. Jack Frost getting chilled. Blizzard in my veins, y'all know I kill. Oak King, Greenhorn, you ain't bringing the heat. Your summer's just a prelude to my frosty retreat. Grim nights, moonlight rains while you're weak. Mistletoe with my crown, power at its peak. Yeah, sunlit strength, dunking bask in the rays. Warmth in my grip, burning holly through hazy ash days. Summertime sovereignty, plants growing tall. Your rain short-lived, my sunshine blazing through all. Your icicles melt, rivers running free. Nature's pulse quickens, leaves sway into my decree. Festivals, harvest, your cold's just a scare. Bonfires in the night, heat waves fill the air. Winter versus summer seasons clashing on. Light and dark, the battle rages on. Holly and Oak Kings taking the mic. Half the year, each season's endless fight. Icicles grip strong, snowflakes like daggers. Frost-bitten winds, Oak King stammer. My time extends, daylight shrinks away. In my domain, shadows like to play. Icicles grip strong, snowflakes like daggers. Frost-bitten winds, Oak King stammer. My time extends, daylight shrinks away. In my domain, shadows like to play.
That was otherworldly.
Wasn't that amazing?
Unbelievable.
I could just like picture those two like in their like frilly like pagan costumes singing that shit.
I was thinking like what's that luchador? Is it luchador? Like wrestling? Like is that what it's called?
Like in the Nacho Libre mask?
Somebody draw that up.
Jack Black.
If that doesn't get you pumped up,
Right. Yeah.
nothing will.
All right. We're going to post that over on the Patreon for anybody who gets a kick out of the same shit we do.
Oh my god, that was great.
It's fucking hysterical.
Good one.
But yeah, those two, the Holly King and the Oak King, are forever in battle. Their pride, their egos.
Dang, that was so good. Immediately, we were both like, boom, boom, boom.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of sounded like Eminem, didn't it?
It did.
Eminem a little bit. Sounds so angry and pumped about the solstice. So funny. That's great. We'll post that on the Patreon if you guys are interested in hearing that again.
I know I am.
Yeah, those two just can't let shit go, right? They're just forever fighting.
Forever Tom Petty. Tell us about Litha in 2024.
Petty spaghetti.
What does it mean for us?
All right, so Litha 2024, A Witch's Guide to the Pagan Summer Solstice Celebration. This is from Moonfall Metaphysical.
Fettuccine.
What?
It sounds like yours say Moonfall Fettuccine.
Moonfall Fettuccine. Oh, I like that's a cute name.
It is a cute name.
That's a really cute name, like a cartoon, like a witchy cartoon character, Italian one.
Adorable.
So Litha, also known as the summer solstice, is a pagan holiday celebrated on or around June 21st in the northern hemisphere. It is the longest day and the shortest night of the year and marks the official start of summer. Litha stands as one of the 4 lesser Sabbats, marking the pinnacle of the solar calendar. In pagan traditions, it is a time to celebrate the power of the sun and the abundance and growth of the natural world. It is also seen as a time of balance between light and dark and a turning point in the year when the days begin to grow shorter and the nights longer. This holiday is a time of abundance, growth, and light, and is associated with a variety of correspondences, including colors, crystals, deities, traditions, and ways to observe the holiday, which we're gonna get into all that in a little bit. So when is Litha 2024? At the time that you guys are listening to this, it will have already passed. We started recording this episode on the solstice, so that was Thursday, June 20th, in the northern hemisphere. In the southern hemisphere, Litha, or the summer solstice, occurs around December 21st or 22nd. This is when the southern hemisphere experiences the longest day and the shortest night of the year, marking the official beginning of summer for them. So some say Litha. I've also heard Litha or Litha. Litha, yeah, with the emphasis on the first syllable. The word Litha is believed to have originated from the Anglo-Saxon word for midsummer and is still used by modern pagans and Wiccans to refer to this holiday. As a spiritual holiday, Litha is a time for rituals and ceremonies that honor the sun and the energy of the summer season. It is a time to connect with the natural world and celebrate the beauty and diversity of life. It is also a time to reflect on personal growth and to set intentions for the rest of the year. Overall, the meaning of Litha is one of joy, abundance, and connection to the natural world. It is a time to celebrate the light and warmth of the sun and to embrace the energy of growth and transformation that comes with the summer season. So this next little bit is very interesting. So apparently there's a connection between Litha and the Lord of the Rings. So back in 2015 or 2016 or so, when I started learning about the Wheel of the Year, Litha was actually the Sabbath that I started with when I really became serious about my pagan studies. So there is actually a series of books by the publisher Llewellyn called the Llewellyn Sabbath Essentials, and the book for Litha was the first one that I bought. And I did a whole YouTube video kind of like going through the pages and chatting about the parts that I found fascinating. And the one thing that always stuck out to me was the origins of the word Litha. In this book, author Deborah Blake explains on page 24, she says, Midsummer was also mid-year for the Saxons, whose year began with the winter solstice. It is thought that the word Litha, often used as an alternative name for the summer solstice, may have originated with the Saxon name for the month of June, meaning light or moon. It actually entered popular use after J.R.R. Tolkien used the word Litha for a midsummer festival in his Lord of the Rings trilogy. So then I also Googled it just to see if there was any more information about the Lord of the the Rings. And on Llewellyn's actual website, they have like a whole encyclopedia section. I found this quote. It says, "A name for the summer solstice used in many modern pagan traditions. It has been claimed as the original pagan name for this festival, but no evidence has been presented to back this up. The actual origin of the term appears to be J.R.R. Tolkien's fantasy trilogy, The Lord of the Rings. In the calendar that Tolkien devised for the fictional race of hobbits, Midsummer's Day is named Lithe.
I've
Lithe.
heard that. Not the J.R. Tolkien connection, but that Litha is like kind of pretty 20th century. Like it's pretty new.
Yeah. Is the whole Wheel of the Year pretty much like a newer concept? Because Gerald Gardner, he was the creator of Wicca, right? And wasn't the wheel like more of a Wiccan concept? Like the Sabbats obviously are ages old, but like the concept of the wheel, I
The wheel
think.
itself, yeah, very likely.
So who knows? But yeah, it's actually it was taken after the name Lithe, I guess Lithe for the Hobbits' Midsummer's Day. That's what they called it, is Lithe. So just thought that little bit was worth noting because I was like, oh, okay. I thought, Litha was an older name because like they claimed the Saxons like came up with it, but they said there was no evidence to back it up. So I'm like,
Right. Yeah, there's a few different sources we pull from. The next one we're going to go through from Maybun House. There's a word, I'm just going to skip right ahead to. They have L-I-E, but it's like an old Saxony letter looking P. Or a B, A, Liba,
Okay.
which translates to gentle or common Old English. So there's varying
Yeah.
sources here, but we're
Yeah.
going to just give it all to you. Do your own research. Known as Midsummer, Summer Solstice, this festival is celebrated by various cultures all around the world, and it has its roots in ancient agricultural societies that heavily relied on the sun for their livelihoods. The festival marks the peak of the sun's power and the longest day of the year. The Celtic mythology associates Litha with the Oak King we just learned about, representing the waxing power of the sun. Bonfires were lit during Litha to honor the sun's strength and ensure abundant harvest. In Norse tradition, the solstice was celebrated with bonfires, feasts, and ceremonies dedicated to Freyr, the fertility god. And here's where that translation of gentle and calm comes in. This refers to a period of the summer solstice when the sun reaches its highest point in the sky and the day is at its longest. The term gained popularity among modern pagans and Wiccan communities as they sought to reclaim and revive ancient traditions and festivals. Today, Litha is widely recognized and celebrated as the name for the festival that marks the summer solstice. The only connection I can think of gentle and calm is like the lazy, hazy, crazy days of summer. Like everything's a little slower. It's all sepia tone, even though like you're moving slow in the heat. I know I am.
Yeah, for sure.
Litha is part of the Wheel of the Year as a cycle of seasonal celebrations observed by modern pagans and Wiccan communities. It represents the changing seasons in the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Litha stands opposite of Yule, the winter solstice, symbolizing the balance between light and darkness. It is a time to celebrate the fullness of life and embrace the energy of the sun. Throughout history, Litha has been accompanied by various customs and rituals, gathering medicinal herbs and planting believed to be more potent during this time is a common practice.
Can I just say, so back in like during the pandemic, like 2020, I planted sunflowers on the summer solstice, and that's pretty late to be planting stuff, right?
Okay.
But those shits shot up so fast.
I
Like
love
by
it.
the end of August, we had beautiful, full sunflowers.
Wow, they wanted that sun.
Yeah, so I guess planting stuff on the solstice is a very powerful, potent time to plant stuff for sure.
Cool. Yeah.
In my experience, anyway.
Another tradition is constructing sun wheels, which are wheels adorned with flowers and set on fire. I've made sun wheels and a moon wheel before. You can take like dowel sticks and crisscross them and then weave different color yarn or thread through them and hang them on your wall. They're a nice way to signify the year. Although it does feel reversed because technically, yes, this is the height of summer, but we're going into the dark half of the year. Right. So I'd have to break out my moon wheel. So with these sun wheels, the ones that people light on fire, rolling the wheel down a hill signifies the descent of the sun and the turning of the wheel of life. Additionally, Litha is often associated with Midsummer, a celebration that extends beyond pagan and Wiccan traditions. Midsummer festivities are observed in many cultures around the world, including Scandinavian countries, where it holds a prominent place in their cultural heritage. Midsummer dances, bonfires, and feasts are an integral part of these celebrations, often accompanied by folklore and traditional rituals that honor the sun's energy and the abundance of nature during this time. The history of Litha reveals its deep connection to ancient agricultural societies and their reliance on the sun's power. It's been observed throughout human history. Evidence of the observation of the sun's trajectory can be seen in ancient cultures around the globe and throughout all human history. Petroglyphs and cave paintings dating back to around 36,000 BC show that early man understood the sun's passage through the skies. The earliest evidence of human understanding of the solstice can be found in the Nabta Playa in the Nubian desert in Egypt. Dating back at least 6,000 years, the collection of stones lines up with the sun's trajectory each year at the moment of the equinox, and the stones are directly under the sun's apex, meaning that the stones don't cast a shadow. There's also the flooding of the Nile during this time. It wasn't just the passage of the sun that was important about the summer solstice in ancient Egypt. The solstice coincided with the rising of the Nile each year, and it was heralded as an essential time of agriculture for the ancient civilization. Only about 3% of Egyptian landscape was suitable farming land, meaning that all life in the ancient civilization was dependent on the ebb and flow of the Nile. The rising of the water each year brought with it highly fertile silts that refreshed the farmlands and ensured that each new year got a bountiful harvest. The Egyptians, to our speculation and that of theologists, positioned the pyramids so that on the solstice the sun could be exactly between them. That must be so beautiful to see.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like the Manhattan Henge that I was telling you in summer about.
Yeah.
Really
Oh,
cool.
so cool. You're just getting blasted with that special ray.
Ooh, that golden light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So even the ancient Greeks, of course, observed midsummer celebrations with their festival of Chronia, a feast dedicated to the god Kronos. It is believed that in the time when Kronos ruled the earth, human civilization was living in a golden age. Life was supported by the gods, meaning that man didn't need to toil and labor in the fields to ensure a good harvest year. Since no labor was required, man could live harmoniously without the need for work or slavery. The ancient Greeks would remember this golden age by feasting together as equals. Quote, slaves were freed from their duties to enjoy the festivities and participated in the event's activities as peers and not subordinates. Rich and poor alike came together to enjoy games, drinks, and celebrate the year's first harvest. It's kind of messed up. It's like, okay, you can party for a day, but then tomorrow, back you go.
Well, it's kind of like us, like in the workforce, right? Like we have like a weekend to celebrate things, and then it's like, all right, you got to go to work on Monday.
Or it's like when they throw you a pizza party at work. Like, okay, thanks. I really needed this tumbler with the business name on it.
Thanks for letting us have fun for 20 minutes, and then it's get back to work.
And that leads us right to the Romans. The ancient Romans' Midsummer was celebrated with the festival of Vestalia in honor of Vesta, the goddess of domesticity and home life. The event was primarily celebrated by women and was a time when the inner sanctum of the temple of Vesta was opened to the public. Women would make offerings throughout the festival in exchange for blessings for themselves and their families. On the final day of the celebration, the temple would be closed, swept and scrubbed from top to bottom as an act of purification. And all that came from Sky History TV channel website.
I think this next bit is a little bit more science-y, right? So everything you need to know about the longest day of the year, and this is from CNN.com. The solstice is historically linked to fertility, both the plant and human variety in destinations worldwide. The science of the solstice and its traditions have fascinated people for millennia. Is the summer solstice all over the world? This says no. It's only in the northern hemisphere where almost 90% of the world's population lives. People south of the equator in places such as Chile, South Africa, and Australia are having their winter solstice and the shortest day of the year over there. But then it's flip-flop. So they do get the summer solstice, but in December. Right?
Right.
Yeah. So this article is not completely accurate. They didn't even mention that, that it's like flip-flopped, but yeah, they eventually do get their summer solstice, but not when we do. When is the 2024 summer solstice exactly? So this says it fell at 20 hours. That's military time, right? UTC.
Yeah, is that 8 o'clock?
Yeah, I'm really bad at don't ask us to do math at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
But it fell on Thursday, June 20th, 2024, this past Thursday. or by the time you guys are listening to it, the Thursday before this past one, because this is coming out this week, right? Your time zone in relation to UTC determines the time and even the date that the solstice happens for you. Earthsky.org has a handy time zone conversion tool. So we will link this conversion tool in our show notes if you guys want to check that out. So who gets the most sunlight? This says the difference in how much daylight you get becomes very dramatic as you get closer to the poles and farther from the equator. In Ecuador's capital of Quito, barely north of the equator, people barely notice the difference. They get a measly extra 6.5 minutes of daylight, which is nothing, right? They don't really, it doesn't affect them very much, I guess. But residents of northerly Helsinki, Finland will get a 3:54 a.m. sunrise and almost 19 hours of daylight.
3:54?
Yeah, 3:54.
Broad daylight out at 4 a.m.?
Yeah. And even the night doesn't get that dark. The denizens of Fairbanks in central interior Alaska can scoff at those 19 hours. They get almost 22 hours of daylight, and blackout curtains might be in order if they're trying to get their sleep on. So why don't we just get 12 hours of daylight all year? So this says folks all over the planet actually did get nearly equal doses of day and night back during the spring equinox, but the amount of sunlight in the northern hemisphere has been increasing daily ever since. That's because the Earth is aligned on an axis, an imaginary pole going through the center of our planet. But this axis tilts at an angle of 23.5 degrees. So this says, quote, as Earth orbits the sun once each year, its tilted axis always points in the same direction. So throughout the year, different parts of the Earth get the sun's direct rays, explains NASA. When the sun reaches its apex in the northern hemisphere, that's the summer solstice. This question asks, is this also the hottest time of the year? Generally, it's not. On average, the vast majority of the United States experiences its warmest temperatures in July or early August, says CNN senior weather producer Taylor Ward. So, quote, temperatures essentially continue to rise after the summer solstice because the amount of energy coming in from the sun continues to be greater than the amount of energy lost at night. So it is basically an accumulation of warmth until the daylight gets short enough that this changes, says Ward. So if you're wondering why it gets so hot in like July and August, that's why. So the only area of the country that actually sees their warmest temperatures in June, coinciding with the longest daylight of the year, is portions of the Southwest because of the timing of the cloudy monsoon season there in July and August. The same general temperature pattern holds true in places such as Japan and much of Europe. Do you want to tell us about some of the correspondences?
Yeah. If you're working during this time with Litha, some colors you would probably lean more toward are those warm colors. So these colors associated with Litha include yellow, gold, green because of all the new growth, and blue. Oddly enough, maybe because of a blue sky. I don't know. Or maybe to find that balance with the hot, you need a little cool water. Yellow and gold represent the sun, which is the strongest and brightest during this time of year. Green represents growth and abundance, while blue, while blue represents the sky and the waters of life.
Look, your intuition just, you pinpointed that.
Got it. Yeah.
Got it.
Some herbs you can use during this time. There are so many with a variety of herbs that symbolize the energy and growth and warmth of the season. Here are some commonly associated with Litha. St. John's wort. I just started growing. It's so freaking cute. I saw a big bush of it in the mountains last time I was there. I was like, that can't be that hard to grow. It was, but it gets these really beautiful yellow flowers. Mine's branching out now. It's starting to leap. I'm so proud of that little motherfucker.
The centers, like, they have like little fronds with little yellow balls on the end.
I'll send you a picture of what mine looks like. I don't know.
Okay.
The little label at the store said St. John's wort. It could be anything.
I don't think I've ever seen that in person. But
really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it would grow up near you. Mine's planted in kind of like a shady spot.
Okay.
I think it doesn't mind shade. If you're going to use this herb is associated with the summer solstice and is believed to have a protective and healing property. It's in full bloom around this time as well. Lavender, we talked about last week, known for its calming and soothing properties. Lavender is often used during Litha rituals to promote relaxation and spiritual connection. Mugwort spice. Mugwort is associated with psychic awareness and protection. It's sometimes used in divination practices during Litha.
Artemisia vulgaris.
You can use chamomile, which is known for its calming properties and often associated with relaxation, making it suitable for rituals focusing on introspection and meditation. You can use rose. They're symbols of love and passion and often associated with the sun. They can be used in ritual or as decorations to bring beauty and positive energy. Lemon balm, Melissa officinalis. Lemon balm is associated with the sun and believed to attract love, positive energy, and its refreshing and uplifting scent. You can use mint. It's associated with prosperity and vitality, can be used in rituals to bring abundance and refresh your energy. You can use sage, known for cleansing properties. It can be used to purify a space before your rituals. Yarrow, that Justina has an abundance of. She's going to redo her broom with. This is associated with courage and protection. It's perfect for your home. And this can be used to enhance your personal strength and resilience. And lastly, calendula or calendula, however you want to say it. With its bright, vibrant yellow and orange petals, it's associated with the sun and is often used in rituals for joy and positive energy. And these herbs can be used in varieties of various ways during Litha. You can use them in incense, sachets, wreaths, as ritual offerings, burn them, scatter them, sweep them, whatever you'd like. Just make sure your animals are okay around them first. Do a little research on that.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention real quick. So I'm looking in the Llewellyn Sabbath Essentials book for Midsummer, and they have a whole list of correspondences. A lot of them were the same as the ones you just wrote, but the few that they have here that weren't on this list are cinnamon, which is good for energy, love, power, prosperity, and psychic ability. Foxglove, which is good for fairy energy, healing, protection. Mistletoe for fertility, healing, love, protection, and strength. And I don't know if that has anything to do with the Holly King, like mistletoe and the Holly King. I don't know. And then vervain for healing, magic, power, protection, and purification. So, but yeah, a lot of the other ones were the same on this
There
list.
are so many. This also lists sunflowers, marigolds, daisies, sunflowers. Justina hit it right on the nose. They look like a sunny little face, right?
Yeah.
And they have that power and light with them. Marigolds are also bright oranges and yellows, and they're used in rituals to honor the sun and the power of fire. And daisies are those simple yet cheerful little flowers, and they symbolize innocence, purity, and new beginnings.
This also says meadowsweet.
Mhm.
I've never seen. Have you ever seen meadowsweet?
I'd have to see it.
Yeah,
I have
I'll
no
have to look it
idea.
up. I don't even know what that looks like, but it says it's good for harmony, love, and peace. But that's the only one on this list that wasn't on this list.
So if you're more in line with working with tree energy, you can look at trees such as birch, oak, elder, laurel, linden. Those correspond with Litha. Also, remember that the trees are more than just their trunks. It's their barks, their trees, the twigs, and those little animal inhabitants inside them too. Just remember to be respectful. Some animals that go along with Litha are birds. They're so popular during this time of year, as well as snakes and pollinator animals. Think bees and butterflies, right? The gardens are popping. Just like with the herbs, look around you. You may find that certain animals and insects are really active at this time. Just pay them respect and honor them safely.
Yeah, I just saw, speaking of pollinators, I want to talk about hummingbirds for a minute because I just saw a video on TikTok. People might not be aware of this, but if you don't clean your hummingbird feeders every single day, the hummingbirds can contract a bacteria in their mouth and it swells up and it prohibits them from
day.
taking, yeah, you got to clean those out every day.
Damn.
So because you don't want to be killing your hummingbirds in your garden.
God.
So keep those
Maybe-
babies clean
Yeah,
and
boil them if you need to, like
Yeah.
sanitize them.
I wanted to send out that PSA in case anybody has hummingbird feeders because I had never heard about that before.
I didn't
But it's very sad because don't want to kill those beautiful little bird babies. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I'm gonna do that after
Clean
we're
your
done.
feeders.
Clean the fetus. Some of the crystals that you might want to work with include citrine, sunstone, tiger's eye, and amber. These stones are said to bring warmth, abundance, vitality, and can be used in a variety of ways during Litha rituals and celebrations. There's a lot of deities. I think we have more coming up later.
Oh,
But-
yeah.
Yeah, some of them include Brigid, Gaia, and Freya, as well as Lug, Apollo, Helios. The deities are often associated with the sun, fire, and growth, and can be called upon to bring blessings and abundance during Litha celebrations. Do you want to take the tarot?
Okay, yeah. So while there isn't a specific set of tarot cards exclusively associated with Litha, the themes and energies of the summer solstice can be reflected in certain cards. So here are some tarot cards that might resonate with the themes of Litha. So first of all, the sun, obviously, right? The first one. So the sun card is one of the most direct associations with the energy of Litha. It represents positivity, success, and the height of vitality, and it signifies the triumph of light over darkness. And I did a whole I think it was 2020 or 2021. I did a whole Litha vlog, and there was like a little stint where I talked about the Sun Tarot card a little more extensively and about what that meant for me at that time during the summer solstice. So if you guys want to check that out on my YouTube channel, we'll link it in our show notes. The next one is the Emperor, and the Emperor card is associated with structure, order, and leadership. It can symbolize the power of the sun, providing stability and guidance during the height of summer. The Empress. The Empress represents fertility, abundance, and growth. It is a card that aligns well with the themes of the summer season when nature is flourishing. The Wheel of Fortune. This card represents cycles and the turning of the seasons. It can symbolize the natural order of life and the changes that come with each season, including the transition from spring to summer. And I guess the Wheel of Fortune is like a good card to represent any Sabbath, really, because the wheel of the year and the turning of the spokes is just perfect for any Sabbath on the wheel. The Ace of Wands. Wands in the tarot often represent fire and energy. The Ace of Wands in particular signifies new beginnings, inspiration, and the spark of creativity, qualities associated with the active and vibrant energy of summer. And as a fire sign, I must say, like, I thrive during the solstice because I'm just so supercharged. Just want to do everything, right? Get all the things done.
Yeah. Winter Justina and Summer Justina are two different women.
Two different things. You would think I was a Gemini, right? But by
Right.
opposing personalities. So the Nine of Cups, known as the Wish card or the Happiness card. The Nine of Cups represents emotional fulfillment and contentment. It can be seen as a card of celebration, aligning well with the joyous atmosphere of Litha. The Lovers. The Lovers card represents harmony, unity, and the coming together of opposites. It can be interpreted as a card of balance and connection, reflecting the balance of light and darkness during the summer solstice. And lastly, the Four of Wands. This card is often associated with celebrations, achievements, and a sense of community. It can represent the joyous gatherings and festivities that often accompany the summer season. So remember, tarot is a highly personal and intuitive practice. Feel free to choose cards that resonate with you and the specific aspects of Litha that you wish to focus on in your readings and rituals. We're going to be referring to this little book of Litha by Llewellyn Sabbath Essentials quite frequently throughout this episode. So on pages 83 to 84, they have a great tarot, a sun tarot spread. So I'll show you what that looks like really quick. It's really cool. I actually did this spread for my mom back in like 2016, and I filmed it and I put it up on my YouTube channel. So the spread looks like this. It's like a little sun, and you like put the cards out in the shape of the sun. So shuffle the cards while thinking of your question. Lay out 6 cards in a circle with their ends pointing out, so the spread looks like a sun. The cards should be placed all at once, facing down, and then turned up one by one as you read each one. The bottom card represents you or the person the reading is for. The next card to the left represents the situation or your question. Continuing around the circle, sunwise of course, the following cards represent the obstacle that stand in your way. Possible solutions to those obstacles, guidance or suggestions to give you direction, and then finally the future card to the right of the card you started out with. You may want to begin by saying a small prayer to help you with for help or with guidance, and then finish by saying thank you. It is particularly appropriate to do this reading outside at noon on Midsummer if that is possible, but this card spread is great to do at any time really when you want to infuse your life with some warmth and vitality. So this book also has a little bit on 3 rune readings and some dream divination. Did you know that 2 of the herbs associated with midsummer are mugwort spice and lavender, which we just did a fantastic episode on last week. You guys should go listen to it. But these 2 herbs together are said to encourage prophetic dreaming. So place some of each in a little drawstring bag or sachet and add a bit of chamomile if you would like for good sleep. And if you have a question, write it on a slip of paper, put it into that little bag with the herbs, and then ask your question aloud as you lay in bed trying to go to sleep. Tuck the bag under your pillow and perhaps you will dream the answer.
How's your mugwort drying going?
It shrunk down a lot. It shrunk down a lot, yeah. I might grind it down. I might use some to make a dream pillow or something, or maybe even some loose sleep tea. I don't know.
I found some in my drawer. I don't
Did
know
you?
where I got it, who gave it to me, but I have some. If you want to have an experience in our own, safety of our own homes.
Right. Yeah. It's obviously dried, right? Like loose herb.
Mhm.
Cool. It's not like a bundle to like cleanse with.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Yeah, that's
cool.
funny. Like, where the hell did you get that from?
I don't know. I needed it, and there it was. It was perfect. I didn't know it was associated with Litha either, because this is a week later we're recording this. But it's
Right.
perfect. I would love to do this this spread today.
Yeah, try it out. Let me
Awesome.
know how it goes. All right, so we're gonna get into some deities. Do you want to tell us about those?
No.
Okay.
There's a lot of names in here.
There's a lot of names and a lot of pronunciations. So Christina's like, no, I'm not doing that. All right, so this is from learnreligions.com. And the first one on this list is Amaterasu, which is Shinto. I guess, is that Japanese culture? Shinto? So this says this solar goddess. Oh yeah, it says it. It says it right there. I should have just kept reading. So this solar goddess is the sister of the moon deity and the storm god of Japan, and is known as the goddess from which all light comes. She is much loved by her worshippers and treats them with warmth and compassion. Every year in July, she is celebrated in the streets of Japan. So the next one is Aten from Egypt. This god was at one point an aspect of Ra, which I think is the sun god, right? But rather than being depicted as an anthropomorphic being, like most of the other ancient Egyptian gods, I guess that's like half human, half animal. Aten was represented by the disk of the sun with rays of light emanating outward. Although his early origins aren't quite known, he may have been a localized provincial deity. Aten soon became known as the creator of mankind. In the Book of the Dead, he is honored with Hail Aten, thou lord of beams of light. When thou shinest, all faces live. The next one is Apollo, which is Greek. The son of Zeus by Leto, Apollo was a multifaceted god. In addition to being the god of the sun, he also presided over music, medicine, and healing. He was at one point identified with Helios. As the worship of him spread throughout the Roman Empire into the British Isles, he took on many of the aspects of the Celtic deities and was seen as a god of the sun and of healing. Hestia, also Greek, this goddess watched over domesticity and the family. She was given the first offering at any sacrifice made in the home. On a public level, the local town hall served as a shrine for her. Anytime a new settlement was formed, a flame from the public hearth was taken to the new village from the old one. Horus, Egyptian, was one of the solar deities of the ancient Egyptians. He rose and set every day and is often associated with Nut, the sky god. Horus later became connected with another sun god, Ra, which we mentioned before. I don't know how you say this name. So Huitzilopochtli is Aztec. This warrior god of the ancient Aztecs was a sun god and the patron of the city of Tenochtitlan. He battled with Nanahuatzin, an earlier solar god. Huitzilopochtli fought against darkness and required his worshippers to make regular sacrifices to ensure the sun's survival over the next 52 years, which is a significant number in Mesoamerican myths. The next one is Juno, which is Roman, and she is also called Juno Luna and blesses women with the privilege of menstruation.
Oh, great.
What a privilege. The month of June was named for her, and because Juno was the patroness of marriage, her month remains an ever popular time for weddings and hand fastings. We're going to talk about weddings more in a little bit, and the whole, I guess, sacred marriage in correspondence with the solstice. Next is Lu, which is Celtic. So similar to Roman god Mercury, Lu was also known as god of both skill and the distribution of talent. He is sometimes associated with Midsummer because of his role as a harvest god, and during the summer solstice, the crops are flourishing, waiting to be plucked from the ground at Lunasa. So Lu comes from, or Lunasa comes from the deity Lu. Sulis Minerva, which is Celtic and Roman. When the Romans occupied the British Isles, they took the aspects of the Celtic sun goddess, Sulis, and blended her with their own goddess of wisdom, Minerva. The resulting combination was Sulis Minerva, who watched over the hot springs and sacred waters in the town of Bath. And lastly, on this list, we have Suna, or Sol, which is Germanic. And little is known about this Norse goddess of the sun, but she appears in the poetic Eddas as the sister of the moon god. The author and artist Thalia Tuk says, Sol, the mistress sun, drives the chariot of the sun across the sky every day. Pulled by the horses Alsvin, which means very fast, and Arvak means early rising, the sun chariot is pursued by the wolf Skoll. She is the sister of Mani, the moon god, and the wife of Glar, or Glen, which means shine. As Suna, she is a healer. and that was all from learnreligions.com. And there's also tons of gods and goddesses in this book. Oh yeah, there's so many
Oh
in here.
God.
If you guys want to check this book out, we will link it in our show notes. We'll put in a little Amazon link if you guys want to go scoop this up. This is the Llewellyn Sabbath Essentials Midsummer book, Rituals, Recipes, and Lore for Litha. I love this book.
This is so cute. All lined up together, all different colors, almost all the same size.
Right. Yeah.
Great marketing.
This was the first one that I bought that I got me into the Wheel of the Year, so I have to hand it to this book.
Kept you hooked.
It did, yeah. And it's just like, it's just enough information. It doesn't overwhelm you. Like, it kind of streamlines things for like a beginner who's just starting to come into learning about the Wheel of the Year. It makes it less intimidating, which I think is really cool for baby witches coming into their path,
Bite size.
Definitely. Yeah. So tell us some ways to celebrate and observe the Sabbath.
There are so many, and you guys heard us talk about what we did on our celebration. Whatever your mileage may vary, but whatever floats your boat, you can do nothing except acknowledge today is Litha, and that's it. That's perfectly fine. But if you want to do a little more, you can light bonfires like Justina did, or candles to celebrate the light and warmth of the sun. You could decorate your altars and sacred spaces with flowers and herbs and other symbols of growth and vitality, holding outdoor rituals or gatherings to connect with nature and honor the turning of the seasons. You can create and share meals with fresh seasonal ingredients, participate in some activities that celebrate creativity, such as dancing and singing or making art, spend time outside, wear sunscreen and a hat, whether that means going for a hike, having a picnic, or simply sitting in the sun and enjoying the warmth. Make a wreath or other decorations using flowers, herbs, or natural materials. Connect with your friends and loved ones and participate in group ritual or celebration. And I know another big one is for those early risers, is waking up to the sun and greeting it, saying hello, and then as it sinks below the horizon at the end of the day, saying goodbye, and then enjoying your bonfire as a continuation of that light and warmth.
Yeah. So if you guys are looking to create a Litha altar, here are some ideas that you can do. So decorating your altar for Litha can be a creative and meaningful way to align your sacred space with the energy of the summer solstice. So here are just some ideas for your altar decorations. So let's keep the colors of the season in mind. So use fabrics or cloths in summer colors like bright yellows, greens, oranges. If you have a gold cloth, that's cool too. Consider incorporating gold or yellow candles to represent the sun. You can even carve little sun sigils into your candles if you have one of those big pillar candles. Floral arrangements. Adorn your altar with fresh flowers, especially those in bloom during the summer, such as sunflowers, roses, or daisies. Marigolds are beautiful too. Create floral wreaths or garlands to symbolize the abundance and growth of the season. And marigold garlands are very big in Hindu culture, so those are beautiful to make use of as well. Herbs and plants. Display bundles of herbs associated with Litha, like Christina was saying, St. John's wort, lavender, rosemary, chamomile, mugwort, vervain, fern, thyme, daisy, and honeysuckle, which also smells amazing. I love the smell of honeysuckle. You can place potted plants or herbs on your altar to bring the energy of nature indoors. Just make sure they're good for your pets, like we were saying before. Incorporate symbols of the sun, such as sun discs, representations of the sun, or depictions of sun gods or goddesses, and use a gold or yellow candle to represent the power and warmth of the sun. And like we were saying, throw some sigils on there. You want to paint some sigils on there. So then crystals and gemstones. Arrange crystals that resonate with the energy of Litha, such as citrine, sunstone, or clear quartz. Use crystals to create patterns or grids on your altar for added energy. I love a good crystal grid. They are just so pretty to even just look at and have in your space. Make use of symbols of fire. So decorate with symbols of fire such as candles, a small cauldron, or a representation of the element of fire. Consider using candles in the shape of the sun or flame to enhance the fire symbolism. Or if you don't want to burn candles in your space, you can also do a midsummer incense. I know one year I made my own incense out of some loose herbs and spices. I think I used cinnamon, sunflower petals, rose petals, and I think frankincense I used as the resin in the incense, and it just smelled so good. So also make some use of loose incense on your altar space as well. So you can include representations of the summer season, such as seashells, beach sand, or symbols of summer activities like picnics or sun hats. Place images of or figurines of animals associated with summer, like bees or butterflies, hummingbirds, any kind of pollinators that are going to keep your garden flourishing over the summer. Make use of sacred tools. Arrange your athame, wand, or other ritual tools on the altar. And if you have a chalice, fill it with water to represent the balance of the elements. Or if you're looking to get a little buzz, you can fill it with some solstice wine, and just make sure you drink it because you don't want the wine just like sitting there attracting like fruit flies and stuff. So art and creativity. Display artwork or crafts that reflect the themes of Litha, such as drawings or paintings of the sun, flowers, or seasonal landscapes, or create or hang a summer themed mandala, or you can like make like one of those wreaths, flower crowns. You can really get really creative with this one. I have a little project that I did for the solstice that came right from this Sabbath Essentials book I was telling you about. I'll tell you guys a little bit about that later on, because I saw, Christina, you had some YouTube videos a little later that you wanted to share as well. So there's just so much to do around this time to like keep you creative and keep you just like pouring that energy back out into the atmosphere, because the sun gives to you and then you give back. And then lastly, it says divination tools. So place your tarot cards, runes, or other divination tools on the altar for readings related to the summer season. Include symbols of divination like a pendulum or scrying mirror, or like Christina used the Black Lake as her scrying mirror the other day. So yeah, there's so many different things that you can put on your altar. And also, if you have the tarot deck by Grounded by the Moon, his Inner Witch Tarot, he does include Sabbath cards. So he's even got those little card stands available on his website that you can just pop your little card for the Sabbath in and just have that out on your altar space all month long, or at least until the next Sabbath rolls around, right? And just keep that on your altar space and meditate on that when you want to.
I love that. You were mentioning lavender, having that out. I was looking for who sent it to us, but our lavender episode was last week. And I was like, put it in your house, put it out in your house, put it on your body, put it on your animal's body. And somebody was like, it's toxic for cats.
Oh,
Don't do that. I was like, I think I said rub it on your pets. So yeah, just double check the internet of what is okay to be around your animals.
Yeah, guys, don't always
consult our disclaimer. We don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, don't always listen to us. We pull a lot of this stuff, like we try to do as much research as we can, but we also say stupid things sometimes that probably don't mean, right? All right, so we're going to talk about some sacred rites right now. The main one being marriage. Marriage. So this article comes from Meredith Jane, Rituals of Celebration, Honoring the Seasons of Life Through the Wheel of the Year. This is from a book.
Yeah, this is a Kindle book that I have. It's published by Llewellyn Worldwide. So I just pulled this was one of the first solstice wheel of the year kind of things that I ever had. This was so long ago. But yeah, this was all about the sacred marriage. So this says that the summer solstice marks midsummer, the longest day and the shortest night of the year, celebrating the zenith of the sun and all associated divine powers. This ritual dedicated to the glory of light is adorned with the flowers and fruits of summer. Although the weather continues to warm, the days begin to shorten incrementally after the summer solstice, leading up to the autumn equinox, when the day and the night are equal again. The sacred marriage between the sun and the earth is celebrated at the summer solstice. As the earth undergoes transformations throughout the year, so does the goddess. She transitions from the maiden in spring to the fertile mother by Beltane and the summer solstice, becoming pregnant with the year's crops at Lammas and at the autumn equinox, and finally metamorphosizing into the crone at Samhain, still carrying her child to be born at the winter solstice. The god's journey is equally dramatic. He is born with the sun at the winter solstice, grows through the first half of the year, and is dying or dead by Lammas, embodying the fruits of the harvest at the autumn equinox and appearing as the Lord of the Dead at Samhain. His peak power is reached at the summer solstice when he unites with the goddess in divine marriage. The concept of the sacred marriage is challenging, primarily defined as a union between gods, which, upon examining their stories, is not a constant state, but a brief, periodic, or seasonal event. The entire relationship of these divine beings can be viewed as a sacred marriage encompassing his birth and death. Yet, this is not what we typically envision when we desire sacred marriage marriage in our own lives. We focus on the aspect of union, mutual love, and sexual fulfillment that is only fleetingly depicted in the cycles of the year. The general understanding of sacred marriage often limits itself to the romantic idea of two beings completing each other, rather than the complex and cyclical nature of their divine interactions. Sacred marriage, often perceived as two halves coming together to form a whole, is reminiscent of Plato's story where the original humans were split into two by jealous gods, leaving them to seek their other halves. This concept has shaped the idea of soulmates and the interplay of masculine and feminine energies within our culture, suggesting that each person contains aspects the other lacks, creating a sense of incompleteness without the other. However, this model is static and does not accommodate personal growth or changes within partnerships. As contemporary views shift, serial romantics and blurred gender roles challenge the traditional romantic notion of sacred marriage, paving the way for more dynamic understanding where two complete beings unite, each bringing their own wholeness into the relationship. A modern interpretation of the sacred marriage views it as the union of two wholes rather than two halves, allowing for personal growth and development within the relationship. This approach suggests that two complete individuals join together, not to fulfill each other's gaps, but to overlap and share their fullness. In spiritual practice, this concept extends to the union of an individual with the divine, where one experiences wholeness in an active relationship with the divine, as co-creator rather than passive recipient. This perspective emphasizes that sacred marriage is not about completing each other, but about two perceived differences of a whole coming together, symbolizing the universal truth that each being is an integral part of the entirety. The summer and winter solstices illustrate the concept of sacred marriage through their simultaneous occurrences in different hemispheres, representing the union of powerful opposites. The solstices highlight the interconnectedness of the Earth's cycles, where the fullness of summer meets the fullness of winter. This duality, occurring twice a year, encapsulates the essence of sacred marriage, showing that the union and separation of divine forces are a part of continuous and unified act. The sacred marriage of the goddess and gods serves as a metaphor for understanding our own connectedness to the divine, the earth, and each other, revealing that we're all aspects of a greater whole. And I like that. You have to be whole and you have to work on yourself before you can allow somebody else. You can't expect somebody else to fulfill that happiness or heal those wounds if you haven't done so yourself, right?
100%.
I like
Yeah,
that.
for sure. So, kind of snowballing off the topic of marriage. So, let's talk about marriage and Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream. So this is from the Llewellyn Sabbath Essentials book. It says, speaking of marriage, William Shakespeare used the tradition as the basis of one of his most popular plays, A Midsummer Night's Dream, in which the mischievous fae folk cause all sorts of havoc and confusion during a midsummer celebration. The full moon in June was also known as the honeymoon, and many people married during this time. It was sometimes believed to be bad luck to marry in May, when the god and goddess held their own sacred rites. And undoubtedly, this was part of what inspired Shakespeare to use so many weddings in his play, including the main reason for the dramatic celebration, the marriage of Theseus, the Duke of Athens, to Hippolyta, the Queen of the Amazons. So just to give you guys a basic backstory, A Midsummer Night's Dream is a comedy play written by William Shakespeare. It was written in about 1595 or 1596. The play is set in Athens and consists of several subplots that revolve around the marriage of Theseus and Hippolyta. One subplot involves a conflict among 4 Athenian lovers. Another follows a group of 6 amateur actors rehearsing the play, which they are to perform before the wedding. And both groups find themselves in a forest inhabited by fairies who manipulate the humans and are engaged in their own domestic intrigue. A Midsummer Night's Dream is one of Shakespeare's most popular and widely performed plays. So, midsummer was considered to be the most auspicious day to commune with the fae, or fairy people, as it was supposed that contact was easier during the, quote, between times, when one season transitioned to another. The fairy folk are also drawn to sweet-smelling flowers, honey and nectar, and other elements most readily available at this time of year. So, did you ever see that movie with, I think it was Michelle Pfeiffer?
No, I'm going to be honest. Mallory's going to be so mad. I've never seen or read this play.
I know Mallory watched it this past week, right?
I know nothing about this play.
Yeah.
I hear isn't the movie kind of like sexy? Isn't it kind of like, ooh,
a little bit.
Okay.
but I think you would like it if you're into Shakespeare, if you're into that kind of thing. It's a really cool take on it, and what's not to love because Michelle Pfeiffer's in it, and I love Michelle Pfeiffer.
This next, I'm going to let you take this, but this starts off with a quote. Have you ever tried to read Anna Karenina?
No.
This book is like a mile thick.
Oh
It's
God.
so big. Anyway, it's written by Leo Tolstoy, and he's a Russian author, right? This quote reminded me, I didn't read this before. This quote reminds me of an Alice quote that I have from Practical Magic.
Oh.
So the quote here, it says, all the beauty of life is made up of light and shadow. And this is from Anna Karenina. And Alice's quote in Practical Magic, it says, the moon is always jealous of the heat of the day, just as the sun always longs for something dark and deep.
Ooh.
They need each other. They need that balance.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
So let's get into some rituals and spells.
All right. So you can indulge in some ritual and celebrate the summer solstice with these 8 magic rituals. And this is by argentumapothecary.com. And we will link this in our show notes. So from the Latin sol, which means sun, and stitium, meaning standing still, the summer solstice was given its name as from Earth, the sun appears to stop, giving us that little bit of extra time to soak up the day. Something that sometimes escapes us, right? But be ready to reflect and light up the longest day of the year. And there's more than one reason to celebrate. Celebrating in this rich yang energy, its heat, abundance, and vibrancy instills your summer with the full power of the sun. There are many sacred solstice rituals across the world, from Sweden's Midsummer, which I have a little story about in a bit, to the ancient practices in Bolivia, as well as humble rituals you can do alone or with those you love. And discover how you can celebrate the summer solstice below. So let's get ready now to reflect and light up the longest day of the year. And even if you're listening to this now, I know we're releasing this episode a week after the actual solstice, but I think we talked about this a little earlier in the episode. Like, it's cool to celebrate the summer solstice until maybe Lammas, right?
Absolutely. And that's a good segue to say that our podcast has playlists on Spotify specifically for the season. So if you're looking for, like, I want to celebrate summer, not just Litha, we have other coordinating ones for summer, fall, winter, spring. So check those out. The link will be in our show notes.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that's a good point to remember, because I always forget we set up those playlists. But yeah, if you're trying to just immerse yourself in the spirit of the season, check out our playlist for sure. The first thing that you can kind of do to get in the spirit of the season is bask in the early sun. If you're an early riser, then this is the perfect one for you. So you can infuse the second half of your year with the vital solar energy of the solstice sunrise. Many people begin their solstice celebrations the evening before, building bonfires, dancing and singing through the night. They then see the fullness of Earth's transition from night to day. You can find local all-night solstice celebrations to take part in, or simply rise early at 4 a.m., find your space in nature, and steep yourself in the morning's energetic delight. So the next thing you can do is fill your day with music. As midsummer makes an appearance, there's melody in the air, while June 21st celebrates Fête de la Musique. Body Magick, I am not French. So that is World Music Day. With a little extra light, there's time to explore our Spotify playlists, listen with the courage of the creator, and lose yourself in the reflection of the lover's eyes. Of course, if you believe in chance, you can draw a card to see which playlist is calling you, or sink into the sounds of them all. So it seems like this author that wrote this bit on their website also has a Spotify playlist, but I think probably with music to get you into the mood of the setting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I actually have a Strawberry Moon playlist on my Spotify, and I was listening to that while enjoying the bonfire on the solstice. And all the songs are like about the strawberry moon. Did you know Nick Drake, the dude on the Practical Magic soundtrack that did the Black Eyed Dog, that song? He has a song called Strawberry Moon. He's a witch. So the next thing you can do is honor the sun with salutations. Whether an established yogi or not, paying reverence to the sun with 108 sun salutations. Surya Namaskar in Sanskrit is a popular solstice ritual. These devotional, deeply physical salutations honor the sun's life-giving energy. The Vedas, the earliest Indian scriptures, describe 108 as the number of spiritual wholeness, of divine connection between the earth and its energy energetic twins, the sun and the moon. The sun's diameter is 108 times that of the Earth, and the average distance of the sun and moon to Earth is 108 times their respective diameters. They're very scientific. For these reasons and more, 108 is a sacred number in yogic tradition, Hinduism, and Buddhism. So next thing you can do is release and reset with a skincare routine. So the beginning of the year's second half is the perfect time to cleanse, release, and reset. As the sun bathes its warm light on your skin, take time this day to honor yourself with a skincare ritual. It's a time for restoration, a coming back to life by removing what no longer serves you. Cleanse away the first half of the year with our oil to milk cleanser, La Luna del Velour, instilled with silver, the cool yin frequency of the moon. It helps create harmony with the intensely yang solstice. Inspired by the natural rhythmic cycles of the moon, in this case the waning moon, La Luna de Velours highlights a time when releasing can be utilized to great effect. Next, you can create a brew of summer herbs. Welcome in the solstice warmth by building a fire inside you with a hot morning brew of summertime herbs. Herbs, spices, and fruits of yellow and orange symbolize the sun's celestial healing energy. Take 3 or 4 of your favorite herbs and stir them into hot water. If you'd like some guidance, we love combining soothing chamomile with invigorating lemon juice and orange peel, finishing with a dash of honey.
I feel like if you are Aaron or Avi, you're gonna start that day with some like ghost pepper cheese or something like that. Something hot
Fire.
chocolate.
Yeah, for sure. On what was it? Friday or Saturday morning? I forget which day it was, but I think it was like the day after the solstice. I made a simmer pot with like orange, the rest of the orange that I didn't use for my solstice wine, because I cuts half up, put some chunks in my wine, and then the other half the next morning I cut up the slices to make a simmer pot with some ground cinnamon, and then an actual cinnamon stick and a bay leaf and some other things, but
Got
I
that
just
house smelling good.
let that simmer on the stove top, right? So the next thing on this list is shine a light on the unknown. So illumination is key on this magical day. As we experience more sunlight, we see the opportunity to reflect upon ourselves, clearing the path for what is yet to come. Journaling can be a beautiful practice to enjoy at this time. Use the courage and light of the sun to bring your shadow to light. For structure or support, use prompts that create a safe space for you to discover, embrace, and heal your darkness. After shining the light within, let your skin shine. I like how in every paragraph they're trying to like sell us
Shine.
they're trying to sell us some product. You can let your skin shine with our illuminating facial cleansing bar.
Yeah.
Our soap-free bar provides an exceptional cleanse and holds both antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. Yeah, check out their products. I guess they have products on their website as well. We will link all of this in our show notes if you guys want to check this out. The next thing you could do is invite nature in. Experiencing the solstice with time spent outdoors, it permeates the spirit with energy, and inviting nature into your home can also be a wonderful way to continue the celebrations. So maybe go out for like a walk and collect some things that you find on the ground. I love collecting like acorns or like cool looking leaves, or, you know, just collect some things to bring back and put on your Litha altar. You can support your local florist by picking up a collection of seasonal flowers. And this is how the Swedes prepare to make their midsummer crowns before they gently bind together stems of native flora, creating a unique headdress or floral crown. And the last thing on this list is to reflect and find balance. So following the moment of renewal that the spring equinox and its rituals bring, the summer solstice is the perfect opportunity to be still and let yourself enjoy the moment. The French saying joie de vivre, which is the name of one of my favorite tarot decks by Paulina Cassidy. Check that deck out. It's really cute. It means the joy of living, and it holds much resonance on this day. So let the joy of sunlight come flooding into balance the energies of light and dark, and have it restore your equilibrium. Find the balance in your skin with some organic face oil. You can make your own face oil using any kind of carrier oil for that matter, and your favorite essential oils. Just reflect and find the balance. Break time.
Yeah, I think it would take a little break. When we come back, we're going to get into some like specific spell work, I think. And Justina has some on Midsomar, that crazy movie that came out a couple years ago. We got some crafts and YouTube videos from our own personal YouTubes, as well as a Litha Book of Shadows page if you want to check that out. And I think we're going to go over the moon of June, a little bit more on the strawberry moon and why it was so special, culminating with the summer solstice this year of 2024. All of that when we come back. You're listening to the Magnolia Street podcast.
All right, guys, welcome back. We're going to talk about 6 super simple summer solstice spells. Holy shit, that's a lot of S's.
Wow. 6 S's.
Oh, wait. So TessWhitehurst.com loves the alliteration here. All right,
Well done.
Yeah, that's very impressive, actually. So at the summer solstice, also known as Midsummer in Litha, the sun is at its pinnacle and magical energies are at its peak. Here are 6 simple summer solstice spells that work with the energy of the sun, making them highly appropriate to perform on the most magical of days. So this first one is a spell to increase your radiance. You will need 1 red rose and a mister of rose water. What's a mister? Oh, like I'm thinking like Mrs. and Mister. A mista of rose water. Yes, you want to put some rose water in like a little spray bottle to mist around your face, maybe. So wake up before the midsummer sunrise and place a single red rose on the earth as a love offering to the sun. As the sun rises above the horizon, feel your skin drinking in its magical light. Mist your entire body, including your face and your hair, with your rose water. Place 1 hand on your heart and 1 hand on your belly. Send yourself compassion and love as you continue to merge with the magical light of the sun. So if we're talking about like specifics, I think they say the left hand is connected to the heart, right? Because that's the finger that you have your wedding ring on. So that your vein is connected right to your heart. So maybe put your left hand on your heart and your right hand on your belly. So the next thing you can do, this is another spell to supercharge your success. So you will need a sunstone, a paper and a pen, and sunlight. So when the midsummer sun is high in the sky, hold a sunstone in your right hand, allowing it to soak in the light of the sun. Feel, sense, or imagine the light of the sun as well as the bright and positive energy of the sunstone filling your entire body and aura. As you hold this vision, feel as if the success you desire is already manifested. Feel gratitude for this condition. Thank the sun, the earth, and the divine. Write out the conditions that signify success to you. Make sure to write them in the present tense as if they already happened. Then fold up the paper, folding it toward you each time. Go inside and place the paper on your altar and set the sunstone on top. And I guess you could also probably use citrine. Yeah, citrine is a one of my favorite crystals probably to use around the solstice. And I have like this really cool cluster of it that I got when I went to Lancaster with my parents some years ago. I don't know where. All right, so the one that I was talking about, I don't know where that one is, but then I also have this one, which is really pretty.
Oh, that's a chunky. That looks like coffee with a lot of cream.
Coffee.
Like a nice cappuccino.
Or like one of those like coffee cakes, like, you know, with little crumbly tops.
Love
right?
crumbly. Yes, coffee cake. Oh.
Yeah, so get your citrine on with that one if you want to do that one. The next spell is to open up your creative flow. You will need a moving body of water. It could be natural or man-made, whatever you have the access to. A paper, pen, and a planner. And sunlight. At any point during the day of the summer solstice, visit a moving body of water, such as an ocean or a stream. If there's no natural body of water in your area, even a canal or a public fountain will do. Relax and enjoy the sunlight sparkling on the water as you tune into water's fluidity and flow. Sense these natural elements within you, the flow of water within your body, and the spark of fire of your spirit. Just like moving water and sparkling sunlight, your creativity is a natural force that flows from you in abundance, and feel grateful for this. Close your eyes and listen deeply to how your creativity wants to be expressed. Silently ask the elemental spirits of water and the spirit of the sun to support you in expressing your creativity freely. Thank them from your heart. When you get home, make a plan for how you will take concrete action on letting your creativity flow. Write it down and block off the necessary time in your calendar. And there is a book here that the author recommends for this. It's called The Artist's Way, A Spiritual Path to Higher Creativity by Julia Cameron. So, oh yeah, I'm seeing your recommendation here. Christina recommends Big Magic by Elizabeth Gilbert. Amazing book. I have that one. I kind of want to read it again.
It's like pick it up when you're feeling stuck or need a kick in the butt of like the creativity is just stagnant.
Yeah.
Such a great book. I wasn't like a huge fan of her writing for a couple of her other things, but
Yeah.
this is not a novel, but it talks about like just getting that creative energy going again. And I love it.
Right. Yeah. So check those books out. We will link those in our show notes, if you guys want links to those. The next spell on this list is to heal your body image, and this one you will need a moving body of water in which it's safe to immerse yourself, or a bathtub or shower will do. And also the sunlight is another thing that you will need. So healing your body image can take time, as our body image is influenced by years and years of cultural programming and media propaganda. But you can certainly perform a ritual in order to declare your intention and begin to turn the tide. And the summer solstice is a great time to do that. If you have an ocean, lake, waterfall, or stream nearby that it's safe for you to dunk yourself in, feel free to do so. Wearing a swimsuit or something else you don't mind getting wet, or going nude if it is appropriate and desired. If it's not in public and you have privacy, feel free to also go skyclad if you wish to. Completely immerse yourself, your entire body, including your head. If it's a waterfall, again, only do that if it's safe to do so. And you can stand under it like it's a shower, right?
And I want to recommend if you're having like a crazy dry spell like we are right now, your hose, your garden hose, put that garden hose on mist or
Mm,
shower and stand under that shit. It's in the sunlight. That would be so refreshing. It would be
yeah.
so sweet.
Go back to your inner child, and like it's like running through a sprinkler, right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Set up that sprinkler. So if you don't have an appropriate beach nearby, you could draw a bath with cool or tepid water and dissolve just a half a cup of sea salt. Light the bathroom with candlelight, then dunk yourself completely in the bath. And if you don't have a bathtub either, light the bathroom with candlelight and get into a cool or tepid shower for about a minute or two. Whatever method of water cleansing that you choose, feel and imagine that you are cleansing yourself of old limiting beliefs and stories about how your body is supposed to look. Then, dressing first if you need to, go outside and stand in the bright sunlight. Feel the light soaking into your skin and your energy field. Close your eyes and ask the sun to clear away any old painful emotions related to your body image. Also ask it to recharge you with positive and supportive new beliefs, stories, and emotions, and inspire you to think and relate to your body in supportive and loving new ways. And do your best to sense this happening. And then feel gratitude and give thanks to the sun. And there is also a book that they recommend for this one. This is The Body Positive Power, because life is already happening and you don't need flat abs to live it. That's the entire name of the book. And that is by Megan Jane Crabb. Crabb? Crabbe. So we will link that one in our show notes as well. The next spell on this list is to release old relationship energy. The only thing you need for this spell is sunlight. So if you've ended a relationship recently and you'd like to get all that leftover energy from that relationship out of your aura, Midsummer is a great time to do so. Begin by clearing your home of gifts that you received from this former partner, as well as items that this person used to own, any photos, mementos that remind you of them, and anything else that seems to hold on to their energy. If this was a very long-term relationship and you shared a large number of items, you can let this be more of a symbolic gesture. In other words, you don't have to get rid of all the furniture or anything. Just weed out the most sentimental items or choose to release a few key items that seem to symbolically hold that energy of that relationship. You can donate it, you can give it away, recycle it, or throw out as appropriate, or you could just do the old school, like if they're like photos or anything like that, do the old school bonfire, throw it in the fire method, right?
Totally.
Yeah. And then, or you could also do a cord cutting, right?
I did
Um,
mine in a like charcoal grill before because I couldn't
uh-huh.
light a fire in California. I was like, I got a grill. I might as well throw all of that shit in there.
Right, just make use of with what you got. You can go outside or stand or lie in the sunlight, breathe, relax, and tune into the immense power of the solstice sun. Ask the sun to remove all energetic cords of attachment to your former partner. Also, ask the sun to remove old, unwanted emotional patterns and that are related to this person. And finally, if this is something that you desire at this time, ask the sunlight to clear the way for beautiful new romance to come into your life. If you're ready for that, feel yourself absorbing the radiant power of the sun in such a way that you become even more divinely magnetic to love than ever before and feel that gratitude. And the next one on this list is a spell to attract love. And for this one, you need the petals from one red rose, two red heart-shaped candles, a lighter or matches, a plate, and sunlight. If romance is your intention, you might as well use all of this magical energy of the solstice to attract the love you desire. First, go outside and empower the candles in the summer solstice sun, and do this by holding one in each hand, bathing them in sunlight for just a minute. We don't want them to melt, right? Ask the sun to fill them with sweetness and the energy of irresistible magnetic attraction. Go inside and place the plate on your altar, place the candles next to each other in the center, and scatter the rose petals around them. You don't have to use all the petals, just follow your intuition and definitely do not create a fire hazard. So now you just want to relax and settle in and breathe and center your mind. And when you feel ready, invoke the divine in any way you prefer, using any deities that you prefer, and speak aloud an invocation of gratitude for all the wonderful feelings and conditions you will feel in the relationship you are summoning now. Say this in the present tense as if this romance already exists in your life in this moment. For example, you might say something like this: Great God and Goddess, all that is, thank you for this wonderful relationship with this person who I love so much and who loves me too. It's so great how we get each other's jokes and laugh so deeply together. I love how we're so attracted to each other and so tuned in with each other physically. I love how unique and creative this person is and how they inspire me to be even more of myself. This person is beautiful to me in every way, and I feel beautiful in their eyes also. It is a deep joy and delight, and I am so grateful. Thank you. So do your best to conjure up the feeling that this relationship is already present and feel even more gratitude for that presence in your life. You can light the candles, gaze at the flames, and stay in this sweet and romantic energy for about 5 minutes or so, then extinguish the candles. Return to your altar daily, lighting your candles, gently gazing at them for about 5 minutes or so, once again feeling the joy of this magical relationship, doing your best to feel as if it's already present in your life. And you can repeat this daily until the candles are all the way burned down. And once the wax is hardened, you can dispose of it. And then you can place the rose petals outside into the earth as like an offering to your deities or whoever you're working with. So the next one is an actual ritual for the summer solstice. This is a beautiful way to celebrate the seasonal turning point and connect with the energy of the sun. So for this, you will need a candle, ideally yellow or gold, incense such as frankincense or sandalwood, a small bowl of water, a small bowl of salt, and a flower or herb that represents summer, such as sunflower, rose, or lavender, whichever you prefer. It doesn't even have to be any of those. It could be whatever you want. So you want to find a quiet outdoor space where you can perform the ritual. If you cannot be outside, find a space near a window that lets in the natural light. Set up your materials on a flat surface, such as a table or altar. Light the candle and the incense, and take a few deep breaths to center yourself. Hold your hands over the bowl of water and say, I bless and consecrate this water in the name of the sun and the summer season. Sprinkle a pinch of salt into the bowl of water and stir it with your fingers. Say, I purify this water in the name of the sun and the summer season. Hold the flower or herb in your hand and say, I offer this flower or herb in gratitude for the abundance and growth of the summer season. Take a few moments to meditate on the energy of the sun and the power of the summer season. Allow yourself to feel connected to the warmth and the light of the sun. When you are ready, blow out the candles and allow the incense to burn down. Pour the water and salt outside. Actually, you probably shouldn't pour the salt if it's a garden and you want to keep that stuff growing. But if I don't know, maybe on a patch of dirt or something that you don't really need, maybe that's okay. In your driveway. Yeah, there you go. And then thank the earth for its blessing. This simple ritual can be adapted to suit your personal beliefs and traditions. You may choose to add additional elements such as the singing, drumming, or dancing. The most important thing is to allow yourself to connect with the energy of the sun and the joy of the summer season, because Litha, as we know, is a time of joy, abundance, and growth, and it's a wonderful opportunity to connect with nature and celebrate the turning of the seasons. However you choose to observe this holiday, traditionally or in your own special way, it's just a great time to do all of these, life-changing rituals and spells. So again, going back to the Sabbath Essentials book by Llewellyn, they have an entire section on prayers and invocations on pages 137 through 149. They have a meditation for the earth and the sun. They have a love meditation. They have a section of just simple affirmations you could say into a mirror or write on little pieces of paper and hang them around your space or your altar where you're going to see them. And a few of these affirmations are, I am as strong and vibrant as the summer sun. I am filled with energy. I am light and love, and I shine my light and love out into the world where it can be seen by others. I am beautiful, like the shining light of the sun. I am filled with light, moving in the direction I need to move in, following the path that I am meant to walk. The god and goddess love me, and so I blossom like the flowers. So just short and sweet little affirmations you can incorporate. There's a whole section. They have some invocations here. So one is a god and goddess invocation. They have a Celtic invocation to Brigid and Belinos. They have a Greek invocation to Aphrodite and Apollo. Just a general invocation to Gaia, the earth goddess, which I actually utilized that one year, and I kind of like changed it around to kind of mold to my own, personal beliefs and affirmations that I wanted to put out into the universe. And I used that one along with like a little like an incense blend that I made, and I kind of just like sat there and meditated on that one. That one's really pretty. I love the Gaia invocation.
Okay. Yeah, highlight that.
Yeah. Invocation to the thunder gods if you guys need some rain, if you're going through a drought, like we were saying before. An invocation to the thunder gods. And you can also, if you have access to pansies, they're used for rain magic. So use those in your little invocation to the thunder gods to bring on the rain. I used mine I made some cookies and I kind of ate them and like took that invocation into myself to like bring on the rain. Because when it gets hot and there's no rain coming down and your flowers are dying and your plants and crops are dying,
Yeah.
you're gonna want to
Tough
do that.
times. Yeah.
Yeah, do that invocation. The next one is an invocation to welcome the dawn. There's a quarter call for midsummer, a prayer for love, a prayer for creativity, a prayer for healing, and a prayer for energy. And there's also some much more involved rituals. One for solitary practice. There's a solitary midsummer drawing down the sun ritual, a midsummer healing and abundance a group ritual, and then a small group ritual for playing with the fairies, which I thought that was a really cute one.
That's all in that book?
Yeah.
That's a lot of stuff.
There's so much in here. For real. Like great purchase right here.
So a few projects. Litha was one of the first solstices that I celebrated. I kind of started stepping in Ostara. Then Beltane was like the first time I went to the goddess studio and had like a group experience. And so Litha was like the first time I was doing something on my own. And I decided to make some stag antlers because it's time for that fertility. And I was feeling very like fluid, like gender fluidity that time. So I was like, I want to embody more of the masculine, which I don't need to do. But these stag antlers, they were pretty easy to make. I'm going to include the link. It has all the materials that you're going to need, but it's kind of like a flower crown on a headband. I made them out of tinfoil and wrapped them with floral tape. So they were brown. So there's a video on that, but I also have a Book of Shadows page that I created in 2015. This says June 25th is when I posted this video. And since then, I've redone the page. I did it all by hand initially, all hand drawn and hand colored. My Virgo ass was like, this is driving me crazy that nothing is like the same font, the same sizing. So I took all of those pages and digitalized them. So the digitalized one was 2 years later, April 8th, 2017. So I'm going to include this in our notes. Most of the stuff on the very first page we went over, and I sized these to be an 8.5 by 11. So I could just print these out on regular paper or coffee paper. As much as I'd love to have the Owens book, those pages, as when we talked to Isis Chandler, those pages are so big. I don't have the printer for that.
Yeah. I love how your new ones, the ones that you digitally kind of put together, it still kind of incorporates some of your artwork that you did the first time around. Like on the right hand side of the page, there's like a little succulent with like little flowers coming out, which is really pretty.
Thank you.
And that is that a sun wheel on the left hand side?
It is. Yep. And the pressed flowers I think were PNG, and I think I wanted to keep that like handmade feel.
I love that.
That's a little easier to read.
I like how it's like, it kind of looks like little scraps of paper here and there and like very collaged, kind of like the aunt's book.
Very Owens, right?
Very, very Owens. So I love both of them. But
Thank you.
I really do love the digital one, like how you kind of like you even made the colors more vibrant
Mhm.
and brought like more of that parchment feel into it, which I think is really cool. Are you going to include these on the Patreon?
I can, yeah, I can include a PNG. This is all like public domain knowledge and everything like that. And it's two-sided. I did have 3 pages. I had like a title page. The second page was like the history and folklore. And then the third back page was stuff you could do or recipes. So the second and third page, you could really do a front and back. And that's how I printed them out. The second page has stuff you can do for this time of year. We talked about this already. One of them we didn't mention was chase fireflies if they're in your area.
I love that.
I love a firefly. Yeah, and
Yeah.
it just brings out that inner child once again. I don't know where I got the recipe for these 2 cocktails. One is called Dawn and one is called Dusk. So for Dawn, for this drink, you're going to need half a cup of grenadine, 2 ounces of Patron, 1 ounce of grapefruit juice, 1 ounce of orange juice, and some champagne. And you can add orange slices or maraschino cherries for the Dawn. And then for the Dusk, you're going to use a half ounce of blue curacao, 1.5 ounces of Patron, 1 plum, and half an ounce of simple syrup. And this just says fill the glass with crushed ice, pour in the curacao, muddle the plum with the Patron, strain into a shaker, add syrup mix, add mixture to glass, and pour over the back of a spoon. So I guess it's like nice and settled. There's some recipes there for you. I will make sure these are in a nice, easy, printable PDF for you. Oh, and then yeah, underneath I have the original. So for a compare and contrast.
I love seeing your like personal growth with your art and like, you know, where you started to go with your art and
Thank you.
taking your older, not getting completely rid of your older ones, but incorporating some of your older illustrations into like a new, I guess, more legible format,
Thank
which is
you.
really cool. The mix of digital and your older art is a really cool mix. I
I
like it a
appreciate
lot.
it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Your pages are so pretty.
Thanks. I miss doing them.
Yeah,
There are so many things we have going on. I don't
I
have
know.
time. I
I
just don't
know.
have time.
Well, one of these days, the Stinas have to release our own grimoire, right?
Oh,
That
slash
would
cookbook.
slash cookbook. That is on the docket. That
It
is
has
on
been
the
on the list.
list.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to it eventually, but
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
for now, yeah, we do have a lot of stuff going on. A lot of irons in the fire.
Hmm.
I also have some Litha vlogs over on my YouTube channel. You could just search Bohemian Magic Studios. I actually have like all of my seasonal projects separated into their own Sabbath playlists. So I do have a playlist for all of my Litha vlogs. I did a whole book review. If you guys actually want to see me flip through this Midsummer book by Llewellyn Sabbath Essentials, I did a whole book review when I first got the book. That was my introduction to the Wheel of the Year, kind of dipping my toe in and learning a little more about it. And it felt organic. It felt natural. I didn't feel like I was forcing trying to learn all these things and memorize things. Like, it's a very nice way to step into that world. So I really do recommend these books. The next thing that I did to celebrate Litha was these little sun plaques out of salt dough. And there's a 2-part kind of instructional video up on my YouTube channel. The first part is me making the salt dough, because that was the first time I had ever made salt dough before, and kind of shaping the sun and like, you know, putting its little face together. And then the second part of that series is me painting the suns and putting the glitter on them and like making it really pretty. And I still have this little sun plaque that is actually in my little apothecary cabinet in my drawer back here. And I actually forgot to put them out this year, but I still hold on to all of my salt dough projects, and like they're great to just like put on your altar just to celebrate the Sabbath. And then I also did a little video like of my Litha altar that year, and then I have a couple Litha vlogs up here. The one vlog, I actually followed one of the craft projects in this Llewellyn book. It was a Viking boat, which you make out of popsicle sticks, and the sail I made out of like Pantone scraps, like, you know, those like color sample papers.
Oh my goodness.
And then I drew like a little spiral sun with glitter. Yeah, it was a really fun project to do, and I made some solstice wine in that video. I love watching that vlog back because it was the first solstice that I really celebrated as a pagan. So I love looking back at that back at that time. Like I
The
was so
sparkle was in your eye. Like you were
yeah,
just so brand new.
I was so green to it. Like I was like into the witchy stuff growing up my entire life, but it wasn't really, I think around that time I had just turned 30, or I was just turning 30. and like I had just kind of like approached my Saturn return, and it was a really hectic time. Like I was like I saw 30 coming at me like blaring, and it was kind of chaotic. So to latch on to something like that was nice to kind of get me back grounded and centered and back into myself. And it was actually kind of funny because I feel like getting into my pagan studies brought me back to that childlike sense of wonder that we all abandoned in our 20s.
Yeah, it's so exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. So I love watching that vlog back. So if you guys want to go check that one out, that one is my Litha vlog. I think that was for 2015 or 2016. It was a while ago. And then the next solstice vlog I did after that was in 2020. So now at this point, I'm, in my mid 30s, married, have a home, full on into my Martha Stewart baking, Aunt Frances, Aunt Jet, like homemaking mode. So this vlog, I baked cookies, I planted sunflowers on the solstice, I spray painted some sun plaques for my garden, I made some orange salad, and, it was like a lot of stuff, a lot of moving parts in that vlog, but another great one if you guys are looking for just a nice cottagecore kind of vlog to get you
Love it. The
Yeah.
creative power between the two of us, like we're so multifaceted. We can do anything.
Really? Yeah.
We can really do almost anything.
Actually, that first vlog, the first one I was telling you about where I made like the solstice boat and the wine and stuff, I remember that year I had put so much energy into the solstice and like celebrating it that the week after I came down with a cold because I was so worn out. Like I burnt myself out.
Yeah.
So yeah, now I gotta kind of remember to just like take things a little bit more easy. Don't, go so crazy trying to do all the things. But now I'm like, yeah, a bonfire and some solstice wine and burning my yarrow besom is enough for me now.
I love it. Absolutely.
Right, yeah. In the Sabbath Essentials book, there are some other craft projects if you guys want to check those out. They have sunshine wreaths to wear and hang up as decoration, or you could toss them into water. If you are tossing it into a body of water, just make sure it's biodegradable. Again, the Viking boats. In some cultures, Midsummer is celebrated by making small boats, filling them with offerings, and placing them onto lakes, streams, or the ocean. You can make these out of popsicle sticks, which is what I did for that project back in my 2016 Litha vlog. It was so much fun, and it was like kind of the race against the clock to bring this boat and finish it to my local park before the sun went down so I could do my little offering meditation.
Oh my gosh. Adorable.
The whole vlog is up on YouTube. I even made popcorn. I made solstice wine, and Avi's with me in the car, and he's just kind of like over it. And he brought his drone though, so he got like really cool aerial shots of the park as I was doing this like little meditation. And the shots that I got of the boat on the water with the candlelight, and I had rose petals, and I had like little positive affirmations like on little pieces of paper. And it was just beautiful how I set it up. But it was not biodegradable. Like it did contain like the popsicle sticks and the paper. So I did end up taking that back with me when I, left.
Popsicle sticks are wood. They're biodegradable.
Yeah, but I don't want to leave those in the lake, It's a public park. So I took everything with me when I left. And I didn't even put it in the actual water. I put it like on kind of like the bank.
Water adjacent.
So, yeah. So you could also make a cinnamon broom. There's also gifts for the birds that you can make out of pine cones, apples, with peanut butter and bird seed. You can use either the pine cone or the apples as the base for your natural bird feeder. Roll the pine cone or apple in peanut butter and then roll it in the bird seed until it's fully coated. And you can hang it up where the birds can find it and have a little birdie buffet out of all that bird seed.
Birdie buffet.
Yeah. There are some herb crafts you can do, like love sachets with rose petal, lavender, flowers, or even chunks of coal from your midsummer bonfire, or a small tumbled stone like rose quartz, amethyst, or malachite. Ask one of the Lud goddesses of midsummer to bless it, like Aphrodite, Venus, Astarte, Inanna, or Ishtar. You can make a sweet dream pillow using lavender flowers, calendula, chamomile, rose petals, and the mugwort, again, great for dream pillows and prophetic dreaming. A wooden wand, you can use any wood type that is associated with the summer solstice, such as oak, birch, hazel, or rowan, apple, ash, elder, maple, and willow. You could make a hazel divining rod because hazel is sacred to the fae and it's also tied to the sun. So those are just some of the examples of the other craft projects in this little book. And then there's also some midsummer recipes, which all sound very yummy if you ask me. These are found on pages 95 to 114 in the Sabbath Essentials book. They have a summer abundance salad made out of fresh greens, fresh herbs, fresh fruit, sunflower seeds, and a light vinaigrette and some shredded parm if you like to add a little cheese to your salad. I know I do. The next one is couscous celebration salad with tomatoes, cucumbers, fresh mint, and lemon juice. And I told you I had some couscous this past weekend when I went to Rat's restaurant. It's like the perfect summer carb because it's so light and refreshing. It's very good. Also in this book there is a summer solstice salsa and ale for the gods bread, which uses a bottle of ale and dried dill for an herby taste. There is a melon madness fruit soup with mangoes, fresh raspberries, and you can add some Grand Marnier or any kind of raspberry flavored liqueur like a Chambord or like a Chambord, and then you could also add some edible flowers. So like pansies are very beautiful and great to add to any kind of super salad for the summertime. Cherries Jubilation fruit soup with sweet cherries, honey, lemon juice, and whipped cream sounds really yummy. Bountiful beets baked with orange and fresh rosemary. A leg of lamb with herb rub with oregano, rosemary, thyme, sea salt, and ground pepper. Rosemary shortbread cookies, chocolate tomato cake, and a midsummer fruited wine. So those are just some of the examples of the recipes found in that book.
Interesting. I want to throw in a good old-fashioned key lime pie.
Yes.
They're so refreshing. So good. Clyde makes it with cream cheese.
Ooh.
It's a game changer. Oh my Lord.
Yeah, that's one of Avi's favorite kinds of pie.
Love it.
And we get the frozen ones because we're lazy and we don't feel like making it.
Yeah.
We get the little, I forget if it was like Mrs. something or other. I forget the brand name, but they do sell the frozen ones in the grocery store, and we'll just buy like a couple at a time. And like on a night when we're feeling particularly, we have that sweet tooth,
A little snacky.
we'll whip that out. We actually had one the other night while we were watching the fourth Harry Potter film.
Oh my God. Random.
Yeah, it is random. We were trying to finish all these there's way too many Harry Potter movies, by the way.
There's so many.
Throwing that out there. Yeah.
Awesome, man. Yeah, I'm really hungry now. Yeah. Let's talk about some traditions around the globe. This is from a few different sources. One of them is smithsonianmagazine.com. Another one is rd.com. And we'll just go through. We're going to start in Sweden. Justina has this whole Midsummer festival thing later on. But despite holidays at this time of year, the summer solstice is when Swedes really celebrate. It is so surprising that inhabitants of one of the world's most northerly countries want to celebrate a day full of sunshine and warmth. The Midsummer or Midsomar festival takes place across the country, but most Swedes flee the city and head to the countryside to gather with loved ones during this time of year. The day is brimming with ancient agrarian symbolisms, from walking barefoot in the morning dew to good health, ringing floral crowns around women's hair to celebrate beauty and fertility. Some Swedes even dance around the summer maypole, similar to May Day poles in other European countries. So if you want to join in the fun of this summer solstice tradition, stock up on pickled herring for a snack and strawberries topped with whipped cream for dessert. So dancing around this maypole in Sweden, dancing the Sma Grodorna, the little frog dance around the maypole decorated with flowers and leaves, while wearing flower wreaths is a traditional way of celebrating midsummer, an official holiday in Sweden. Revelers dress in traditional costumes, which are long, flowy skirts and aprons for women and trousers with long socks for men, with differences by region. And the dance and gameplay with large parties, family games, one's called Femkamp, includes like sack races, croquet, and Kubb, K-U-B-B, Cub, which involves tossing sticks to knock down a collection of wooden blocks. I've played this game. It's a yard game. It's really fun. Okay. It's hard, but it's really fun.
Is it like what do they call that? Cornhole?
Kind of. There are probably like 6 pieces of wood. You have a dowel, and you have to take this dowel and chuck it across the yard at this like bit of wood that's standing up and knock it over. But there's so many freaking rules. I'm so bad at yard games.
Right. Oh, me too. Yeah, I usually let Avi play them with all the guys, and I just sit there and watch. I was gonna say before you were talking about the little frogs, the dancing, the Smag Gordona, the dance around the maypole with the flowers and the leaves. This isn't a maypole, but it kind of reminded me of that. I just posted this the other day to my Magical Moon Collective group. Look at the little frogs dancing for the solstice. Well, It's under the moonlight, but they're doing like a little solstice fire dance.
I didn't know that frogs were associated with this time of year. I know you hear them, but you hear them all summer long. But that's so funny because I chose that little frog thing to bring with me on my ritual to call
Right.
in my elements.
It's all
I was
connected.
just thinking of Jimmy, you know?
The skin of the dying man.
Yes. Locals enjoy pickled herring and boiled potatoes with dill, along with salmon and other meats. Desserts involve sweet strawberries with cream or ice cream, or in a cake, aquavit liquor.
Oh, I think it's aquavit.
Aquavit. What's an aquavit liquor?
So they actually aquavit, they have that at Epcot, Norway, when you do the drinks around the world.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
That would make
Me,
sense.
the last time me and Avi went, we went with my mom and my brother, and they had they're like little shots. Like it's basically like a liqueur. You could either sip it or you could just shoot it like a shot.
What's it taste like?
And I don't even remember. I don't remember. It's kind of like cooling, but like a little fruity, if I remember correctly.
If
It
y'all
was,
listening have had this, please
yeah,
tell us what this tastes like.
very
Yeah.
interesting. But yeah, we had those aquavit shots in Epcot in Disney World. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a popular drink to have while singing Halangar, which is a popular drinking tune. And it's a time of magic and superstition. Some Swedes walk barefoot in the dew, believing it will improve their health, while others hold that if young women silently collect 7 specific types of flowers and sleep with them under their pillows, they will dream of the man they will marry. And in New Sweden, Maine, which was founded as a Swedish colony in 1870, it hosts a midsummer festival, generally the weekend closest to the 21st of June.
Okay, so this story is about when me and Avi went to go see Midsummer, the movie, in the movie theater. So this was around like I want to say 2019 the movie came out. So we saw it in the theater, and it's like a psychological horror film, I think. If that's how I can categorize it as far as the genre. But it was directed by Ari Aster, the same guy I think that did the Hereditary movie. Did you see that movie?
I've seen previews. I don't like it.
It's basically another what the fuck movie. Like what did I
Right.
just watch?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, along those lines. So this movie, Midsummer, it stars Florence Pugh, and I think this was the movie that kind of put her on the map because I hadn't heard of her before this movie, and then after this movie came out, she kind of started popping up like everywhere. So I think this movie like really put her on the map. So basically the movie synopsis, Danny, played by Florence Pugh, and Christian, played by Jack Rayner, are a young American couple with a relationship on the brink of falling apart. But after a family tragedy keeps them together, Christian invites a grieving Danny to join him and his friends on a trip to a once-in-a-lifetime midsummer festival in a remote Swedish village. What begins as a carefree summer holiday in the North European land of eternal sunlight takes a sinister turn when the insular villagers invite their guests to partake in festivities that render the pastoral paradise increasingly unnerving and viscerally disturbing. Okay, now keep that synopsis in mind, okay? I don't want to spoil anything for anybody who hasn't seen this yet, so if you haven't seen it and you're planning on seeing it, fast forward this story, okay? Check out the timestamps in our description on Spotify and just jump to the next topic. So me and Avi saw this film in the movie theater when it came out on probably one of the stormiest days of that summer. Now we're sitting in the movie theater, and I want to say maybe we're about 20 minutes into the film, and the scene, they're already in Sweden at this point. They're already like kind of like getting into, I guess, the gist of what's about to go down. And there was a scene where I guess like Danny, the main character, and her boyfriend, they're kind of brought into this like midsummer kind of like this dinner, like this big feast supper. They're at a long table and they're like eating or whatever. But then they get moved over to like this cliffside because they're about to do this like midsummer ritual. Did you see this movie?
I haven't seen it, but I've seen like all the scenes out of order.
Okay. So you know what's coming up. So basically, there's, I think if I remember correctly, I've only seen this movie once, and this was the time that I saw it. There was a woman and a man on the top of a cliff, and they're wearing all white. Everybody is wearing all white, and they're at the top of this cliff, right? And it's like the climax of this scene of whatever's about to happen. The fucking power goes out in the movie theater, okay? First of all, it's just like, ew, right? Power out.
Yeah.
Screen off, sound off. Everybody in the theater sitting in complete darkness, complete silence, and everybody's like, what the fuck? Like, you just hear, like, start hearing the whispers, like, what the fuck is going on? Like, we didn't know if we were being punked.
Or if it was
We don't
part of the film.
Or if it was part of, we don't know what the fuck was happening. I
Scary.
was scared. I was, like, holding on to Avi. I was like, what's gonna happen? I was so scared. But then, I guess like the low lights came back on and the screen came back on. So we were seeing what was happening on the screen, but the sound was off. So we were seeing this entire scene play out with no sound, no context,
Whoa.
just what's going on the screen. And me and Avi are sitting there with the theater full of people, like, where's the sound? What's going on? And we just see the people at the top of the cliff jump to their death, their heads smashing on the pavement, and we're like, what the fuck? What are we watching right now? It was stressing me out. And everybody's like, what is going on? There were like some people complaining, like obviously some people like, what the hell? I want my money back, like blah, blah, blah. So I think eventually, I think we just sat there in silence, just watching what was happening on the screen for the next like 10, 15 minutes. It took that to get this sound back up and running. After the film, like the sound eventually went back on and we finished the rest of the film. Cool. But like that scene was like traumatizing with no
It's almost
context.
worse without audio.
It was the creepiest thing I'd ever seen.
That
Creepy.
is so strange. It's kind of like when you have an out of body experience or like right before you're going to pass out and your hearing goes and it's just the visual and you can't do anything about it. It's so scary.
It was like, you know, well, I've never had sleep paralysis, but I know Avi has had sleep paralysis. Yes. And like, you're just sitting there and you're seeing the sleep demon and you can't do anything about it. It's just coming at you.
Yeah.
And like, it was just like full on trauma, no context.
Wow. That is ridiculous.
Oh yeah, it was so bizarre. It was so bizarre. Nobody knew what to make of it. Everybody just sat there so confused and like whispering and like
by the end of like when the sound came back on, did the rest of the 10 minutes that was muted come back into context? Like, did you get it?
We got what was going on, but like we still like they never rewound it and replayed the parts that we missed the sound for. They just carried on the movie like nothing fucking happened.
Okay.
Happened. Yeah.
So that is so crazy. So the first, almost like the very first shocking thing.
Yeah.
You
Silence.
had one of your senses just yoinked.
Completely.
Yeeted.
Yeeted. The sound was yeeted
like
from
those people off the cliff.
Yeah. We were like, what the fuck did I just watch? And that pretty much set the scene for the rest of the movie because it just gets more bonkers from there. Luckily, the rest of it we had the sound for, so you know we knew what was going on then. But like that scene, we were completely traumatized, and the sound was gone, and nobody knew what the fuck was going on. So then after the movie, we actually, I think like a lot of people went to the front desk to complain, like the customer service.
Yes.
So we ended up getting, I don't remember if we got refunded for the movie or if we got a credit for the next movie.
Oh, nice.
But we got something in return for that inconvenience.
I'm trying to look up. I know there is a Norse ritual of that. Maybe they explained it in the movie, but also I think this could be made up also because it was in a show called Norsemen that I was watching, which is kind of satirical. But like it's like the elderly men will take it upon themselves, kind of like being put out on an ice float and drifted out. They don't want to be like a burden on society, so they choose to do this ritual and jump off the cliff. And
they sacrificing themselves.
But in this Norseman show, it is so dry humor. It's so funny. So Kark, who is the slave guy, is supposed to make sure these older guys jump off the cliff. And the one guy goes and he's like, all right, who wants to go next? And they're like, I don't want to go. And he's like, is it okay if we just like walk into the woods? You won't have to worry about us. Like, we're not going to be a burden. You won't ever see us again. He's like, well, I have to have you jump off the cliff. He's like, but I don't want to do that. So and they just walk off.
So is that like a real kind of traditional thing? Like they would say, like back in, I guess in the older times, maybe not so much in today's society, but like, was that an actual sacrifice that they had to do for the Midsummer ritual?
I don't know if it's connected. Festival? It's called Attestupa. Atstupa?
That's the name of the sacrifice?
This name supposedly denotes sites where ritual senicide took place during pagan Norse prehistoric times, whereby elderly people threw themselves or were thrown to their deaths. According to legend, this was done when old people were unable to support themselves or assist in the household.
Oh my god. So they were just deemed useless by society, so therefore they became lemmings.
Oh my god.
You remember lemmings?
Ooh,
What
Ooh.
the hell, man? That is so fucked up. But
Yeah.
yeah, so that was my trauma from that movie.
That's funny. I do want to
Oh,
see it.
God.
It just got to
It
be in
is,
the right place.
I think I wanted to watch it in the yard when we were having the bonfire the other night
Ooh,
on the
spooky.
solstice. It
Mm.
was very spooky, and we had the full moon behind us, but Avi wasn't feeling well. He had his headache. He was like, I'm not setting up that projector screen right now. It
Oh.
is too fucking hot.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, but I don't know, maybe we'll watch it sometime this summer outside by a bonfire would be really cool.
That would be cool. All right.
With sound this time, with the sounds for context. Please. And thank you.
Damn. Let's keep going around the globe. Let's go to Canada. So in Ottawa, they have a summer solstice Indigenous festival. Though this event takes place in Canada's capital city, it's important to note that it is celebrated on, quote, the traditional and unceded territories of the Algonquin people and their descendants. This is according to the festival's official website. This summertime celebration of the First Nations people includes everything from culinary workshops to arts and music entertainment and awards. And in 2020, the vibrant live festival was transformed into a month-long virtual event. The cultural celebration lives on, providing a valuable showcase of Indigenous music, art, food, and more at the start of the summer. Also up north in Alaska, Fairbanks holds a Midnight Sun Festival. Less than 150 miles south of the Arctic Circle, you'll find Fairbanks, Alaska, one of the best places in the United States to celebrate the summer solstice, with the ground often still blanketed in snow in June. Alaskans embrace the light-filled respite their brief summer provides. In Fairbanks, daylight lasts a full 24 hours around the solstice, so there's plenty of time to attend the numerous events that comprise the city's famous Midnight Sun Festival. Slather on the high SPF and join the revelry.
Wow, yeah.
Also in Alaska, in Nome, you can enjoy native games. Plunging into the Bering Sea for a polar bear swim is just one of the ways that the residents of Nome, Alaska celebrate the summer solstice. The multi-day Nome Midnight Sun Festival includes native dancing, potlucks, music, a parade with floats, a river rafting race, beach bonfires, craft vendors, and even a mock, quote, bank robbery skit celebrating the town's gold rush era.
Oh.
Bridie Green is a lifelong Nome resident, and she's been involved with organizing the festivals for nearly a decade. She's worked on bringing Native culture events back into the celebration, including a blanket toss and other Native games. It's very enjoyable, says Green. There's not a lot going on during the winter here because we're all frozen in here, and the only way to get out of Nome is by jet. So when it's time for the midnight sun, everybody gets out, stretches their legs, and has some fun and sees some excitement. Also in Fairbanks, you watch a baseball game under the midnight sun. The Fairbanks Midnight Sun baseball game is 118 years old. It began in 1906 as a bar bet. Teams play on June 21st each year with the first pitch thrown around 10 p.m. No artificial lighting is used that far north. The sun seems to linger past midnight on the solstice. While different teams have participated over the years, today, the Alaska Gold Panners, a collegiate summer baseball team founded in 1960, carry on the tradition. This year, the Gold Panners will take on the Michigan Monarchs. Not sure when this was written. This is a quote. It says, "It's a magical setting in a nostalgic ballpark with fans from all over the world, not just Fairbanks," says Alaska Gold Panners general manager John Lork. It doesn't hurt that over 100 gold panners have passed through the Fairbanks as collegians and gone to play in the major leagues. Fairbanks also hosts the Midnight Sun Festival this year, June 24th, with 12 hours of celebration featuring live music on 3 stages, vendors, and an assortment of activities. In England, Wiltshire, England, you can see Stonehenge, so popular for this event. Perhaps one of the most coveted seats in the world for the Northern Hemisphere's summer solstice tradition is on the grounds of the Neolithic structures at Stonehenge in the UK. Ingeniously designed to showcase the ascending light of the solstice, the sunrise on this occasion aligns perfectly with a circle carved in the stone at the site. Theories of its origin vary. Both mystical seekers and history buffs convene here on the summer solstice to witness an architectural wonder built, some say, to worship deities of the earth and the sun. Stonehenge is one of the ancient mysteries researchers still can't explain.
Also, real quick, the first episode ever of Outlander, when we, met the stones, was it called Cragnadoon or something? But I'm pretty sure it was like based off of Stonehenge, or like loosely based off of anyway.
Yeah.
But Wasn't the very first episode when she goes to the UK with her husband, who is like, what, a historian or something like that, doing research?
Yeah.
And she kind of like goes out like late at night and she sees these women dancing in their like garb, like their beautiful white robes with candlelight and stuff. I think that was supposed to be the solstice, if I remember correctly.
That would make complete sense. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That
Anyway.
that beginning gives me goosebumps. With
Right?
the
I love that
song.
first episode. So beautiful. I want to watch that show again.
So, what does Stonehenge have to do with the summer solstice? This comes from CNN. The ancient stones of the monument in southwest England date back to around 2500 BC, and they're aligned by its markers astronomically. The central axis of Stonehenge was aligned with the sunrise at the summer solstice and sunset at the winter solstice, so that the stones precisely frame the rising and setting sun when days were at their longest and shortest, and it still works like clockwork in modern times. The English Heritage Society organizes gatherings at Stonehenge for summer solstice and provides a live stream of the sunrise.
I just saw a video, unfortunately, where activists were throwing like orange paint powder onto the stones there. Did you see that video?
Why? No.
They were protesting, I guess, I don't know if they were protesting climate change or some shit. I don't even know what they were
Why
protesting.
take it out on the stones?
Exactly. I'm like, why? What the fuck? Just leave them alone. I hate people.
I know. They're ruining everything.
This is why you can't have nice things. All right, so the next one on this list is Chronia in Greece. In ancient Greece, the summer solstice was the most egalitarian day of the year. During the Greek festivals of Chronia, social hierarchy was largely abandoned in favor of a level playing field for all classes. According to Britannica, slaves and lords celebrated side by side on the solstice, and certain legal and moral restrictions were lifted. The day was meant to emulate the golden age of Kronos, when no one had to labor for a living and all humanity was considered equal. A tenacious group of modern Greeks will still follow another 2,500-year-old tradition by trekking 9,573 feet to the peak of Mount Olympus on the summer solstice. That's a big trek, yeah. The next one is Chichen Itza in Mexico, another wonder of ancient architecture. The pyramids of Chichen Itza on Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula are a wonderful way to celebrate the longest day of the year. The precise construction and engineering of the pyramids create a visual display twice a year in which the central pyramid of El Castillo is bathed in pure sunlight on one side and full shadow on the other. Thousands of spectators, both religious and pagan, come from near and far to celebrate the summer solstice in view of this ethereal spectacle, in which the pyramid appears to be cut in two. Chichen Itza and Stonehenge are in good company. These other ancient monuments were built around the summer solstice too. And I've never been to Chichen Itza, but I went to Tulum, which also has very similar kind of structures that kind of align with the sun during the solstice. And our tour guide was telling us about, all of that stuff when we went on the tour there.
This list lists also Karnak in Egypt. There's the Aztec Ruin National Monument in New Mexico, Machu Picchu in Peru.
Mm-hmm.
There's places in Malta, in India as well. That's so amazing. People
like back in history in the ancient times, like how they even built these monuments without modern technology, but they might have been more advanced than we are today.
in other ways, yeah.
And how they built stuff. Like we still don't know how the Egyptians built the pyramids.
Nope.
Like what the fuck?
Aliens.
So it blows my mind. It's very fascinating. There's also a myth that the pyramids are not a triangle, they're actually a diamond. And it's like shaped like that under the ground, right?
What the fuck?
Have you ever watched Ancient Aliens?
Yeah. Aliens.
Yeah.
The guy.
That guy. The fucking guy. There are solstice bonfires held in Austria. So high in the mountains that comprise the beautiful Tyrolean region of Austria, the long hours of sunlight are celebrated with bonfires inspired by ancient tribal customs, lit across rural areas in an incarnation of earth worship. The fires attract revelers drawn by both mysticism and paganism. Though modern-day bonfire attendees may be most interested in an excellent party around a campfire with a panoramic view, if you're planning to party all day long, along, wherever you are in the world, pay special attention to the weird ways sunlight affects your body. The next one is Johannes in Finland. If you've suffered a relentless winter far from the equator's warmth, you'll understand why cold climate countries truly rejoice around the summer solstice. Scandinavians celebrate one of their main holidays at this time. Referred to as Johannes or Midsummer in Finland, friends and family members gather at cottages in the countryside to fish, boat, relax in saunas, and light bonfires. Locals once cast spells on Midsummer to find a spouse and increase fertility, and the holiday is still a popular day for marriages to take place. And there's a bonus. It's easy to remember your anniversary, and it makes for a fun story when it's tied to one of the world's greatest summer solstice traditions. Next is the secret solstice held in Iceland. For the last 5 years, another country with jaw-dropping natural beauty and an unforgiving winter climate has found a unique and vibrant way to ring in the summer. During Iceland's secret solstice celebration, partygoers in Reykjavik can enjoy a musical lineup comprised of local and international artists. And in 2018, the Secret Solstice featured a tour of an ancient lava tunnel and an opportunity to party inside a giant glacier.
Ooh.
How epic is that?
Dang.
How did you spend your solstice? I partied in a glacier.
I spent
What?
a New Year's Eve in a lava tube in California one time.
Ooh.
It not recommended. The
Not
dust
recommended.
is so powder fine. It was just like all
Ugh.
night long.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, yeah.
pitch black.
Oh my
And in
God.
the I don't know how, it must have been breathing in that dustiness.
Yeah.
I had to poop so bad. And I'm in this, there's like like a cave we were all in, and then like
Yeah.
a tiny little tunnel, and then like another cave. But to get out, you had to like rock scramble. I was like, there's no way I'm getting out of here, guys. So I'm gonna go over there. They were all sleeping. I had to go poop in the other cave
Oh my
and
God.
bury it.
Oh my God.
Oh, my stomach hurt so bad for some reason.
Well, that's
Oh.
a story.
Anyway.
That's a campfire story.
Happy
Remember
New
the
Year.
remember the time I had to poop in a cave? That's
There was
awesome.
lava that night.
Liquid. What does a Dr. Evil say? Liquid hot magma
Magma.
from Austin Powers.
Oh man.
It's so funny. So so the next thing on this list is hike and play golf through the night in Iceland. Iceland's midsummer celebration, Jónmessa, is a time of positivity and goodness. Folklore says cows can talk and elves can interact with people during this time, and some Icelanders roll around naked in the morning dew to supposedly promote good health. More often, Icelanders take advantage of the midnight sun. Some opt to join the travel association Utivist for a midnight or a midsummer walk over, what's this word?
Vimvonderhals.
Fimbonderhus, a 15-mile stretch between the glaciers.
Oh god.
Oh my God, my
Between two
brain just-
glaciers.
My brain just exploded. Eyjafjallajökull and Mýrdalsjökull in southern Iceland. The overnight hike lasts from 9 to 11 hours with an elevation gain of 3,280 feet and many things to see along the way, including the 2010 volcanic eruption site. At the end, participants enjoy a bonfire and music. I love how it always ends in like a bonfire and music, like great way to end the night. Others prefer playing golf into the night. The annual Arctic Open tournament held at Akureyri Golf Club in northern Iceland began in 1986. Stendur Ragnarsson, the club's general manager, says the sold-out event sees 260 participants play 36 holes each night, 18 per night. It's a unique experience teeing up at midnight with sunlight, Ragnarsson says. And since the sun never disappears, we play all night with daylight. So there you go. Should we stop right here?
We can. There are so many.
Yeah, there's a lot here. Vestalia, ancient Rome. In the gentler climate of the Mediterranean, the Romans once celebrated Vesta, the goddess of the earth, on the June solstice. During the ancient festival known as Vestalia, Roman women traditionally visited the Vestal temple and made offerings to the goddess and to the Vesta virgins. During the week of Vestalia, only women were permitted to enter the temple, and a cake was baked using consecrated waters from a spring considered sacred. Modern Italians still embrace the solstice as a time of new beginnings, and the country comes alive alive with celebrations. La Festa di San Giovanni is still observed with similar rites of water and fire as the ones performed in ancient times. The Mayan solstice in Guatemala. So the summer solstice in Guatemala is an excellent time to observe present Mayan culture, as well as get a glimpse into the country's past. Tikal is one of the most famous Mayan ruins in Central America, and rituals surrounding altars like the Temple of the Moon and the Temple of the Grand Jaguar take place around the summer solstice. Spiritual rituals from the past are still performed at sunrise and sunset, highlighting architectural aspects of the temple's construction that were created to showcase the light of the solstice.
Do you remember like 6, maybe 7 years ago, there was a video that came out? I think it was this Temple of the Jaguar where this like wind tornado tunnel thing was like coming out of the entrance of this tunnel. And they were like, everybody there was flipping out. Like,
No, I don't remember
this? I will
that.
find it and I will share it with you.
Link that. Okay, cool. Yeah. So the next one is Ivan Kupala in Russia. Slavic countries like Russia and Ukraine also have ample reason to celebrate the end of a long, harsh winter. An event called Ivan Kupala takes place shortly after the longest day of the year, traditionally in early July. An effigy is erected out of plants and grasses and later burned to ensure that summer will have a bountiful harvest. Today, children still have water fights and throw water at passerbys on the solstice. That sounds like fun. Simmer Dim. Simadana. Do you remember Simadana?
No, what is that?
No? What was it? SNL? I think Sherry O'Terry, she used to say Simadana.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, so stupid.
Okay.
This one's called Simmerdim in Scotland. Although they may not draw the crowds that Stonehenge commands, the United Kingdom's Shetland Islands are another fascinating place to observe the big event. This northernmost area of Scotland boasts almost 19 hours of daylight on the solstice, and the holiday is known as Simmerdim, the Shetland term for summer twilight. For more than 35 years, hundreds of motorcycles gather for a rally held in Olaberry the last few years. That includes music, games, and plenty of food and local spirits. Sunrise and sunset are said to be particularly scenic on Unst, Scotland's northernmost isle. This next one is, say that word.
Ooh, Slingingsbaliat.
Slingingsbat? Slingingsbait? Is that an L or an I after the A?
Slingingsbelt.
Slingingsbelt. From Norway, Norwegians celebrate Sankthansaften, which is another word for midsummer, or their word for midsummer, with great enthusiasm, similar to their neighbors in Finland and Sweden. The festivities on June 23rd include lighting bonfires, dancing around a maypole, and engaging in other activities to welcome the summer season. The largest bonfire in the country, Slingingsbelt, is built in Älesund on the west coast. This event, historically honoring the birth of John the Baptist, now primarily celebrates winter's end. It includes mock weddings symbolizing new life and features plenty of herring, beer, and aquavit. There's that shot again, the aquavit shot. Yeah, if you guys go to Epcot, in the Norway Pavilion in Epcot, you can get yourself an aquavit shot. Älesund's Singingsbelt, scheduled for June 24th of this year, is one of the world's tallest bonfires, having set a world record at over 155 feet in 2016. Generally constructed by teens and young adults using stacked wood pallets, the massive structure can be seen from Älesund, the nearby Mount Axia viewpoint, and from the harbor where Queen Sonja and King Harold occasionally watch from the royal yacht.
Check that link. Let me know if you can open that.
Where?
It's not the Jaguar Temple. It's in our chat.
Oh, in the chat. Hold on.
It's Chichen Itza, which we talked about.
Oh,
right?
Shit. Oh my God.
And this gives such Road to El Dorado, like God's vibes.
That's
it's
crazy.
so cool. Everybody there is like, how unreal. I'll put this in our notes.
Oh my God, it's like a tornado.
Coming out of the door.
Yeah, that's nuts. That's like some mummy shit right there.
I know.
Like fucking Billy Zane's about to emerge from the center of that cyclone.
Did you see what I wrote up? I think we should put Billy Zane in our Sims Magnolia Street.
Yes.
And have him live in this bit. Where should he live? We'll talk about this another time.
We
should he live in like a high-end Hollywood thing, or should he live in like the mummy?
He needs like a we should make him a pyramid.
Or a boat. Should he be Cal?
Boat. Oh my God. Wait, so you can make like a boathouse or something?
Yeah. I'm sure someone has already. I'm sure someone has made the Titanic.
Do time travelers exist in The Sims?
I don't think so. That would be hard.
Yeah, I was gonna say we should like figure out where his portal should be.
Aliens exist. Ghosts exist. Zombies.
Okay. All right, yeah, we'll have to figure that out. Yes,
That's a
absolutely.
discussion.
That's a discussion
I
for
can't
another time.
wait to make you. I've been wanting to make you, but I'm like, I
Wait,
have to do it with you there.
don't you remember like when I was
I
doing my
don't have that
avatar?
anymore.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
have that anymore.
All right, because you did that with me a while ago. You made me for my music
I'll
school.
do your I'll make your little face and then we'll
Okay.
get your outfits.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good. What if we put ourselves in the outfits from our photo shoot?
I'll try to find something similar. That would be
Yeah,
very
like
cute.
our little crop tops and wrap skirts.
That would be very cute.
We could just
That would
walk
have to
around
be maybe like our summertime look
Okay.
because it's very similar. Black crop top,
Right.
and we look a lot alike.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
All right. I can't wait to design all that stuff in The Sims. So the next thing on this list is rasa in Lithuania. This says, according to the Lithuanian State Department of Tourism, dewdrops were considered a sacred manifestation of life by worshippers in ancient Lithuania, and on the morning of the summer solstice, the dewdrops were thought to have mystical divining qualities. The solstice holiday of rasa, alternatively known as Žuonis Rasos, was traditionally celebrated by searching for a blooming fern in the forest and making wreaths. Ancient Lithuanians had their own version of the maypole, a three-branched pole whose branches represented the sun, the moon, and the stars. Today, one of the best places in Lithuania to celebrate Žoninės Rasos, I think I said it differently before, Žoninės Rasos, is at the State Cultural Reserve of Kernavė. I love that, the whole thing about the dewdrops. That's really cool.
That
I know
sounds like a fey trap.
that's what I'm saying. Like, I know the dewdrops are a big thing on Beltane, but I guess it could be a solstice thing too, but that's really cool. Total Fey trap. The next one is celebrating yin forces in China. In ancient China, masculine yang forces and the heavens were honored on the winter solstice, while feminine yin forces and the earth were worshipped on the longest day of the year every June. To celebrate the latter, women gave colorful fans and perfumed sachets to one another. In the south of China, The Independent describes a controversial tradition that still exists today, wherein dog meat, and lychees are eaten. A less contentious culinary tradition continues in Beijing and Shandong, where it's considered auspicious to eat noodles on the summer solstice and dumplings on the winter solstice. Yeah, I love me some good noodles and dumplings. I had dumplings for lunch today. I had my the ones from not Trader Joe's, Costco that
I'm
I was telling
jealous.
you
I love
guys about.
dumplings.
Yeah, really good. You just microwave them for like 2 minutes and they're like steamed perfectly. So good. The next one is Astrofest in Croatia. While many summer solstice traditions are centered on the profusion of summer sunlight, Astrofest focuses on honoring the shortest night of the year. Through a combination of stargazing and nighttime music entertainment, Croatians manage to stay awake the entire night of the summer solstice. After bidding the sun farewell at sunset, they complete a solemn ceremony, watch the night sky light up with the stars, and wait for the sun's re-emergence the next morning. Astrofest is fun and lively, but it is also meant to honor the ancient link between the sun and sustainable life. The hours spent waiting for a hint of sunrise are said to be filled with magic and fairies, elves, and supernatural beings. That sounds like
That
a lot of fun.
liminal time, that in between time.
Yeah. The next one, it says, gather around a bonfire in Barcelona. In Barcelona, on June 23rd, the Canigo flame is carried to Sant Jaume Square in the center of the Old City, where representatives take some of the eternal flame, a symbol of Catalan unity, to light bonfires in their neighborhoods. June 24th is the birthday of St. John the Baptist, or Sant Joan in Catalan. Friends, family, and neighbors share outdoor feasts featuring savory tarts and coca de Sant Joan, I guess St. Joan, right? Sweetbreads while celebrating with music and fireworks. Swimming in the sea at midnight is popular on the coast, and some stay up all night enjoying outdoor concerts and nightclubs to mark the official start of summer.
That's a hard no for me.
I'm
My
staying up all
brother-in-law
night.
swims in the ocean at night, and I'm like,
Oh,
nope,
yeah.
that's a
I
no.
probably would have done that when I was like in my early 20s. Not so much,
Maybe.
not so much now. Yeah.
No.
Definitely not. The next one says plunge into the ocean in Puerto Rico. At the stroke of midnight on June 23rd, some people in Puerto Rico plunge backward into the ocean to stave off negativity and bring luck. This leap of faith is part of Noche de San Juan celebrations, which mark the eve of St. John the Baptist's nativity. Puerto Ricans disagree on how many times you should submerge yourself in the water, with some arguing 3 times is sufficient, and others preferring 7 or 12 backward plunges for the desired results. Before the midnight dip, the holiday features a busy beach day with cookouts, music, games, swimming, and dancing. Yeah, that's another no for me. Leaping backwards into the water at nighttime? No.
Nah.
Especially like Puerto Rico is pretty tropical.
Them
And I'm
sharks in
sure
that water.
there's so many sharks in that water. Are you kidding me? People are nuts. The next one says watch sunlight interact with ancient monuments in Malta. The 5,000-year-old Neolithic site Hagar Kim in southern Malta will be the location of a special summer solstice event from June 20th to 22nd this year. Heritage Malta is hosting the event along with another at Nadra, a megalithic temple that is just 1,640 feet downhill from the Hagar Kim. At Hagar Kim on the summer solstice, sunlight crosses through a hole in the monument wall to create a crescent of light, which gradually morphs into an elliptical shape before disappearing out of sight in a vanishing act where it appears to be sinking into the ground. Nadra includes 3 buildings, and on the summer solstice, the first rays of sun light up the edge of a megalith found to the left of the central doorway, connecting the first pairs. I'm gonna have to see this because it's hard to like picture this description.
Yeah.
Connecting the first pairs of chambers to the inner chambers. While no one knows the site's full history, it is believed that these are likely intentional placements to align with the longest days of the year. Some prehistoric artifacts from the sites, including shards of pottery and stone statuettes, are on display at the National Museum of Archaeology in Valletta, which is Malta's capital.
That's so wild. I gotta look that up too. I can't picture
Very
it.
fascinating.
So why was this full moon / summer solstice so special? Well, firstly, I don't think this has happened since the 80s. I think I saw 1985, 86 was the last time those 2 things happened at the same time.
Okay.
But let's talk about this special solstice strawberry moon. So, with the productivity focused strawberry moon on the horizon, the rest of June's full moon promises a time of hard work and determination. At least us on the back end, we're going to be doing that hard work. You're going to miss us over the summer, but trust us, it'll be worth it.
Right.
As the first full moon of summer, the first of 2 Capricorn full moons this year, the Strawberry Moon 2024 is here to help you level up. This year's Strawberry Moon is set to rise on June 21st, 2024 in Capricorn, the 10th zodiac sign. As Capricorn is associated with hard work, ambition, and discipline, this particular full moon is said to be a time of focusing on career and personal aspirations. During this full moon, this Strawberry Moon, you may feel a heightened sense of responsibility and productivity towards your goals, ambitions, and overall life path. The influx of Capricorn energy will help you stay grounded and focused, allowing you to take practical steps toward achieving your goals. It's also important to note that Capricorn's planetary ruler, Saturn, will be in retrograde in Pisces a few days later on June 29th, making this full moon, Strawberry Moon, a powerful time to consider how we can take a more mature and responsible approach to our lives. This year's Strawberry Moon is excellent for reassessing intentions set during the January 11th Capricorn new moon and making necessary adjustments to reach them before we enter the second half of the year. So let's take a look at what the Strawberry Moon and the Strawberry Moon's spiritual meaning is for 2024. And as we mentioned, the Strawberry Moon is in Capricorn. That's a cardinal earth sign. Both of my parents are Capricorns.
Oh, yeah?
That is a rough upbringing.
Oh, God. I'm so sorry for you.
Capricorn is a sign of responsibility and discipline, and during this full moon, you may feel empowered to take accountability for your actions and honor or celebrate previous accomplishments and commitments. This can mean connecting with mentors and authority figures, establishing more structure in your daily routines, taking practical steps toward achieving your long-term goals, celebrating a significant milestone in your career, or adopting a more mature approach to life. Capricorn is all about stability and efficiency. So why is is it called the strawberry moon? So the full moon names used by the Old Farmer's Almanac come from many places, including Native American, colonial American, and European sources. Historically, names for the full or new moons were used to track the seasons. Today, we think of the moon's names just as nicknames for the moon. June's full moon, typically the last full moon of spring or the first of summer, has traditionally been called the strawberry moon. While strawberries certainly have a reddish pink color and are roundish in shape, the origin of the name strawberry moon has nothing to do with the moon's hue or appearance, despite the evocative imagery. A moon usually appears reddish when it's close to the horizon because the light rays must pass through the densest layer of the atmosphere. And we had a blood moon episode, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
don't
the blood
remember
moon
whatever it
episode was that was our whole theory about the New Jersey Turnpike.
Yeah, episode 17.
Yeah, it was a great episode.
This strawberry moon name has been used by Native American Algonquin tribes that live in the northeastern United States, as well as the Ojibwe, Dakota, and Lakota peoples to mark the ripening of the June-bearing, quote, strawberries that are ready to be gathered. The Haida term berries ripen moon reflects this as well. As flowers bloom and early fruits ripen, June is a time of great abundance for many. But there are alternative June moon names. Over time, many cultures have used different names for the 12 full moons experienced each year. Usually, they're not based on color, but on a common activity that takes place during that time of year. So, like the blooming moon is indicative of a flowering season, while the green corn moon and the horror moon suggest that it's a time to tend the young crops. Other names highlight that this is a time of new life. The Tlingit have used the term birth moon referring to the time when animals are born in their region. Egg-laying moon and hatching moon are Cree terms that also hint at a time when many animal babies are born. Alternative European names for the moon include the honeymoon and the mead moon. Check out our bee episode we just did this year. June was traditionally the month of marriage, and it's even named after the Roman goddess of marriage, Juno. Following marriage comes the honeymoon, which might be tied to this alternate moon name. This year, the full moon coincides with the summer solstice. So on the evening of June 21st, just after sunset, look toward the southeast to watch the full moon rise gently above the horizon. June's full moon will reach its peak illumination at 9:08 p.m., and this is at Eastern Time. So why is this so special? So since the 2024 June full moon happens on the solstice, this very day the sun is absolutely at its highest of the year. This month's full moon on the 21st is the very lowest full moon. Indeed, the lowest we've seen in years. Because the moon was so low, it will appear bigger than ever. This is called the moon illusion. Since you're in daylight, this person is, I believe, farther north, the author of this. Since we're in daylight time, the middle of the night is now 1 a.m. So check out the full moon when it's at its loftiest position in the night. It's barely up at all. From places like Fairbanks and Reykjavik, this full moon won't even clear the horizon. It won't rise at all. For them, June will simply have no full moon.
Oh no.
Oh no. So we've got a paradox coming. The full moon usually is our brightest night, but this month it ascends so little that the thick horizon air will give it an orange or red hue and subdue its light. Moreover, its extremely southerly position will keep it aloft for a few short hours, leaving that night mostly black. Don't miss this extra low, extra big, colorful moon for those precious few hours. In some spiritual traditions, the strawberry moon is seen as a symbol of love, purity, and prosperity. It is a time to savor life's sweetness and connect with the love and abundance surrounding us. Because strawberries are associated with the heart chakra, this full moon may encourage you to express more compassion for yourself and others as you actively pursue your plans. Whether you see it as a time of celebration, reflection, or transformation, the strawberry moon is a powerful reminder that we are all part of something greater than ourselves. This healing full moon could also bring a turning point in a relationship, as it is believed to be a time when relationships can deepen and become more meaningful. meaningful. This can be an excellent time to focus on communication and expressing your emotions to your partner, as well as working on any challenges or issues that may be present in your relationship. You can experience the full moon's energy in different ways depending on your unique birth chart characteristics and placements. Keep reading this article. Will be linked to learn more about the strawberry moon this past year, 2024, and how it will work with these energies based on your specific zodiac signs. And Justina's going to take us through all the signs.
We are going to get through the zodiac signs, but first let me just say I love the strawberry moon. It's probably my favorite full moon out of the entire year.
Yeah.
Because when I was telling you before how like that one solstice, I want to say like 2015 or 2016 when I first started like learning about the wheel of the year, and the solstice was the first one like I really jumped into. That year, I went to a strawberry patch.
Oh,
And I
that's
picked
cute.
strawberries for the strawberry full moon. And at the strawberry patch, they had like a little like gift shop and stuff, and I bought a bottle of, it was actually called Summer Solstice wine. And that's what I used to make my solstice spritzes to take with us to the park when I
That
did my
sounds
boat
delicious.
ritual.
That's so special.
It was, I think I even saved the cork from it, and I wrote first Litha or whatever. I don't know where that cork is, but I remember saving it, and I wrote on marker with it, I dated it, and that
That's so sweet.
specific solstice was just like so special to me.
Very sentimental.
The strawberry moon holds a special place in my heart for sure.
And it's pink. Like your color.
Exactly. And who doesn't love strawberries? They're
I
so
love
cute.
strawberries. They're
Aren't they
so
cute? They're the cutest.
very.
So, what does the strawberry moon mean for each zodiac sign? So, let's start in March. From March 20th to April 19th, we have our Aries. So, get ready to elevate Aries, because the strawberry moon in your 10th house of career and reputation is urging you to focus on your long-term goals and ambitions. You may feel a strong desire to climb the corporate ladder or take on a leadership role, but make sure you're not sacrificing your personal values and integrity in the process. Remember, success is not just about external achievements, but also inner fulfillment and happiness. Go beyond the superficial. Aries, what do you really want? So think about it, and maybe even journal about it. Get your thoughts out on paper. That helps a lot sometimes. Taurus, April 20th to May 20th. Feel free to blaze a new trail, Taurus. The illuminating strawberry moon in your 9th house of adventure and higher learning urges you to move forward with travel plans and continued education opportunities that you started during the January Capricorn new moon. While you may be focused on your long-term goals and aspirations, remember that indulging in what brings you joy can be just as crucial for your growth and personal development. Prioritize your happiness and well-being. Next is Gemini. Christine, this one's for you. May 21st to June 20th. So get ready to purge, Gemini. Do you need to purge, Christina? As the detoxifying strawberry moon highlights the emotional healing you've been doing over the past 6 months. While the influx of Capricorn energy inspires you to stand firm on your boundaries, it's okay to feel more introspective and reflective as you examine your deepest fears, desires, and motivations. Use this energy to shed old patterns and beliefs that no longer serve you and embrace new ways of being. You may also experience a financial shift during this time, so be mindful of your spending and investments.
Okay.
There
All
you go.
right. That hits.
You have been thrifting a lot lately, so
Is that good or bad?
maybe good because you're saving money, but you're still spending money. So I don't know. You decide. I can't decide for you. So next is Cancer, June 21st to July 22nd. Be open to new opportunities and collaborations that can bring balance and stability to your life, dear Cancer. This year's strawberry moon in Capricorn calls attention to your relationship sector, and this may inspire changes in how you interact with others, especially in professional environments. Rather than wasting energy on power struggles, use this energy to release toxic relationships and make space for positive, supportive connections, and don't settle. Leos, July 23rd to August 22nd. Productivity is about efficiency and speed, Leo. You can't do one without the other. Remember this as the strawberry moon in Capricorn visits your 6th house of health, wellness, and work. During this ambitious lunation, you may feel inspired to make minor improvements in your daily routine, such as implementing a new exercise regimen, hiring a personal assistant, or implementing technology to help reduce time-consuming tasks. What responsibilities can you let go of to help eliminate excess clutter and stress? So next up is Virgo, August 23rd to September 22nd. Let your hair down, have fun, and explore your creative side, Virgo. Whether taking up a new hobby, starting a passion project, or simply indulging in some much needed downtime, the strawberry moon reinforces your inner work over the past 6 months to rebuild your self-confidence. However, beware of becoming overly self-critical or perfectionistic, as this can stifle your creativity and prevent you from enjoying the moment. Instead, focus on giving yourself the space and time to explore your passions without judgment or pressure. We're talking to you, Sally Owens. All right? She seems stuck in that perfectionistic mode, like she just gotta let her hair down.
That's right. I was on mute, but I was laughing.
Next up is Libra, September 23rd to October 22nd. Take stock of your emotional well-being and assess any areas needing attention, Libra. During this year's strawberry moon, you may feel a strong urge to create a more stable and secure environment for yourself and your loved ones. This could involve taking care of any repairs or renovations around the house or spending more quality time with family. While this is a great time to focus on your home life, be mindful of becoming too rigid or inflexible. Try to maintain a healthy balance between your personal and professional life. Rest is your friend. Next up is Scorpio, October 23rd to November 21st. Are you ready to unlock the power of your words, Scorpio? This year's strawberry moon in Capricorn is an ideal time for networking, learning, and expanding your social circle. However, it's important to balance your enthusiasm with practicality and avoid taking on too much at once. Be mindful of your tendency to become overwhelmed or anxious and take breaks when needed. This is also a good time to revisit any unresolved issues with siblings or neighbors and work towards finding a resolution. Practice respectfully speaking your truth. And Sagittarius, oh, this isn't the last one, it goes up to Pisces. Okay. Sagittarius, November 22nd to December 21st. This is me. And this tells me to get ready to take control of your financial destiny. Yes, that's what I've been wanting to hear. Yes, Sagittarius. As the strawberry moon aligns in your second house of finances, self-worth, and material possessions, this is an excellent time to reflect on your talents and skills and how they can be used to increase your financial stability. Yes, this is what I've been trying to do my entire life. Maybe this is the year it all aligns.
This is it. This is the flip switch.
It says you may also want to consider investing in yourself and your future. However, make sure you are not taking unnecessary risks or being too impulsive regarding financial decisions. Balance your optimism with practicality. And that is the hardest part.
Because Gemini on your shoulder is like, hey, let's do this. Let's do this. You're like, we don't have the money.
I know. Yeah, that's true. I'm like trying to be really practical. And Christina's like, come on, we need to run some more ads. And I'm like, but we have an album coming out that we need to promote. Which is, I don't know, which is more important right now. I really don't know. But yeah, it's definitely a balancing act for sure. Next up is Capricorn, December 22nd to January 19th. And Capricorn, prepare for a powerful and transformative strawberry full moon that will shine in your first house of self-expression and personal identity. This is the time to take a step back and reflect on who you are and what you want to achieve over the next 6 months. You may feel a surge of confidence and motivation to pursue your goals and dreams with newfound vigor. However, be cautious not to let your ambition get the best of you, as a second full moon in sign will occur next month. This is just the warm-up. So next up is Aquarius, January 20th to February 18th. Let go of dead weight, Aquarius. The strawberry moon, activating your 12th house of solitude and self-reflection, encourages you to release any emotional baggage you may be carrying to make space for something new. While this practical full moon may bring a sense of closure to a long-standing issue or situation, especially involving your career path or long-term goals, take the time to heal and forgive yourself and others. During this time, you may feel a pull towards meditation, yoga, and other spiritual practices, and follow your intuition. And lastly, Pisces, February 19th to March 20th. Reconnect with distant friends and loved ones, Pisces, as the authoritative strawberry moon highlights your 11th house of groups and community. If you've been on the outs with your bestie or had tension with a colleague, you may both be ready to hash things out respectfully. Social or humanitarian causes may also grab your attention, so don't resist the urge to volunteer with your favorite organization or donate to an important cause. Take some time to reflect on how you can use your unique gifts to positively impact the world around you. And that's it. That's
Very
all
good.
the readings. And were all those from popsugar.com?
Yeah. Yes.
Cool.
I believe so. Yeah.
Cool. All right. And then a couple little tidbits of June moon folklore. So, a growing moon and a flowing tide mean it's a lucky time to marry. The days following both the new and full moon are most likely to be rainy or stormy. And that was true, wasn't there? Well, I don't know about where you live, but in Jersey, I think it was the day after the full moon, it did thunderstorm, which is,
Oh, I remember you saying on our Marco, you were like, can you guys hear that thunder?
yeah.
We had no
Yeah.
rain.
It was
So
very
that's
quick.
awesome.
It was very quick. It was a quick storm, but it was very cool nonetheless. And then also crabbing, shrimping, and clamming are best when the moon is full. I guess the tides change when like they come to the surface or come closer to, I guess, land.
That
Maybe?
makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What a weird
Interesting.
one to end on.
I know. By the way, yeah,
Crabbing and shrimping.
crabbing and shrimping and clamming is the way to go. All right, that's our episode, guys. That was a lot that we just threw at you, but hopefully you were able to digest all of that.
And like we
And
said, since this is going to be coming out a little bit after the solstice, totally fine. You're good till August 1st.
yeah,
Enjoy the solstice energy through July and use some of these throughout the following month, in your altar space, your practice, with your friends, with your divination, and let us know how it goes. And let me know what that liquor tastes like. What is that called?
aquavit,
Our aquavelva?
aquavit.
Aquavit.
Yeah, I don't remember what it tastes like, but they have it at the Norwegian Pavilion in Epcot at Disney.
We hope you enjoyed this episode.
A reminder, you can check out all of the sources pertaining to today's episode via our hero page. The link is in our show notes. And thanks again to our patron and Palmiers for creating this app and keeping creators like us organized. If you guys do want to support the podcast on Patreon, you can support us for as little as $1 a month. That's our seedling tier, and that gets you access to our patron-only polls where you get to weigh in on what topics you would like us to talk about next. It also gets you our monthly calendar so you can see what topics we have coming up for the month, and it also gets you a welcome shout out on the show. Our $3 Lavender Bud tier gets you our show notes for each episode in an aesthetically pleasing PDF, our after hours posts, if there's any extra tidbits or behind the scenes info pertaining to any of our episodes, we'll post those along with a blog post or extra photos, and access to our specially curated Spotify playlists. We have created playlists for our WMSR episodes as well as Production Dream playlists for each song episode, and more. Our $5 Lilac tier gets you access to our private Facebook community where we host a monthly live stream. Plus, you'll get access to our Discord server where we host our monthly watch parties. And also on the Discord, you can join in on the discussion with other Magnolia Street neighbors via the various interesting channels and threads. And then here's the $8 Rose tier. This gets you access to extra audio visual content such as a once a month full-length video episode, unlimited bonus videos, uncut footage, cutting room floor footage, bloopers, outtakes, meditations, exclusive interviews, and old home videos from the vault, or spell or ritual videos, and more. It also gets you bonus content to coincide with our song-episodes, such as full-length demo streams of our original Practical Magic inspired music, plus lyric sheets, guitar chords, and original scratch demos, or bonus video performances of our songs and more. Lastly, we have our $15 Wisteria Vine tier. Just like a twisting Wisteria Vine, there's a way for you to stay connected with us, the Stinas. In this tier, we invite you to join our private Marco Polo video messaging app. The app is totally free for both Android and iOS. Sign up with your phone number or email, and we will help you do the rest. This is a great way to chat with each other in a more intimate group setting, face-to-face via video recording. We love to show each other our pets, our gardens, or anything else you'd like to share. And just a reminder that the higher the tier you sign up under, the more rewards you get, because you get all of the rewards of the tiers below it. You can upgrade or downgrade or even cancel at any time. So to support the podcast, head to patreon.com/Magnolia Street Podcast.
Yeah, and there are additional ways to support us and our podcast that don't cost you any money. If you do listen on Spotify, please give us a star rating. If you listen to us on Apple Podcasts, please give us a written review. We love sharing those on our Instagram Instagram. And if you're on Instagram, we would really appreciate any reposts or blurbs about our podcast. And make sure to tag us at Magnolia Street Podcast in your feed, posts, stories, and share us with your practical magic loving friends. We also have some merch over on our Teespring. You can find all our links if you visit us over on Instagram. We are at Magnolia Street Podcast, and you'll see all of our links in our link tree. Check us out there. And just as a reminder, we are taking a little break over the summer for July and August just to get some back end stuff organized and focus a little more on our music that will be debuting in the fall. So you guys are going to get our EP in the next couple months. Be on the lookout for that. If you're part of our Patreon, the $5 tier and up, and we haven't connected with you to do our patron special interview, get a hold of us. We would love to chat with you and include you in our over the summer episodes. We want to know all about you and why you love practical magic.
Yeah, although there will be no new episodes in July and August, we do have 2 very episodes planned, one for July and one for August, of all of those patron interviews that we're going to be scheduling with you guys. So definitely tune in July and August to hear those, just so it doesn't feel like we're completely gone for the summer. We want to, keep our presence here for you guys, especially with all the excitement surrounding the new movie, right? We're going to keep talking about that. So on Spotify, you can leave us a star rating, and on Apple Podcasts, you guys can leave us a written review. And we really love getting the written reviews, because then we can repost them to our Instagram, and it just strokes our ego a little bit, to be honest. So
be a part of our review crew and get your name on the show.
Yes. So is that it? If you guys have any comments, questions, anything you want to weigh in on that maybe we missed, definitely write to us at magnoliastreetpodcast@gmail.com. And you can also, if you're a Spotify listener, see the little question down below. You can weigh in down there, and we can publish your comment to our episode, and we can chit chat about it on the next episode as well, because we love reading those. So
delightful. Awesome, man. Well, happy Litha, Summer Solstice, Midsummer. I'm so glad we got to spend it together. Yeah. I'm tired. I need a break.
I know. The solstice wiped me out for sure. Yeah. All right. I'm going to go have some tacos because it's Tuesday.
Awesome, dude. I'm having chile. I will talk to you later. Until next week, I'm Christina.
I'm Justina. We'll see you next time.
At the house on Magnolia Street, would you go down to Magnolia Street with the wisteria grow out? At the house of magic and mystery, so would you go down to Magnolia Street?
This is a fun episode.
We have the solstice giggles. The fairy, the fae are out to play.
A lot of energy.
Yes.
Yeah.